They are not allowed to enter the manor to prevent spies from taking the opportunity to sneak in. Li Yi pointed to the place where the migrant workers lived. No one was allowed to enter this year. He wanted to provide low-rent housing, the kind that came with job introductions. Bai Gu looked over and saw part of the 4-story building. He nodded. The students who did not come 2 years ago and did not pass the exam will definitely regret it. However, they can't enter Zhuangzi. I'm afraid they are not willing to come. Then they will continue to regret it. Li Yi smiled. There are arrangements. Bai Gu could understand. Yes, this year is the last time. After this year there will be no more opportunities. Li Yi nodded. Why? Bai Gu was curious. Because Her Majesty is rich. She is digging salt wells in Sichuan so it is not too cold in winter. Next year, a large amount of money will belong to Her Majesty. Her Majesty should take care of the examinees entering Chang, and not me. There is no more space around Zhuangzi. She should build a large number of 4-story buildings in the west or south of the city. If they are not close to me, will I take the initiative to take care of them? Li Yi told him about the salt wells in Sichuan. A large amount of money would be earned next year, and Li Longji would have enough money to use. Next year, when the promotion of the capital's business tax was completed, Li Longji would not need to spend money for the imperial court. There was no need to mention how many merchants there were in the capital. Bai Gu listened to Li Yi and thought of the same thing. He had a creepy feeling. Li Yi was steadily advancing step by step. Was it Lu Bue? No, Lu Bue's actions were not for the benefit of the people. He was fighting for power among the upper echelons. Was it Fan Li? No, Fan Li was a powerful merchant and was willing to spend all his wealth. However, after helping Go Jian defeat the Wu kingdom, he ran away. Otherwise, he would have been killed. The young man beside him, Li Yi, was different from them. When it came to tactics, he was always making arrangements. When it came to making money, Fan Li's speed of making money. Haha. Thinking of this, Bai Gu asked Xiao Yi, if Her Majesty asks you to hand over the workshop and everything, will you do it? Of course I will. I don't want it anymore. If I take it all, what's the use of the workshop? I will change to another place and build another workshop. It will be better than this one. Li Yi acted as if he could take whatever he wanted, as if it did not matter. What if Her Majesty wants to kill you? Bai Gu whispered. Old Bai, why are you asking this without confidence? You can get the eggs by killing a chicken. What's the use of killing me? If Her Majesty hears this, she will chop off your head. I will not be able to save you. If you drink a cup of poisoned wine, you will run to me quickly. I will guarantee your safety. Ha ha. Li Yi laughed. Bai Gu was too cowardly. Ha ha. Bai Gu laughed along. Let's go, old Bai. Let's go eat. Li Yi walked around and looked at the height of the sun. He invited Bai Gu to the canteen. Yesterday I ate at Earthly Paradise. Earthly Paradise gave me a membership card. On the way, Bai Gu mentioned the membership card. Li Yi nodded. It's not a bribe. I am the nominal owner. Her Majesty is in charge of it. There are even third-rank officials with real power. Her Majesty means that you should not delay state affairs for a card. Some money can be taken, some money can't be taken. What kind of money can be taken? Bai Gu followed the topic and asked. People like me can come to me freely. If your family is in trouble and short of money, just tell me and I will take care of it. I don't need to make money through bribery. If you take things and money from me, Her Majesty will not reprimand you, and the censorate will not impeach you. I am willing to pay you a high salary. As long as you think about the people of the Tang dynasty, I am willing to give you money. Li Yi's voice was very light, as if he was willing to give money casually. Bai Shu heard it like a clap of thunder in his ears. He stood still. When Li Yi found that Bai Gu did not follow, he stopped and turned his head. Bai Gu bowed deeply. I thank Li Dongzhu on behalf of the people of the world. Li Yi frowned and returned the salute. Old Bai, don't be like this. After returning the salute, he went to take Bai Gu's arm. He could not salute back and forth anymore. It was tiring. When the two arrived at the entrance of the canteen, Tao Hong was waiting there. Dongzhu, Mrs. Li said it was inconvenient for her to meet guests, so she ate in the courtyard. Well, sister-in-law is short of money. You must take care of her. Li Yi responded. Bai Gu breathed a sigh of relief. Great, I don't have to meet Empress Wang. Otherwise, how can I eat this meal? When they entered the canteen, one room after another, there was a big passage in the middle and a hall. Baigu was dazzled, especially when Li Yi took him to the buffet area. He could not help but say, "Why are there so few dishes in Heavenly World?" Old Bai, don't misunderstand. It's not that we are neglecting the customers. There are new dishes. The farmers will try them first and then give them to Heavenly World. Li Yi looked as if he was telling the truth. I believe you. Xiaoyi, I believe you. Baigu looked as if he believed him. When Baigu chose his favorite dishes and sat down with Li Yi in a single room, he looked around. There was only a palace maid and a eunuch. Xiaoyi, tell me the truth. Zhuangzi suddenly encountered an attack. How long can you last? Baigu lowered his voice. How many people came? If there were 10,000, I killed them directly. If there were more than 20,000, I could slowly kill them. Li Yi was still so casual. Chapter 464. Baigu left with 100 sets of children's kaleidoscope after dinner. He didn't drink, but he was a bit absent-minded. When they were eating, Li Yi told him that when the explosives in the village were detonated, the enemy's corpses would fill up this section of the Ba River. Li Yi didn't say how many other things there were in Zhuangzi. Baigu understood that the enemies Li Yi mentioned were people like the winged knights. It had nothing to do with ordinary soldiers. Li Yi didn't see the enemies below the winged knights as threats. How is this Zhuangzi? It's clearly a military fortress. The gunpowder has been produced all the time. The imperial court doesn't even have it. It's all in Zhuangzi. Baigu sighed with emotion as he walked back in the car. He finally knew why His Majesty used Zhuangzi as a place to rest. It was a safe place. After so many killings in the imperial city didn't give people a sense of security. The gate of Xuanwu seemed to always have the smell of blood. The flickering of candles in the inner palace was like the shadows of swords. His Majesty had killed so many people in the palace. How could he not be worried about being killed? Xingqing Palace was being renovated. It should be the place where His Majesty stayed at night after the renovation. Xingqing Palace was next to the east wall of Chang'an. There was an extra barrier. If one wanted to leave, he could climb up with a rope. After pondering for a while, Bai Xiang finally understood. His Majesty didn't just ask about politics with Xiao Yi. His Majesty treated Li family Zhuangzi as his home. No wonder His Majesty looked so energetic when he saw His Majesty. He could sleep well at night. Xiao Yi did give people a sense of security. When I was with him, I always felt that he could solve any trouble at any time. Baigu commented again. He understood Li Longji. Li Longji was born in 1965. He didn't know the situation when he was too young. Since she was 4 years old, she had felt the killing intent. Wu Zetian had killed many people in the past 8 years. King of Han Li Yuanjia, King of Lu Li Lingkue, Duke of Huang Li Zua, Duke of Dongguan Li Rong, and Princess Chong Lu. When Li Longji was 9 years old, Wu Zetian killed Li Dan's concubines, Madame Lu and Madame Dou. At the same time, Li Longji's eldest brother Li Chengqi and Prince Heng Li Qingyi were demoted to dukes. After that, Emperor Zhongzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Xian, was poisoned to death by Empress Wei and Princess Anil. He also had to deal with Li Dan's family, including Li Longji. Li Longji had no choice but to take the initiative to attack. Afterwards, in the struggle for the throne, Princess Taiping would also secretly make a move, and Li Longji would then kill her. Ever since he was young, he had always lived in a tense environment. Kill, kill, kill. After such a struggle, Li Longji, who had become the emperor, stopped killing. He stopped killing his brothers. I talked to Li Yi about making money and then, Baigu explained the process, his voice getting softer and softer. Li Longji became more and more speechless. Was this a question? You are clearly making things difficult. Why don't you join the regiment? The patrol regiment of the Tang dynasty needs you. This thing is for the children to play with. Baigu said guiltily, then asked someone to bring a children's Wanhua ruler from his carriage. Minister Bai, you asked about the gate ball and the Huala hoop. Bring them together. Forget it, they are not fated to be with you. Later, I will ask my elder brother to get them. Go back and sell them in the square. It must be very interesting. For the Tang dynasty's business tax, Send someone to keep an eye on Lantian County. If there are any mistakes, quickly discuss it with my brother E. Don't be stubborn. Minister Bai, you have worked hard. Li Longji felt that Bai Gu was stubborn. He asked for everything and brought it all. I will take my leave. Bai Gu understood that His Majesty was leaving. After saying that, he got out of the carriage and watched Li Longji's carriage leave. He waited until it was out of sight before returning to the carriage and starting it. He was melancholy. Is Your Majesty so confident in Shao Yi? And Yao Chong Zhangshua Lu Huaishan Weijigu, just you wait. Bai Gu did not go to the imperial city and went straight home. When he passed by earthly paradise, he packed some food for his family and ordered takeout for the evening. When he returned to Huaishan Square, Bai Gu thought for a while and found a servant at home. Go take 50 sets out and give them to someone else. Tell them to give us 6 coins for each set and we don't care how much they sell for. The servant accepted the order and left. In less than an hour, someone came looking for him and the servant went to ask. Boss, that person came back after selling them and asked if there were any more. He was willing to buy them for 10 coins each. This is the 500 coins he brought back. He said to round it up. The servant ran over and told Bai Gu, tell him that there are no more. We'll talk about it later. Bai Gu was sad. He went to make things difficult for Li Yi. Li Yi looked so casual, but in the end he could really make money. What is it? I don't know. Take one out and let me see. Bai Gu took out a set gloomily. He found a newspaper and put a big circle and a small circle on it. He chose a red and blue pencil wrapped around a bamboo leaf and chose the red end. He drew on it and waited until he picked it up to take a look. A beautiful pattern appeared. It was a circle, and inside the circle were lines that formed an orderly pattern. He looked at the other 8 components. It's really interesting. A child can draw it casually. Chapter 465. Sanlang Bai Gu is too much. If you want to ask something, just ask it. Don't play tricks with me. When Li Longji arrived at Zhuangzi, he didn't see Li Yi, so he went back to the courtyard to find his wife. When they just met, Empress Wang was helping Li Longji change into comfortable home clothes while badmouthing Bai Gu. Li Longji saw Bai Gu just now and knew the relationship between Bai Gu and Li Yi. Otherwise, based on Empress Wang's words, any other minister would probably be finished. When I came back, I met Long Zhe and said a few words. Long Zhe was obviously deceived by Yuanji last night. Li Longji spoke up for Bai Gu. They are not good people. When they want to make money, they don't have the ability to make money. When they want good weapons, they don't have the ability to research good weapons. That position is 100 times better than all of them combined. No, 10,000 times better. It's a pity that they are all trivial matters. It's a waste of my talent to go there. I'm busy all day and can't produce anything. It's better to write medical books. Empress Wang talked about Yao Chong and the others. She firmly believed that it was a waste of talent to put Li Yi in the position of prime minister. Even if I give him the throne, he can't be lazy. Li Longji joked. If he couldn't be the prime minister, he could only be the emperor. Sanlang, I think you're right. Even if I give him the throne, he won't sit on it. Look at how busy you are every day. Only when we return to Zhuangzi can I have a good rest. I haven't returned to the harem for many days. I don't know how messy it is. I'll go with you tomorrow and go back to take a look. Put the child on Zhuangzi and ask uncle for a few more small mirrors. Empress Wang planned to go back and show those people who was the master of the harem. Bring the child back and have more people by your side. Didn't the 3 classes of palace maids and eunuchs agree to leave you alone? Li Longji thought for a moment and decided to take the child to meet someone. Empress Wang hesitated for a moment. I have to bring my car. If there's an accident, I'll hide in the car with the child and run to Zhuangzi. Uncle said that none of the current poisons could kill a person within an hour. Even if there is a wound, he can still pull the person back from the gates of hell within an hour. Okay, I'll use your car. If you encounter anyone who doesn't like you, just kill them. Li Longji said that he would allow Empress Wang to rectify the harem. Empress Wang shook her head. Too many people have died in the harem. There are really some who don't abide by the rules and go mining. Even if they are women, they can still do some work. It would be a pity to kill such a big baby. You can still create value if you live. Yes, that's the logic. Okay. Li Longji expressed his support. Ever since Li Yi came up with the idea of letting someone report, he realized that it was better to keep them alive than to kill them. They could work and let others see the fear after they died. When people died, the family would gradually give up on them. No matter how scared the people who were executed were, they would just go through that experience. If they were alive, the family would always be watching and solve the problem of the lack of labor. During dinner, Empress Wang wanted to eat spicy food. She just wanted to dip it in wasabi. Li Yi also wanted to eat, but he didn't want to dip it in wasabi. The spiciness of wasabi and chili were not the same. He had exchanged chili powder and used the chili powder to make boiled meat slices. First of all, the ingredients were not up to standard. The boiled meat slices were chopped chili. However, he cut the meat slices very thin. They were real slices of meat, not pieces of meat. The restaurant he worked at had boiled meat. It wasn't that it wasn't spicy enough, but the meat slices inside were too thick. The soup needed to be fried in oil and was very expensive. If the restaurant couldn't make a profit, of course they wouldn't do it. Moreover, many chefs didn't know how to fry. They thought that it was enough to fry chili oil. Another reason was that the meat slices were too thin and time-consuming. They needed to be sliced and then stir-fried. When ordering takeout, they felt that the quantity was too little. There were only a few pieces of meat. In fact, there was plenty. There was plenty of meat. If the chef didn't slice it well, there would be a big lump when eating. Li Yi was good at cutting meat. He could even cut people, let alone meat. No matter how good a meat seller's knife was, could it be better than a surgeon's scalpel? Li Yi used a scalpel to cut meat for practice. It was not a disposable scalpel. He couldn't even use starch and cooking wine for the meat slices. When he grabbed it with his hands, it turned into mud. He shook it slowly. When it was enough, he slid it into the pan. After slipping, he stir-fried. After that, he poured in the cooked chili pepper oil, vegetables, and bean sprouts. This was called boiled meat slices. It had nothing to do with boiling. Uncle, what is Zhangsun Exan doing in Lantian County as a patrol? Empress Wang thought of her brother-in-law. Poor child. He's making a bed. Zhuangzi is also making a bed. It will be ready in a few days. The VIP room in Nankou is empty. It's actually for the Qiangong bed. After the first one is made, it's for sister-in-law and third brother to use. It's like a house. After making more and changing the good wood, we'll replace it. The old one. The old one. Empress Wang didn't want her bed to fall into someone else's hands. Yes, sister-in-law and third brother's collection. Li Yi also understood. Brother Yi, the same bed as yours will meet your requirements more, right? Li Longji stuck his tongue out. He drank a mouthful of wine. It was even more spicy. His voice changed. Li Yi shook his head. I don't want to live there. I just want a bed in my courtyard. I want to live in a comfortable place. I don't want to be luxurious. He was used to it when he was the main hospital doctor. He liked to sleep well. Even half an hour was fine. He used to think that his country's all-weather soldiers and the main hospital doctor could crush others. Because the main hospital doctor was also a 24/7 soldier. When the soldiers charged, they would be ready. When the wounded were sent down, the doctor would be in charge at any time. Coupled with the awesome cooking disease, logistics was no problem. As for the Qiangong bed, did it have any sleep quality attribute? No. If not, why did you give it to me? Li Longji didn't know about his brother Yi's extravagant desire for sleep. He thought that Li Yi wanted to set an example. Good brother Yi doesn't want to be luxurious. You should be the first in the world. Li Longji praised. Li Yi. In Lantian County, Zhangsun Exan, who was mentioned by Empress Wang at the Li family Zhuangzi, was also eating. The main building of Drunken Immortal Residence was completed. It could start providing food and beverage services. When Zhangsun Exan was buying wood, he found something in the pile of wood. The wood came from Sichuan. There were small things about an inch long inside. There were also dried seedlings. He was curious. He picked one and took a bite. Then he drank water with all his might. It was so spicy that he couldn't stop sweating. He felt that it was poisonous. Fortunately, it didn't poison him to death. He took a bite and spat it out in time. He collected about 2 taels. He wanted to take the opportunity to put it in the free soup and harm Drunken Immortal Residence once. He didn't know if it could poison people to death. But since he didn't die, he put it in the soup. There was a lot of water so no one would die. Yes, he didn't want to poison anyone. If he was given a knife and asked to cut someone's neck, he wouldn't be able to cut it. He relied on his status to be domineering. Then, he blocked the imperial censor in an alley and beat him up. To him, beating someone up was enough. It was satisfying. He didn't want to kill someone. In history, after he beat someone up, he was beaten to death by Li Longji. Today, he took the food and wanted to harm drunken immortal residents once. He wanted to see what Li Yi would do when he couldn't stand the spiciness. Chapter 466. The kitchen is an important place. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Zhang Sun Xian stood outside the kitchen and read the words. Then he went in. As soon as he entered, a waiter in charge of serving food saw him. Inspector Zhang Sun, you can't enter the kitchen. I'm here to see if your place is clean. If you eat something dirty, you'll get sick. Zhang Sun Xian said righteously. We're learning from the Li family Zhuangzi kitchen. The kitchen is clean. The waiter was angry. How dare he say that our kitchen is dirty? Whether it's clean or not, we'll know once we go in. Zhang Sun Xian still wanted to go in. No. The waiter firmly stopped him. Fine. Zhang Sun Xian didn't insist. He changed his mind. He wanted to put a little bit in someone's dish and see how it goes. Since he couldn't go in, he turned around and went to the shed outside. There was free soup here. Anyone could drink it. It was specially prepared for the common people. If someone was thirsty and wanted a bowl of water, the shop would give it to them. The drunken immortal restaurant would give them soup. If someone was hungry, the soup would at least have something in it. It wouldn't starve them to death. The common people were usually very conscious. They wouldn't eat the dried food. Zhang Sun Xian went over. He held a bowl in one hand and pretended to fill it with soup. The other hand grabbed a spoon and stirred the soup. While stirring, his hand holding the spoon slowly opened. A handful of things fell into the soup. He didn't dare to put everything in. He left about a third. After stirring a few more times, he put down the things and went back to eat. Today's soup is too spicy. Not long after, a common person who came to drink the free soup said, It's spicy. Too much ginger? I accidentally choked. Snot and tears are flowing together. Drink it. It's good. It's hot and makes you sweat. It's cool. It's not so hot at night. Ha hiss. The people who drank the soup were all affected by the spiciness. Zhang Sun Xian secretly laughed and waited. When more people were affected by the spiciness, he would go over and ask what the problem was. Then, he would use his identity as an inspector to close down the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Unless the Drunken Immortal restaurant gave him 10% of the shares, he wouldn't allow the restaurant to reopen. After about half an hour, Zhang Sun Xian felt that the time was right. He got up and walked out. Just as he reached the door. My stomach hurts. My stomach hurts. I can't take it anymore. I need to go to the outhouse. A commoner who had drunk the soup earlier held his stomach and shouted. As he shouted, the man ran to the back. There was a toilet behind him. My stomach hurts too. I'll go too. Another person ran away. What's going on? The other person disappeared in front. Zhang Sun Xian stopped and didn't walk out. She was afraid that she would poison the group of people to death. He was sweating profusely. He raised his hand to wipe his sweat, and immediately felt a burning pain in his eyes. Tears welled up in her eyes and she couldn't open them. The manager of the Drunken Immortal game ran out and asked around. He found out that those people had all drunk the free soup. Quick, find Dongzhu. Something has happened, the shopkeeper shouted. The farmers of the Li family Zhuangzi mounted their horses and rushed towards Zhuangzi, regardless of whether the sky was dark or not. In less than 3/4 of an hour, the fast horse rushed back to Zhuangzi. Dongzhu. Something has happened at the Drunken Immortal game house. Many people drank the free soup and said it was spicy. Then their stomachs hurt. The farmer who reported the news shouted. Li Yi, who was copying a book, threw down his pen and ran out, shouting, Ambulance, quickly go to the Drunken Immortal game house in Lantian County. The 4-horse ambulance set off. Li Yi asked the informant about the situation at the village. They said the soup was spicy. After half an hour, some people started to have stomachs hurt and went to the outhouse. When I came, more people had stomachs. The villager could only provide this information and nothing more. When the ambulance arrived at the Drunken Immortal Game House in Lantian County, a group of people were waiting there. Zhang Sun Xian's eyes were red and swollen. Li Yi got out of the car and looked around. Did anyone faint? Guan Xiaotan came over. No one fainted. They said that after that, somewhere there was a burning sensation. But some people are fine. Some ate with the soup, and some only said that their stomachs were warm. The soup is there. No one touched it. Now I don't know what to do. Let me see the soup. Lanterns. Li Yi saw that no one needed to be rescued and breathed a sigh of relief. When he came to the big pot, the people next to him picked up 3 lanterns to light up the place. Li Yi scooped out the soup with a spoon and looked at it. He stirred it a few times and scooped it again. He put the spoon close to the lanterns to observe. After a while, he put the spoon to his mouth and drank a mouthful. The people around him looked worried. Was this the Li family Zhuangzi's Dongzhu? This is the smell. I checked the information and saw it. I wanted to send someone to look for it, but it came to me. Li Yi said and continued to drink. He drank 2 mouthfuls and smacked his lips. His face was full of enjoyment. Dongzhu, are you okay? Guan Xiaotan asked. Try it. Li Yi handed over the spoon. Guan Xiaotan did not hesitate at all. He took it, scooped a spoonful of soup and drank it. After 2 mouthfuls he stopped. Dongzhu, it tastes like the spicy sauce you made. Is it? Is it delicious? Li Yi asked with a smile. Guan Xiaotan nodded, indicating that it was delicious. Li Yi, will they be okay after drinking the soup? Zhang Sun Xian came over with red eyes. Li Yi looked at Zhang Sun Xian's eyes, then looked at the soup and asked, who saw Inspector Zhang Sun come over? I saw him. Just now Inspector Zhang Sun wanted to enter the kitchen. I didn't let him, so he came out to drink the soup. In the end, he didn't bring the soup back. The waiter stood up to prove it. Wow! The people around were shocked. They all looked at Zhang Sun Xian. Inspector Zhang Sun, is there anything else? Li Yi saw Zhang Sun Xian for the first time and found that this person looked. His eyes were small, and his eyelids were swollen. What do you mean? Zhang Sun Xian asked. You didn't wash your hands after throwing the thing in the pot and smeared it on your eyes. It's spicy, right? Still uncomfortable. You have to wash it with water. Ice is better. Or soak a towel in ice water and cover your eyes. If you have something, take it out. I'll forgive you this time. Otherwise, I'll have to reason with you. Li Yi was sure that it was him. Look at your eyes. How swollen are they? This is a small pepper. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to find ice for my eyes. Zhang Sun Xian denied, but chose to believe in Li Yi's solution. The people around didn't agree. Take it out, take it out. If you don't beat him to death. He poisoned us. Let's do it together. The law can't punish the masses. Everyone was about to take action. They moved forward. Wait, aren't you all fine? I'm just joking. Zhang Sun Xian hid behind Li Yi. Zhang Sun Xian, if you have something, take it out. Otherwise, if we search you, it's another matter. Li Yi directly called Zhang Sun Xian's name. Yes, there's a little. I didn't dare to put too much. Give it, I can't let them beat me. Zhang Sun Xian finally compromised and took it out from the pocket of his sleeve. Li Yi picked up an empty bowl and carefully took it. There were small pepper skins, seeds, and dried stalks. Continue. Take out the pocket. Don't miss a single seed. Li Yi saw that Zhang Sun Xian couldn't take it out, so he asked him to take it out completely. Sure enough, there were a few seeds left. No more. Zhang Sun Xian raised his hand to wipe his sweat. Then he thought of something and stopped. Where did you find it? Li Yi wasn't willing to give up. It was too little. Wood from Shu. Zhang Sun Xian answered in a low voice. Let's go and find it together. Those who drank the soup don't have to be afraid. It's fine. Later, come to Drunken Immortal Restaurant for a meal as compensation. Li Yi shouted. Chapter 467. In the middle of the night, a group of people went to look for poison with lanterns. Everyone moved wood and looked carefully. Li Dongzhu, I found it. A man in a short shirt ran over with a whole dried chili. There were a few spots on the seedling where the chili had fallen off, and there were more than 10 left. Li took it. Good. I'll give you 2 taels of wine. Okay. After giving the chili, the man turned and ran to look. Li Dongzhu, I found 2 small ones, one of them was broken. I picked up the seeds. A big child came over. Okay, here you go. I also want wine, just 1 tael for my father. The child requested. Give me 2 taels. Li was generous, the child was filial. One after another, people found chili and brought it to Li's side. Li was puzzled, how could there be chili in the wood of Shudi? He looked at the wood carefully and found that this batch of sandalwood did not seem to be from Shudi, but from Nanzhao. The Piluo village in Nanzhao had always been very stable, other tribes had always turned to Tubo, and Nanzhao had always been dependent on the Tang dynasty. This should be a businessman who hired people to cut down the wood at a low price in Nanzhao. Besides, the sandalwood in Shudi was actually yellow sandalwood. Labor in Nanzhao was cheap, but labor in Shudi was expensive. Although the distance was a little far, there was a water route. The price of selling this way was expensive in Shudi. The unpeeled wood also had the unique branches of pine trees in Nanzhao. Oh, why was Zhongsun Xian always being cheated? No, it was not cheated, the wood was like a piece of wood, just a little more money. Li thought and looked up at Zhongsun Xian. Zhongsun Xian was taking the towel with ice water from the servant and applying it to her eyes. She looked much better. She grabbed a handful of chili seeds and broken skin and applied it to her eyes. Amazing! Li Dongzhu no more all turned. Someone ran over and said to Li, okay, let's go to the Drunken Immortal house for dinner. Li called out, and the group went to the Drunken Immortal house in laughter. Li slowly processed the chili. The seedlings could not be used anymore. The chili peppers were packed into a small bag, about a caddy. Now there will be more delicacies. Let's make a fortune before others search for them, and plant them in large quantities. Li said happily to Guan Xiaotan while carrying the bag. Li, that's mine. Zhongsun Xian felt comfortable. He didn't know what to do with it, but if Li wanted it, it was definitely something good. You poisoned my Drunken Immortal lodge. This is the evidence. I want to take it back and preserve it. Li shook his head, refusing to hand it over. I didn't poison them. If I poisoned them, why didn't they die? Zhongsun Xian emphasized the issue of death. Croton doesn't kill people easily. If you take it to another restaurant and throw it into the soup, does that count as poisoning? There are both witnesses and material evidence. I'm going to the Imperial City to file a complaint. Li took out his trump card. He was a grade 3 official, so even if he was an ordinary official, he would still be able to enter. Tell me what this thing is for. Zhongsun Xian wanted to get more. This time he encountered it and asked someone else. Eat. Li told the truth. I don't believe it. Zhongsun Xian shouted. Diarrhea after eating? I'll leave the seeds, rub the skin and make it into sauce. I'll give you a share. Li found his conscience. He turned around and left. Zhongsun Xian continued to apply the medicine to his eyes. At the same time he ordered, go and find the seeds again. I want to plant them. He didn't know that he couldn't plant a few seeds of this small pepper. Li didn't eat. He got in the car and went back to the village. Owner, is this the kind of spicy noodles you took out? Ching Song, who had followed Li sat opposite him and asked. Almost. It's another kind. It's more troublesome to plant. You need to grow seedlings first and then plant them in a greenhouse. I'll take out some of them and plant them outside when it's warm in Chang'an. Let them adapt to the environment and temperature. If they survive, you can plant them again. When you don't need to grow seedlings anymore, you can plant them by sprinkling the seeds. Li was worried that the temperature in Chang'an was not suitable for the growth of small pepper. He was afraid that the small pepper would die. He had to plant it in a glass greenhouse. Directly planting it in the ground would consume too many seeds. So he could save the seeds first. When he planted enough, it didn't matter how. He took the seeds and threw them to the fence in the 4th or 5th month of the Gregorian calendar. Maybe they would grow. At most he just needed to water them. Li returned to Zhuangzi. Li Longji was waiting for him in the yard. I asked clearly. Zhongsun Xian ate a very spicy food and wanted to cheat Zuaxian house. I guess he used this as a reason to seize the house and make money. So he put the food in the free soup. It's the chili and the chili sauce we eat. There's another kind, spicy. I'll plant it in the greenhouse. There will be a lot of chili. Li Yi briefly explained the situation and showed Li Longji the bag in his hand. Li Longji swallowed his saliva. He liked to eat chili sauce, especially meat sauce. He didn't need other dishes. A mouthful of spicy meat sauce and a mouthful of rice were enough. It's time to build a new greenhouse. Now we have to raise the chili seedlings and then plant them. We can't eat the green ones. Li Yi was also drooling. He knew a lot of chili dishes. Wait for a few more months. Li Longji was patient. There was too little now. It was like carrots. Chili can make people feel warm and sweaty after eating it. Some people are not suitable to eat it. It's written in medical books. Now there's a variety. In addition, it can be used as a weapon. Boil chili water and spray it down when the city is defending. When it enters the eyes, people can't open their eyes. When there's a lot of chili, it's better than pouring hot oil and hot fecal water. It's cold and stimulating. There's no need to burn it. Spray it on the face of the people climbing the ladder. They can only bow their heads. It's easier to fight when the enemies below the city bow their heads. Li Yi came up with a bad idea. In a war, there's nothing you can do. As long as it can help you kill more people, you have to use it. Li Longji thought for a while. Is smoking also useful? It's useful. Smoking doesn't have chili, but there are other things in the smoke. Li Yi felt that smoking was not very effective. Using other spicy things and poisonous smoke to smoke people was also effective. Li Longji returned to the courtyard with satisfaction. Li Yi went to take a bath. Zhang Sun Xian of Lantian County was in a daze. His concubine was beside him in a daze. Why do you think every time I want to trick Li Yi, he gets the benefits? After a while, Zhang Sun Xian finally spoke. His concubine looked at him and sighed. We don't know what those things are used for. Yes, Li Yi knows a lot. I want to find someone with ability. Zhang Sun Xian clenched his fist and found the problem. What gloomy wood, he still didn't know what it was used for. As for the spicy things, Li Yi said it was to be eaten. Could it be eaten? Eating diarrhea would cause a stomachache. Zhang Sun Xian was prepared to find a good aid. He didn't believe that they would give Li Yi good things. Moreover, they would take the initiative to give it to him. If there were a few people who knew a lot of things to help, he was not afraid of not having a good idea. Yes, I can't always be the one at a disadvantage. I want to make up for it. Li Yi, I'm not done with you. Zhang Sun Xian waved his fist and encouraged himself. He was on the same page as Li Yi. If he didn't take advantage of him, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Chapter 468. Just as Zhang Sun Xian was pondering which advisor to ask for help, boats were docking at the docks of the Middle River next to Rong Province in Yi County. Military supplies, other boats make way. Add lanterns and torches to the docks and move our goods first. A group of people on the leading boat shouted in unison. The boats that were about to lower their sails to dock immediately adjusted their sails and began to drift away from the docks. The people on the same boat signaled to the other boats. Now that they were following the current, the boats needed to be adjusted as they returned to the middle of the river. Otherwise, they would be washed away. The porters on the docks, who were resting, also stood up. More torches were lit. Several boats docked, and the boats behind the fleet continued to Lu Province, where another batch of boats would stop to unload their goods. From Lu Province, they would pass through Wuxia to Rong Province and unload their goods. The other 4 places were Ba Province in the east, Kuei Province in the southwest, and Feng Province and Liang Province even further east. Feng Province and Liang Province were not suitable for transporting goods from Shu, so it was better to send them from Chang'an. Chang'an was closer. For the last 2 places, people with exchange coupons could just deliver the coupons, and the locals would recognize the money. The other 5 places could only rely on the salt merchants of Shu. It took a total of 12 days to reach the Shu lands, and 9 days for a fast horse. When Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong received the letter, they spent a day gathering supplies and distributed them that night. In 2 days, they sailed with the current and arrived at Rong Province first. They wanted to send silk and copper coins. The silk made up most of the supplies, but the copper coins did not make up for more than 2 taels. The merchants of Yi province were at a loss. Had the salt merchants gone crazy? They rushed the goods and money to the docks and drove everyone else to the side. The salt merchants shouted for military supplies to take up space first. They loaded their boats and left one after another. They were originally going with the current, and now they pulled up their sails. Were they not afraid of crashing into other boats? After the goods at high docks were unloaded, the person in charge called for others to help deliver them to Zhicheng's residence in Rong province. At this time, the general of the Right Vanguard Guard, Li Xiandao, was still on his way, leading the armies of Feng province and Liang province. When the goods were unloaded, the urgent report from the imperial court had just arrived at Rong province. It took about half a day to travel from the docks to the capital of Rong province. The Shu salt merchants ran at the same speed as the messenger. When the messenger reached Shu, he also took a boat. There was no way to run by land. The messenger used a small boat, which was slow. The salt merchants used a large boat with oars and sails. 4 hours later, a portion of the fleet that had just passed through stopped at the docks of Luzhou while the rest turned toward Wuxia. The Wuxia was going against the flow, and the river curved back and forth, so there were places where a tracker was needed. The people in the fleet paddled and adjusted the sails. They would first go against the current and wait for a place where they encountered a boatman before they used the boatman. It was very dangerous for trackers to pull the fibers and light torches at night. However, at this time there was no need to ask for speed. More money was needed as long as the ship was moving forward. The Shu salt merchants paid for the manpower and ship costs themselves. They did not touch the money on the exchange coupons given by Li Yi. One was to deliver things to the army. They were going to fight. As a salt merchant, he should provide support. The other was that they had planned to use the money in the redemption coupons to transport the goods. In the future, when he asked Li Yi for help in Chang, and Li Yi would help. However, Li Yi would not pay for things that also required money. Now that he and the others had paid extra money, when they went to Chang and had no money on hand, Li Yi would naturally pay for it. This was especially true for the officials of Chang, and Li Yi was very popular with them. In the encampment of the Zhicheng residence in Rongzhou, Commandant Zhicheng Yuzilong was writing a memorial under an oil lamp. He wanted to send it to Chang, and to express that there was no problem on his side. He had received the official letter last night, and this morning he had sent it to the military households of the Zhicheng residence. The military households all went home to prepare mainly food. They went to the storehouse to retrieve weapons and armor. Once the Zhicheng residence set out, there would be no more baggage. The baggage would only be sent to the front later. During this period of time they had to bring their own food. Some wives steamed rice and stir-fried it while wiping their tears. They did not know if their husbands would be able to return alive this time. The children at home also stopped making noise, and the elderly helped out. As the husbands slept, they did not know when the order to assemble would be given. For them this was life. The Zhicheng residents did not need to pay rent. They had to prepare their own light weapons and armor, as well as provisions for the marching army. At the end of the afternoon, there was a noise outside the Zhicheng residence in Rongzhou. The scout ran out and came back after a while to wake up Yuzilong, who had not slept well. "What's the matter?" Yuzilong thought it was going to start. "Our salt merchants sent a large amount of silk and copper coins from Izhou. They rushed all the way and just arrived," the guard replied. "Who sent it to?" Yuzilong still did not understand. "Prefectural soldiers. We also have 2 coins for each person." The guard looked very happy to get 2 coins for free. "Who sent it?" Yuzilong felt that he was dreaming. Someone came to send 2 coins to the people of the Zhicheng residence? It was said that Her Majesty asked Li Yi to send it. Li Yi has 1,000 mu of land in Zhuangzi by the Ba River in the east of Chang'an. The guard said something that even he did not believe, but there was no other way. It was what the other party said. "Get some water. I'll wipe my face." Yuzilong wanted to wake up. After a simple tidying up, he went out and saw the person in charge sent by the salt merchants, Steward Pan. His surname was Pan, and his name was Steward Pan. "Greetings, Commandant Yu." Steward Pan handed over a document. Someone next to him brought a lantern. Yu Zilong opened it to read. It read, "Reporting to Yu Zilong, who has subdued the military officer. Our shoe salt merchant has received an urgent report. We have obtained several tens of thousands of taels of silver in exchange for silk and copper coins. In return for His Majesty's grace, we have become the golden purple light Lu Daifu Li. There was a series of seals, handprints, and signatures. Yu Zilong could imagine the other party's situation when he saw one. The famous salt merchants of Shu were all on it. When they were alone, they were the salt merchants of Shu. When they were together, they were the Shu salt gang. Yu Zilong read it again. There were not many words, so he could roughly understand. There was something called an exchange certificate. It had a lot of money and could be exchanged for other money. Her Majesty knew about this matter, so she probably asked them to send it. There was a person called Li Yi who was Jinzi Guang Lu Da. How could he be a civil official? A third-rank civil official with no real position? If he didn't send money but asked for money, he was definitely a swindler. Li Yi has tens of thousands of coins? Her Majesty asked him to pay, so he paid? Yu Zilong asked Steward Pan. Steward Pan had followed him to Chang'an, so he knew some of the situation. Yes, tens of thousands of coins. There are 2 prefectures that are far away from us and have been separated. We will take care of the rest. Steward Pan answered. He has 1,000 mu of land? Yu Zilong asked again. Yes, it's by the Ba River. Steward Pan answered again. Then his land is planted with gold? Yu Zilong was a little angry. More or less. In the winter of Chang'an, cucumbers could not be eaten anywhere except in the imperial family. Now you can eat cold melon. The Li family Zhuangzi has guts. Steward Pan understood Yu Zilong's thoughts, so he told him the truth. Yu Zilong was stunned this time and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while he said softly, "Floral water, Li Dongzhu? Commandant Yu is knowledgeable." That's him. Steward Pan smiled. It was good that he knew. It was convenient to communicate. Since it's him, he probably has money. Leave the money. When dawn comes, I will give it to my brothers. Yu Zilong agreed. Steward Pan shook his head. No, we have to have our people personally deliver it to everyone according to the list. Chapter 469. You don't trust me? Yu Zilong glared at him, looking like he was about to do something. Manager Pan smiled. He wasn't afraid. He represented the salt merchants of Shu. Why don't you invite Manager Pan in? Yu Zilong smiled and asked his men to let him in. He knew that he couldn't get the money, so he might as well be a good person. After all, the one who sent the money was a third-rank official, a higher rank than him. In Chang'an, he had a relationship with Her Majesty and couldn't be easily provoked. A group of people pushed carts and carried bags in. The non-commissioned officer gave them water to drink. If he didn't look at the other party's hard work, wouldn't he look at the face of the money? Manager Pan and the others were indeed tired. He was tired. He rushed all the way and had to hire temporary workers. Needless to say, who wasn't tired from work? Everyone found a place to sit and drink water. Yu Zilong accompanied Manager Pan and asked about Li Yi. He had written letters with Chang'an, and the other party mentioned Li Dongzhu. It was said that he was very rich and had a close relationship with the girls in Pyongkong Square. Yes, the letter focused on Li Yi and Pyongkong Square, especially Nankou. This made Yu Zilong yearn for it. Beautiful women might not be able to enter Nankou, but those who could enter Nankou were basically beautiful. Manager Pan, have you seen many girls in Nankou? How is Xinyan? Yu Zilong didn't ask about the money. He asked about the important things. I haven't seen them, but the letter said that they always go to Li family Zhuangzi. Manager Pan gave an answer. The salt merchants of Shu couldn't stop their contacts with Chang'an. They had shops and people. Then do you think Li Yi can handle it? Yu Zilong didn't look like a military officer at all. He even winked when he spoke. Manager Pan smiled slyly. I heard that when Xinyan goes there, Li Dongzhu shouts at night can be heard on the east wall of Chang'an. Isn't that several miles? Yu Zilong revealed a terrified expression. That's right. Li Dongzhu is using a loudspeaker to sing. There are so many songs. They're so nice to listen to. Manager Pan said. That kind of thing can be sung through a loudspeaker? Yu Zilong continued to be shocked. That's right. Steward Pan joined in the idle chatter. Otherwise, what else could he do? If he were to sleep now, he wouldn't be able to wake up later, so he might as well chat. When the sun rose above the horizon, smoke rose from the chimneys of every household. Usually, her husband would have 2 meals a day. Since her husband was about to go to war, she had to feed him well. Otherwise, if he collapsed due to exhaustion, it wouldn't be a problem of eating more food. Go gather the brothers. Yuzilong had been chatting all this time. He couldn't sleep, so when he saw that it was about time, he shouted. Every household thought that there was going to be a war, so they first ran out to see the situation. If the announcement was made, they would quickly return home to get dressed and carry their rations. This time, the Tang dynasty had gathered the forces of 7 subjugation prefectures, totaling 30,000 men. Some were near and some were far, which meant that many of the House of Subjugation did not have soldiers available. The Tang dynasty had been at war for years, so they needed logistics. In other words, they needed food and farmers. If they needed soldiers, the House of Subjugation would go and fight. Sometimes, when a House of Subjugation was almost full, they would retreat and build another House of Subjugation in another place. The Southwest Barbarians, Abbasid Caliphate, Tubo, Turkic, Khitan, and even the Japanese Empire in Siam. The Tang dynasty couldn't fight in one place, so the enemy didn't care. The surrounding forces had also noticed this. The southern barbarians also wanted to take a bite. The soldiers knew who they were going to fight. They didn't care too much about the Southwest barbarians. They were all dead, but they could win. After the troops were gathered, Yuzilong took the roster and handed it to Steward Pan. He stood on the high platform with a few people. When he shouted, the people beside him shouted, "Brothers, His Majesty has sent us money. 2 cutlasses per person. Take it home. This money is not pension money, but extra money." Yuzilong was very direct and didn't say anything unnecessary. The soldiers immediately puffed out their chests. Money? 2 coins for 1 person? Given by His Majesty? This money could be used to buy a lot of things. Steward Pan started to distribute the money according to the names. Everyone received the same amount. Those who took the money stood there and were not allowed to leave, in case someone pretended to be someone else and stood out again. The House of Subjugation in Luzhou had also started. The troops from other places had not arrived yet, so they had to wait. The non-commissioned officer who took the money had high morale. They saw that His Majesty was thinking about them. Even if they died in battle, they would get a lot of money. Today in Izhou, many big businessmen saw a mirror. It was lighter than a bronze mirror and didn't need to be polished all the time. If the bronze mirror was polished correctly, the top layer would be removed, and they would have to redo it. The surface of the bronze mirror now had mercury, so it had to be maintained. Not everyone could use it. It was expensive. Of course, the glass mirror was more expensive. Brother Yang, I heard that your mirror was made by the Li family Zhuangzi and Chang'an. They also gave you a lot of exchange coupons. A well-informed and powerful person came to find Yang Huanjin. Yes, Yang Huanjin didn't hide it and made tea for him. Brother Liu, do you want the mirror or the exchange coupons? Exchange coupons. Brother, take the coupons. I believe you can exchange them for the mirror when you find the Li family Zhuangzi and Chang'an. The person called Brother Liu by Yang Huanjin was called Liu Di. He was a woodcutter. He organized a large group of people and released the wood into the river. They tied the wood together to make a raft and transported it along the river. Some people had to stand on it to pole. If they were not careful, the water flow would change and they would die in the river. Those who could release the raft were not ordinary people. They had to be good at swimming, know the undercurrent in the river, and be familiar with the inertia and movement of the wood. There was a salt gang and a raft gang. Righteousness was the most important thing. Life and death were unpredictable. Brother Liu, I will give you 5,000 coins. Yang Huanjin thought for a while and gave the number. It's not enough. Brother Yang, since we are brothers, please help me. Liu Di was unwilling. You didn't help with this. Yang Huanjin shook his head. I know it's too late. I'm willing to help in the future. Liu Di expressed. Brother Liu, do you want to cross over? Yang Huanjin asked again. Mirrors were a luxury. I just want a few mirrors to give to others. Haha. Liu Di laughed and gave Yang Huanjin a look. 8,000 coins, no more. But you have to give me 8,300 coins. Yang Huanjin gave in. My good brother Yang, 10,000 coins. I will give you 10,500 coins. Lu Di bargained. He was willing to pay more. Only this time. I don't have much. I have 20,000 coins in total. This exchange coupon is convenient to carry. Yang Huanjin agreed because of the extra money, but he couldn't give more. Lu Di nodded with a smile. Other salt merchants who had exchange coupons were facing the same problem. If someone wanted to exchange, they had to pay more. One was that the exchange coupons were convenient to carry, and the other was that everyone wanted mirrors. There were only 10 mirrors in total. They didn't expect to buy them from the salt merchants. They were going to buy them from Li Yi when they went to Chang'an. Li Yi, who was in Chang'an, didn't know that the shoe merchants were so sensitive. They would rather spend 1/20th of the money to get the exchange coupons. Other merchants believed that the salt merchants were not stupid, which meant that the exchange coupons were really worth the price. It was much easier to get the exchange coupons. Otherwise, not to mention the distance dozens of miles away, were they going to transport copper coins or silk? How much would it cost to transport them? When they arrived at the place, both sides would check. How much time would it take? Chapter 470. Goodbye, goodbye. Pay attention to safety if you can't land. Li Yi, who didn't know what happened in Shu, said goodbye to the winged knights. 1,000 winged knights and 3,000 horses left with 10 hot air balloons. They received a message that His Majesty asked them to go to the southwest to support the battlefield. They were equipped with glass, which was not as good as the binoculars that Li Yi exchanged. There were also barrels of alcohol filled with iron sheets, as well as 201-kilogram packs of explosives. They could carry more than that. There were meat floss and compressed biscuits in the backpack. There was no place to put anything else. Heavy armor was not equipped. There were only swords and bows. Crossbows were not needed. They were too heavy. There was grass in the current season. When they arrived in Shu, the climate was good and there was always grass. The things that Ma brought for him were fried beans, ground pepper, and a bundle of hay in case of an emergency. In fact, horses could eat meat, but eating for a long time would cause problems. Occasionally eating a few mouthfuls could withstand it. 1,000 winged knights went to the war, led by Fan Fan. Another 1,000 winged knights came to replace them. They were all newcomers. Then Empress Wang also left, leaving the children behind. Zhuangzi had a wet nurse. She said that she would go back to Zhuangzi to deal with something. Empress Wang's so-called deal was to arrest people and arrange them to mine. Don't look at her, usually lively in front of Li Yi. Think about it, a woman who pushed her husband to kill people to seize the throne. What kind of heart did she have? This year, many fields are planted with cotton, and there are no cabbages. When the weather gets colder, the cabbages will come down. Buy more cabbages. There is still ice in the ice house. Take it out quickly and send some to heavenly earth. Everyone can eat it. When the grain is harvested, let me plant greenhouses. More silk, less glass. Plant what you need. Don't plant winter wheat. The crabs will continue to be planted in autumn. In a few days they will be on the market. Prepare to make drunk crabs. The recipe of soy sauce was announced. Zhuangzi did not sell it. They made it for themselves. Whose cucumber, eggplant and other vegetables in the field. Buy the small ones and buy them. In 2 days, Big Brother seafood will be shipped over. We'll make shrimp oil side dishes for you. We'll weave rattan baskets and paste oil paper on the inside and outside. Promote the use of 5 mu of greenhouses in each of the 20 counties. Publicize the application of mineral fertilizers in the newspapers. After Li Yi sent off a group of winged knights and third sister-in-law to the front line, he began to make arrangements for Zhuangzi. The grapes had ripened so they could eat what they needed to eat and make wine when they needed to. The grapes were not sweet enough. The seeds of the carrots would start to be harvested in half a month, and the harvested seeds would continue to be planted in the greenhouse. The carrots that had been seeded were obviously not as juicy as those that had not been seeded. They tasted a little overripe. Songda brought a group of stewards to take notes. Normally, the stewards would be in charge. When was it time to remind Dongzhu what to do? But the Li family Zhuangzi didn't need it. Dongzhu had arranged everything clearly. Don't be fooled by the fact that the owner wrote medical books and taught classes all day long. In fact, he was very familiar with farming. There were also the matters of the various workshops, the tourism of the Zhang family village, the auxiliary planting and breeding in the imperial plantation, the living environment of the migrant workers, and the supporting community. The scariest thing was that Dongzhu didn't just say a word when he talked. Everyone would ask about the details and Dongzhu would tell them all the details. The stewards were convinced and didn't dare to have any other ideas. Dongzhu, who casually arranged all kinds of things for Zhuangzi, was the scariest. He was the kind that only needed a little time. They didn't know that Li Yi was used to it. In the past, there were so many employees and customers that he had to take care of. He was very busy using the computer and the receiver. The pace was fast. Now that the pace was slow, Li Yi had a lot of time to do other things. Let's put it this way. If he took the hospital's computer and entered the data, he would be able to handle the 6 departments alone. He alone could deal with the 6 bureaus, and the Great Tang's 6 bureaus were far too easy for him. When he was busy, he would be busy from morning to night. It would be more tiring. After he finished speaking, Li Yi stretched his back and the stewards left on their own accord. There was no need to greet him. After lunch, he went to teach the nurses. Now he taught the students who didn't teach children in the morning. In the afternoon, he taught the 80 people medical classes and learned the operating skills of Chinese medicine. At night, he copied books, glanced at today's accounts and went to sleep. Every day was very fulfilling. Occasionally there would be villagers, Zhang clan villagers, imperial plantation, and migrant workers who fell sick. If the imperial physicians could not treat them, he would take a look at them. Then he discussed with the imperial physicians 2 ways to deal with the difficult and miscellaneous diseases. Brothery, I sent someone to keep an eye on Zhang Sun Exine. The news is that he has been having nightmares for the past 2 days, shouting that he doesn't want to kill anyone and waking up. Then today he found 4 assistants and said that he can't suffer any more losses. He must know the value of whatever he encounters. On the evening of July 30th, Li Chengqi came and told Li Yi about Zhang Sun Exine. He is a giant baby. Don't worry. He will understand after more experience. Li Yi smiled. He didn't have a bad impression of Zhang Sun Exine, and he didn't judge people in a black and white way. This was a relationship of interests. When you define others as bad people, think about yourself. Similarly, when you see others as good people, think about yourself. As the environment and situation changed, people's behavior also changed. Wang said, generously singing in Yen City, calmly being a prisoner of Chu, drawing the knife into one swift movement, not letting the youth down. He did think so at that time. Later, he led the outside forces in, and they were unlucky. If it was Myanmar, they succeeded. They led the outside forces in, and then when it was about time, they dealt with the outside forces. Therefore, they won the support of the people, and the people selectively forgot what happened in the past. Wang didn't have the chance to do that, so he was deliberately promoted and left behind a bad name. Li Yi knew human nature and history. Just like financial affairs, if you don't supervise him, you will harm him. As long as Li Yi could help him achieve his goal, everything else was a small matter. Li Longji also didn't care about such a distant relative. He didn't know that in history, when he was dealing with Zhang Sun Exine, Li Longji compromised to others. To put it nicely, he didn't side with the relatives. To put it bluntly, Li Longji couldn't bear the pressure. Censor Li Jie wasn't a good person either. The conflict between him and Zhang Sun Exine might be a ploy by others. And the ploy wasn't targeted at Zhang Sun Exine, but Empress Wang. Some people wanted to see Li Longji's attitude under the pressure of the officials. At that time, the crown prince had already been appointed. Li Yi knew this, but he didn't want to say more. It was useless, so he might as well do it. So, he helped and waited until the baby was born. Yes, brothery, you're right. He's just a child, he doesn't know anything. Li Chengqi didn't know more about the future history. He felt that Li Yi's evaluation of Zhang Sun Exine was too correct. Zhang Sun Exine was stupid and easy to be used. His Majesty threw him to Lantian County. I will make him understand. Don't worry, his position is very important. If I stand in front of him, I will kill. Li Yi revealed his political skills at this moment. He didn't stand in front of him, but he pushed others. If he stood in front of the reform, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear it and would be directly eliminated by others. Chapter 471. I was wrong. I let down the court's training and the emperor's high regard. Originally, I also wanted to contribute to the prosperity of the Tang dynasty, but I went further and further down the wrong path, and when I got the first penny I should not have got, I was in a panic. Then there was the second copper, the third copper, and the first copper. I indulged myself. I had more money in my eyes and more power in my heart. The former county magistrate of Lantian County was giving a report today in front of the county office of Gaoyang County. Many officials and people were watching. He didn't have an electronic loudspeaker. When he spoke, the 4 people next to him would shout for him. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He used to be rather plump, but now he looked very thin. When he wasn't giving a report, he had to dig. If he didn't dig well, he wouldn't have enough to eat. Now he was giving a report. His family was crying in the crowd. It was too pitiful. Killing people was just a matter of nodding his head. How could he torture people like this? The officials of Gaoyang County felt sad for the death of a rabbit. It was very uncomfortable, but the people didn't think so. He deserves it. Punish him. The people can be abused, but the heavens can't bully him. Retribution. Thank you, Your Majesty. His family should be exterminated. Kill him and exile his family to Lingnan. You're crying. Do you know how many people are crying because of you? Who can those homeless people talk to? If it weren't for Li Dongzhu's help, how many people would have died? The people didn't have any pity at all. They wished they could exterminate the county magistrate. The officials of Gaoyang County were wiping their sweat, even if the weather was a bit cold in the morning. The county magistrate looked at the 2 officials who came out of the Li family Zhuangzi's team. He was trying hard to recall if there was anything he didn't take care of. He admitted that he was scared. Li was too sinister. They were both officials. Couldn't he just hang them? End all troubles. Why did he have to force them to dig in the mines and threaten them to punish their family if they didn't talk nicely? It was just one person's fault. How could he implicate his family? Gaoyang County was like this. The other counties were in similar situations today. Everyone was scared. They finally understood what it meant to be magnanimous and what it meant to win people over with virtue. It was said that at that time, Li and Li Dongzhu were happily rushing back from Hunan Prefecture by land, and nothing happened. As they walked, they encountered people running from Lantian County to Luoyang. After seeing more, Li and Li Dongzhu became angry. Now it had become what it was now. The officials of Jiangji County were all mining and making reports on their days off. A few of them had already been expelled from their families. Don't you, Li, think about your own family? Oh, your entire clan is dead. I forgot. Sorry. Therefore, even though it was clearly someone else who had made a mistake, it was reported to another county. However, the officials of the counties were afraid of Li. The students of the Li family Zhuangzi, who came out to be officials, suddenly found that their superiors were kind to them. Xiaoguang, little Lin, I heard that you want to build 5 mu of greenhouses in our Xingping County? The county magistrate of Xingping County found the 2 officials arranged by the Li family Zhuangzi at noon that day. Tan Xiaoguang and Lin Xian looked at each other and nodded. Lin Xian said, Ming residence, is it not okay? Not okay. The county magistrate glared. Little Lin, I want to criticize you. Last year, the greenhouses of the Li family Zhuangzi and the Zhang family village earned a lot of money. Since you 2 have a good idea, how can you only build 5 mu of greenhouses? As officials of Xingping County, you 2 have to consider the people of Xingping County. 5 mu of land is not obvious to the people. There is so much land in the county, so you have to build them separately. There are 3 places and each one needs 5 mu of land. The Xingping County magistrate gave an answer. He had to criticize them. But Ming residents, didn't you say that success or failure is unknown? How can you call it risky? Tan Xiaoguang recounted what happened a few days ago. That was me testing you. As long as it is for the people, you cannot be easily swayed. You 2 are not bad. Therefore, as long as I am in power, I will not let you 2 be helpless on matters that benefit the people. You don't have enough money, right? The county will provide it. Oh, if the tents belong to the Li family Zhuangzi, and if the county provides the land, you can just give 30%. The Xingping County magistrate continued to speak with a strong sense of righteousness. If not for Li Yi's influence, Tan Xiaoguang and Lin Xian would have been moved to tears. Unfortunately, Li Yi's teachings were better than this. Tan Xiaoguang glanced at Lin Xian, and Lin Xian nodded. Thus, Tan Xiaoguang followed the words he learned from Dong Zhu and said, Ming residence is really for the country and the people. Their hearts are with His Majesty, and they have both hands on the people and education. They have integrated the land, the people, and the income. They have worked on the construction of the greenhouses, the farming of the land, the income of the people, and the stability of the local government. In terms of the supply of vegetables in the winter, they have focused on the production, quality, sales, increase, and stability of the vegetables. This number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shows that the Ming residence is confident in the big picture and has considered the details of the administrative policies. The Xingping County magistrate was dumbfounded. Can this be done? Why didn't I know? Just as he was about to speak, Lin Xian continued. Love the people, love the government, love agriculture, love industry, love business, and love the business. Use the water conservancy, farmland, forestry, and breeding as the basis. Consider the county's revenue, the county's infrastructure, and the county's investment. In the winter, summer, spring, and autumn seasons, on the basis of 2 crops rotation, implement a set of effective land use policies. This 5-4-3-2-1 policy is to ensure the prosperity of the country, the county, and the people. It will be carried out simultaneously and greatly benefit my Ming residents. The Xingping County magistrate. At this moment, he finally understood the power of the Li family Zhuangzi. What 1 2 3 4 5? 5 4 3 2 1. Did the two of you learn this from Li Yi? Sounds good, but in reality it's useless. Isn't it just planting greenhouses? Plant them. Can I go to the Li family Zhuangzi to learn? I thought I was awesome just because I could write poems. Today I understand that it's just a small trick. 50 mu. I guarantee it. If there's anything missing, the Yamen will provide it. You must carry out the 5-4-3-2-1 and the 1-2-3-4-5 policies firmly. The Xingping County magistrate compromised and didn't dare to make things difficult for anyone else. Xingping County's 50 mu greenhouses were confirmed, not 5 mu. Similar things were going on in the other counties. First, someone came to make a report. Then, the officials from the Li family Zhuangzi used even more powerful official jargon. The officials of the 20 counties realized at the same time that they couldn't win against Li Yi in terms of politics. This fucking thing came one after another. It was even more impressive than the poems that he had painstakingly written. How could an A-grade student not be able to write a poem? Li Yi didn't know that such a situation would occur. He was just used to instilling some official jargon. Wasn't this normal? Believe it or not, Li Longji could analyze 10 policies for you even if he farted. Li Yi now had something to do. Or rather, the workshop had something to do. He was writing and drawing in his study room. From time to time, he would mutter something about attacking the heavens. After he finished drawing, Li Yi carefully checked it and felt that there were no problems. Then, he took the blueprint to the workshop. Make this. It's very simple. There's no difficulty in the materials. Chapter 472. In about 10 days, the geese will fly south. On the 3rd floor of Drunken Immortal House, Zhang Sun Xian and the others were eating. They looked out the window at the clouds in the sky and spoke to one of his aides. Today was the 29th of July. Early in the morning, Zhang Sun Xian brought his aides over to eat and take a look at the construction site of Drunken Immortal House. In the past few days, he had asked the 4 aides many questions and received answers one by one. He regained his confidence and brought his wife over. The aide's idea was that the wife was the main wife. Concubines were nothing. After bringing his wife over, he stood upright. The wife considered the family, while the concubine fought for favor. Favor couldn't last long, but the family was still there. Sure enough, after Zhang Sun Xian brought his wife to Lantian County, everyone acted according to the rules and wasn't as messy as before. At the same time, his wife took care of the money he had left from selling jade and buying wood. She had the craftsman who made the 1,000-work-step bed build multi-spindle spinning wheels and find cheap wood to make them. She would build 4 frames at once and collect hemp. She would take the lead in spinning and weaving to subsidize the family. She said that when she was skilled, she would hire local people to teach them how to operate and give them high wages. This was called benefiting the people. After the family was settled, Zhang Sun Xian, who had nothing to do, went to Drunken Immortal House to check on the situation. He brought his own tea leaves and snacks made by his wife. He only asked for free water from Drunken Immortal House. When it was time to eat, he went to eat free food. His wife said to be careful. The workers of Drunken Immortal House didn't care. It was just water. Here. Zhang Sun Xian took a sip of the tea and looked at the construction site. Digging and filling, won't they work until winter? The aide replied with a smile. Drunken Immortal House is ambitious. The mine is too deep to build an island, so they can only use a floating boat as the land. When the wind is strong, the boat will shake and people can't get on it. It's a waste of money. It's better to go to the land next to it, expand the pond and build another island. When the time comes, the bigger pond can be used to raise fish and plant lotuses. The 4 aides were cousins with the surname Luo. They were called Luo Aocheng, Luo Aochang, Luo Xin, and Luo Ojuan. They had learned a lot and were good at different things. They didn't pass the imperial exam this year, and were preparing to take the exam next year. Just as they were anxiously looking for connections, the Empress's brother-in-law actually wanted her, so they came over. The original brother-in-law of the Empress's brother-in-law was obviously different. Can we destroy it? Zhang Sun Xian, who was still thinking about revenge, looked at the 4 people expectantly. The 4 of them shook their heads at the same time. Luo Aochang said, "It's normal construction. We can't interfere." Zhang Sun Xian revealed a regretful expression. "If we can dig up gold, this place will be treated as a mine and managed by the imperial court. Boss, don't spread any more rumors." Luo Xian glanced at Zhang Sun Xian and knew what he was thinking. "No, I won't. Li Yi is too cruel to those who spread rumors." Zhang Sun Xian dispelled the idea. After drinking a few more mouthfuls of tea, he asked the waiter to refill his water. Guan Xiaotan came over with a small jar in his hand. "Inspector Zhang Sun, my family's Dongzhu sent someone to deliver 2 caddies of beef mince. It must be eaten within 3 days and cannot be stored for too long." Guan Xiaotan put the small jar on the table and introduced it. "It can't be poisoned, right?" Zhang Sun Xian was skeptical. "If my Dongzhu wants to poison someone, wouldn't it be more convenient to poison them with plain water? The beef mince contains the skin of the thing I picked that day, but it's not very spicy. Inspector Zhang Sun will know when you try it." After saying this, Guan Xiaotan left. It was up to him to eat it or not. He would throw it away later. "I'll eat it at noon. I've eaten spicy beef mince in the palace before," Zhang Sun Xian said with a smile. His wife had told him this when she came over. Then he showed an envious expression. "Li Yi has good food to eat every day. I wonder what he'll eat at noon today and what he'll be busy with." Ba Shuili family Zhuangzi. Li Yi, who Zhang Sun Xian was thinking about, was persuading the winged knights. "I see that you all have nothing to do all day. Why don't I take you to play a game? It's very fun." "It's not a lie at all," Li Yi said to the winged knights who were looking at him with frightened eyes next to a small hot air balloon. In the crowd, the first batch of winged knights' non-commissioned officers' face was pale. The people who came later did not seem to be in a good state either. They had not been played by Li Yi before, but they had been played by the first batch of people who were 1 level lower. Even those who were 1 level lower were tortured to the point of wanting to die, not to mention the game that the seniors had played before. "Li Dongzhu, let us go. We're very busy right now. We're busy getting used to the hot air balloon," the veteran said with a bitter face. "It's not the same as last time. This time it's easy and not tiring. I don't want to play like last time either. I'm tired." Li Yi continued to persuade, his eyes filled with sincerity. The non-commissioned officers shook their heads. They did not want to play. They did not want to play no matter what. Guizi could not stand it anymore. He stood up and said, "Li Dongzhu, you say it. What do you want to do? A real man should die. What are you afraid of? Look at your official Gua. Li Yi admires this kind of person the most." Li Yi praised Guozi. Say it. Guozi looked as if he was going to go all out. Official Gua, do you know how to calculate? Li Yi nodded and asked. Of course I know. I know how to add, subtract, multiply and divide. Guozi said confidently. He was able to become a general, but if he did not know how to calculate, how would he know how many people, how much food and how much daily consumption? Then that's easy. Do you know how to calculate 9 chapters? Li Yi picked up a book. Guozi shook his head. No. It's okay if you don't know how to. What we learned is now a separate book. It's called the Island's Computational Canon. This is interesting. There's no need to learn sine and cosine, and there's no need to deduce formulas. All you have to do is memorize it. Once you're familiar with the 9 methods, you can calculate different heights and depths, and measure them in different places. Along with binoculars, you can measure whatever you want in the future. Li Yi took out the Island's Computational Canon. It was available now, but most people did not learn it. One reason was that it was difficult to learn. The other reason was that they did not even know how to write. How could they learn it? When the winged knights heard about arithmetic, their heads began to buzz. I'm a soldier, why do I have to learn this? Li Dongzhu, why do you want to learn it? The old soldier asked again. Of course it's to fight. The right time, the right place, and the right people. The right time can depend on the heaven, but the right place needs to be measured. Once you have mastered this, I will teach you how to draw maps by hand using the method of drawing maps. I'll provide you with paper, pens, rulers, and draw contour lines. If the ground troops can go over directly, they'll work with the air to scout and draw maps. If the ground troops can't go over, or it's too dangerous, the hot air balloons will be responsible for scouting and drawing maps. Let's first draw the terrain of the Tang dynasty's border, and then draw the terrain of the enemy's side. Before the battle, send the hot air balloons to draw maps and then start the battle. Especially Tubo and the Turks in the west, there are many mountains, rivers, and valleys. Li Yi stated his purpose. He wanted to train the Yulin flying cavalry into a special force, not a suicide squad that was besieged by ants. When they were in formation, they could not directly charge to break the enemy lines. It would be too wasteful. The winged knights should be in the most crucial position on the battlefield, just like the Marines. Not only did they have to learn to measure and draw maps, but they also had to learn to measure the distance of cannons, use their thumbs to aim and calculate formulas. Swimming, rock climbing, parachuting, and rope crossing. Who would be weak if they were fixed and dismounted? In addition, they also had to practice field medicine. It was not enough to only use pigs for practice. They had to be sent to the war zone to treat their comrades in other units. Chapter 473. When the non-commissioned officer heard Li Yi say that it was for war, they no longer frowned. They knew their position. They had to be the strongest in the Tang dynasty, no, the strongest in the world. They had to know what others couldn't, and they had to know what others couldn't. Dongzhu, tell us how to learn. We're willing to learn, the veteran said. Yes, we'll learn. Dongzhu won't harm us. Dongzhu, I'm afraid of studying the most, but this time I'll do my best. I'll treat it as if someone has put a gun to my neck. If I don't learn, I'll die. The other non-commissioned officers shouted one after another. They looked like they were going to risk their lives. They envied scholars. Previously, the 3,000 winged knights in Zhuangzi learned how to write. Now, the winged knights were learning how to write and use it to transmit information. Find the students to learn. This is simple. I don't need to teach you. Don't play with hot air balloons all day. Isn't there a river? Wear a ball and go down. In the future, you will play water polo in the river. That's the most useful for practicing swimming. I know that there are some among the new winged knights who can't swim. Go down. After that, I'll choose a mountain and take you to rock climb. Send some low-ranking officials from Honglu Temple to teach you the Tubo and Turkic languages in Zhuangzi. Li Yi made the arrangements. He also wanted to learn the Tubo and Turkic languages, as well as writing. The non-commissioned officer's morale was high. Li Yi was relieved. He ran to the workshop and found someone to make a large number of rope rulers. The rope rulers used in the workshop had 2 scales. One was centimeter and one was meter, and the other was cun, qi, and zhang. They were marked with red and blue on a rope. Now they were going to equip the army. After arranging these things, Li Yi thought for a while and found Steward's song. Tomorrow and the day after, give the children 2 days off. Go out and play. Prepare guards and carriages. Go out and eat barbecue skewers. Li Yi saw that autumn was coming. The children hadn't had an autumn outing yet. In Zhuangzi, the children had toys and looked very happy. However, the autumn outing was an activity that he had liked since he was young. He thought that the children in Zhuangzi would also be willing to participate. Of course, a holiday was a holiday. A holiday was a holiday. A holiday was a holiday. There was no need to write travel notes. Dongzhu, where are you going? Songda knew that taking care of a child was the most difficult task. If we don't go to the city, we'll be restricted. We'll go to Lantian County. Lantian County is close, and there's also the Drunken Immortal Tavern there. I want to go over and take a look to see if there are any projects that can be developed, how everyone's living conditions are, and what the employees are doing. We should have gone to Wugong County. We sent people to investigate there first, but it's quite far away. Li Yi gave it some thought and chose Lantian County. I'll go tell the children the good news now. Songda agreed and turned around to make arrangements and deliver the news. We'll talk about it at night. If we talk about it now, they won't be in the mood to study. Li Yi knew children very well. Sure enough, at night before dinner, the children went crazy when they told them that they were going to Lantian County to eat skewers the next day. They were inexplicably excited and ran and screamed. On the morning of July 30th, the Li family Zhuangzi children's troop set off again. The children lined up to get on the carriage. 60 guards came out of the village. They carried bows and crossbows and swords. The winged knights followed closely behind with 300 riders. Each person had 3 horses. The scouts were sent out early. Li Yi sat outside the carriage. His legs were hanging and swaying, looking very leisurely. Guozi, who was personally leading the team, was worried. Last night he was called by Li Yi to talk to him about something. With a large group of children, the speed of the convoy was not fast. They only arrived at Lantian County at 9 in the morning. This was the second time the people of Lantian County saw a luxurious convoy. The first time was when the villagers came over to show off their strength. When the children got off the carriage one by one, the people of Lantian County were stunned. They had long heard that the children of the Li family Zhuangzi's villagers were living well. Today, when they saw it with their own eyes, they knew that good was not enough to judge them. They were clearly little ancestors that were specially raised by the big families. Each and every one of them looked so small that they wanted to carry them home. When the little ones lined up while shouting the slogan 1212 and walked towards the largest grain sunning field in the county, the people sighed one after another. The children of the county also ran out to take a look. Their eyes were filled with envy. They were envious of so many children playing together. They were also envious of the clothes that others were wearing. When they reached the place, the children of Zhuangzi took down their backpacks and opened them. Then they shouted to the surrounding children, "Come over and play with us. We brought toys. Let's barbecue skewers together later." The children of the county who came over to take a look did not dare to move, even if their eyes were filled with yearning. In their opinion, the children of the Li family Zhuangzi were not people of the same world as them. When the children of Zhuangzi saw that they were not coming, the older children ran over. They did not mind that the other children's clothes and hands were dirty. They pulled them away. One by one, the children were pulled away. It was not that they wanted to go, but that they had no choice. But soon, they let go of their reservations and played with all kinds of toys with the children of the village. They used small shovels and pots made of bamboo to play house next to the piles of fine sand that the villagers pushed over. There were also small forklifts and dump carts with wooden wheels that the children had never seen before. They could be pushed by hand and run on the ground. Their parents could not come over and were stopped by the winged knights a stone's throw away. Small umbrellas opened one after another in the sky where the children were playing. It was the first time that the children of the county had seen such interesting things. They put the small stones into a small bag. The small bag was connected to a few ropes with a ball of silk on top. They were rolled into a ball and thrown into the sky. The bag containing the stones fell below. The silk on top became a parachute and slowly floated down. The things that they played with were bamboo dragonflies that could fly in the sky. They felt that it was not as interesting as this. Li Yi did not accompany the children. His ambulance continued forward under the protection of the 20 winged knights. He sat outside the ambulance and observed the situation of Lantian County. Every year, Lantian County would be hit by a disaster. Sometimes it would be hail, sometimes it would be floods, and sometimes it would be drought in the second half of the year. There were many mountains in Lantian County. Every place could be different. Tomorrow morning I will go up the mountain. Everyone get ready. Send out 20 of the first winged knights to follow me. Li Yi said to Guozi, who was beside him as he looked at the houses. I will go too. Guozi nodded. Go. This mountain can't be terraced. Otherwise soil erosion will worsen. It is a place that is always affected by disasters. Li Yi turned his head and looked at the mountain. There were traces of logging on the mountain. Obviously it was used to get wood. There were plants growing in the areas where the logs were cut. He did not know who planted it. It was wild grass. Then what are the mountains suitable for? Guozi did not know much about farming in the mountains. There is no need to use the land on the mountain. There is good paddy soil here. It should be used for paddy fields. It would be a pity to plant wheat. There is more soil. If it is sorted, it can be used for small workshops. I think the kilns in this county are the best. Li Yi knew that Lantian County had pottery and porcelain clay. The locals would definitely build kilns. As they walked and looked, Li Yi shook his head. It was poor. The houses were built with grass and mud. There were no tiles on them. Chapter 474. Li Yi looked at the houses that the residents lived in. There were both good and bad houses. There were also houses with cracks in the mud walls. The outside was smeared with mud, and the color was different. Obviously, these houses were dangerous. If they continued to live there, it would be heavy snow or heavy rain, and they would be easily overwhelmed. Guozi shook his head. It was too bad. Compared to the Li family Zhuangzi, it was much worse. The Li family Zhuangzi. When he thought of the Li family Zhuangzi, Guozi sighed. Why did he have to compare himself to the Li family Zhuangzi? Are you Li Dongzhu? When the ambulance was about to arrive at the courtyard of another house, a 14 or 15-year-old boy looked at Li Yi and asked. He had a basket on his arm and a bamboo basket on his back. I am Li Yi. Li Yi nodded and replied. The ambulance stopped. Do you want to buy walnuts, chestnuts, and kiwis? The boy took 2 steps forward and showed Li Yi the things in his basket. In the basket there were small kiwis. In the basket behind him there were big balls with burrs and small green balls. Li Yi knew that the big balls contained chestnuts and the small ones contained walnuts. The kiwis were not the big ones that Li Yi used to eat. They were smaller. The chestnuts and walnuts were wrapped in the outer skin, and he could not see what was inside. Li Yi jumped out of the ambulance and took out a kiwis from the basket. He peeled them with his hands and asked, Are they easy to sell? Kiwis are sold everywhere. They cannot be sold at a high price, and they cannot be kept for long. Walnuts are hard to eat, and there are people who come to buy them. The price is not as high as the price in Chong, and chestnuts can be kept for a longer time. You can eat chestnuts as rice all year round. You can go to the mountains to pick them and leave more money for your family. The boy looked at Li Yi peeling the kiwis and putting down the basket. Apparently, he had just come down from the mountains and was covered in dew. Have you ever thought of drying kiwis? They can be kept for a long time. You can use sulfur to smoke them. Walnuts can be stored for a long time. If you want to open them, you can use something like a guillotine. There is no need to smash them. Chestnut. I don't know if all the people in your county are of one mind. Are they willing to gather the money to buy the iron pot? If you want, you can take the chestnuts to Chong and to sell every day. As Li Yi spoke, he peeled the kiwi and took a bite. It was sour and not so sweet. Obviously, it was not fully ripe yet. In order to preserve it for a few more days, he ate it. The young man stood there, carefully observing Li Yi. Can you make money? When Li Yi finished eating the kiwi, the young man asked with hope in his eyes. Li Yi nodded. Yes, but you'll need a big iron pot with chard or coals underneath. Li Dongzhu, wait a moment. The teenager put down the things and ran away. Li Dongzhu, do you cook chestnuts in a big pot? Guizi asked the question in his heart. He felt that it was the same if he cooked it normally. Would it taste better if he cooked it in a big iron pot? Stir fry. Li smiled and took a walnut. There was still a green skin on the outside. He weighed it twice. Officer Gua, look, this walnut has a green skin now. Just bury it in the ground and cook it. Then the outer skin will be easy to peel. But how can you extract the walnut kernels from the inside as much as possible? This thing with a flat mouth like a guillotine can be pressed out. If you want to take it out completely, it's best to take it out when it's wet. The kernels inside are not dry. The dry kernels can be soaked, boiled, steamed, and pressed. The kernels inside are still very intact. Li threw the walnut back into the basket and taught Guizi how to extract the kernels. Now, the walnuts in Lantian County were not paper walnuts. They were very hard, second only to the wild walnuts in the northeast. The wild walnuts in the northeast were simply not edible. Using a hammer, it took a lot of effort to break them open. The meat inside was embedded in the shell, and then used a needle to pry it open. But if it was cooked and pressed with a machine, it could still be extracted intact. Guizi listened and learned. Li Dongzhu was full of knowledge. If the chestnuts are stir-fried, should I peel them and stir-fry them? Guizi thought of eating. Stir-fry them together with the shell. See if the shell is easy to break or not. If the shell is not easy to break, I'll make a small cut manually. Li took out a big thorn ball from the basket. The ball was already open. Li broke it and took out a few chestnuts. He observed, it looks like it needs to be cut open. It will take a little effort. Li Dongzhu, how do you want to cut it? Let me do it. Guizi took out a small knife from his waist. Li threw one over. Cut it horizontally. You can peel it after stir-frying. Guizi caught it in his hand and cut it open. The skin was about to break. Is it like this? Yes, after cutting it like this, steaming is also fine. But there's a lot of moisture and it's not as good as stir-frying. Li threw the chestnuts in his hand into the basket and turned to wash his hands in the car. When he came out, the young man ran back with a large group of youths behind him. There, Li Dongzhu is there. The young man shouted as he ran. A group of people ran over and surrounded the car and Li. They were all panting. Some of them had wounds on their hands and were squeezing blood out with their other hand. From their clothes, they should be a group of people who went to the mountains to pick kiwis, walnuts, and chestnuts. Wait a minute, Li said to the group. He turned and went into the car to get a basin of water, and another basin of water. There were also soap and hand towels placed at the side. First, use this basin of water to wash your hands and face. Then use the other basin of water to wash again. Those who were injured did not need to be afraid. Hearing that there was soap to use, the youth surrounded the basin and washed their hands and carefully wiped the soap. After washing, Li took out some alcohol. Those who are injured, come over. It hurts. Bear with it. The one who pinched his hand first offered some money. Li dipped a cotton ball in alcohol and wiped his hand. The young man was stunned and took a deep breath. It hurt. Are you going to pool money together to buy a big iron pot? I don't think it's enough. When Li talked about business, the young man did not feel the pain anymore. He just wanted to make money. We can ask for more from the family. It will be enough. The young man from before looked like he wanted to take a gamble. There's no need to ask for more from the family. How about this? I'll lend you money to buy the pot. Interest of 1 cent will double after 100 days. Li gave a high interest of 1 cent, 1%. Based on 365 days a year, borrowing a pot would yield a profit of 3 pots and 65 cents. The interest would compound. In a year it would be 37.8 times. In 100 days it would be 1.7 times. When the youths heard that the interest of 1 cent would double after 100 days, they hesitated. Let's do it. Does Li Dongzhu lack an iron pot? He must have a way to let us earn back the money. The young man from before clenched his fist and agreed. Yes, Li Dongzhu does not lack money. He just wants to let us know that there are some things that we have to pay the price for. We are willing. Li Dongzhu, we don't want money. Lend us a pot and we will return you 2 pots. We want to make money. We believe in Li Dongzhu. The youth spoke one after another. They all thought that Li would not cheat them of their money. They did not have enough money to be cheated by Li Yi. Li Yi smiled and asked, "What will you do after you make a lot of money according to the method I taught you?" "I want to build a house." "No, I want to build a new house. I want to bring more people with me to make money." The young man spoke his thoughts. "What about you?" Li Yi looked at the others. "Us too." Several youths shouted at the same time. "Good, remember what you said today. If you don't do it after making money, don't blame me for being ruthless," Li Yi said solemnly to the youths. Chapter 475. Li Yi's car continued to move forward slowly, leaving behind the teenagers to discuss the method of roasted chestnuts. They will go to Drunken Immortal residence to get the big pot, spatula, and chestnut cutting knife. Then they will find suitable small stones and keep trying. They will need to cook at least 10 pots to get an approximate time. In the future, they will cook according to that time. As for the sugar, they will not use much. They will just pour sugar water into the pot. Lantian County is not the only county that produces chestnuts in the capital. If they sell well, others will learn from them. Guizi felt helpless. He felt that Li Yi should buy a large amount of chestnuts. They will return to Zhuangzi to cook in secret and sell the chestnuts after they are done. Now that they have this method, they can cook in any city in Chang, and in others will learn from them. Then my men in Zhuangzi will not need to do anything else. They will only be selling roasted chestnuts. No matter how many chestnuts there will only be one season in a year. Even if all 20 counties produce chestnuts, how many people will there be left in the capital? This method will be spread to all parts of the country. Unfortunately, Hebei province is occupied by chitons. There are a few counties that produce good chestnuts. They will open after they are cooked. It is a pity that a large area in the northeast is used by chitons and some Turks. When Li Yi talked about chestnuts, he remembered the counties in Hebei. There are also a large number of pine mushrooms in the northeast and the fish in the cold water lake. Li Dongzhu, when we return you can cook in Zhuangzi too. Let the brothers have a taste. They do not have much money and have given it to their families. Guizi was worried that there would be too many people and too few chestnuts. If they do not hurry, they will run out of chestnuts. Cook and eat walnuts too. A child can eat 2 a day. Eating too much is not good for the body, even if it is made into preserved fruits. As Li Yi talked about walnuts, he remembered that it is time to cook hazelnuts and pine nuts. This year he must prepare more. Last year's supply will run out. He can only go to the city to buy more. Why is it so expensive? Stop the car, Nay, Li Yi suddenly shouted when he was thinking. The horse was indeed obedient. When it heard the whinny, it slowed down and stopped. Another horse turned its head and looked at Li Yi with its big eyes, as if asking, "What are you doing? Is something the matter? This house is not going to last any longer. The county needs to fix it. Why didn't you report it?" Li Yi jumped out of the car and came to a courtyard. Houses made of mud and grass are not only cracked but also tilted. There were no vegetables in the yard, only 2 chickens scratching and looking for something to eat. When Li Yi said that the county should be in charge of normal government affairs, the county had to help if there were poor families. Or the officials in the county could find other wealthy families of the same clan to help, especially when there was no one to take care of an old man. The system was good, including the Grief Tianfang and Chang. The ancient people were not stupid. They knew how to deal with all kinds of things. However, the imperial court did not have any money. They still had to fight wars and pay their officials. "Is there anyone at home? I'm the owner of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Anyone in?" Li Yi shouted from outside the courtyard. After shouting a few times, the door opened and an old woman walked out shakily. "Auntie, I'm the owner of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. My name is Li Yi." Li Yi shouted again. I know. Li Dongzhu, come in. It's not locked." The old woman continued to walk. There was a wooden door in the fence, but it was not locked. There was not even a wooden pin. It was just lying there crookedly. After getting permission, Li Yi pushed open the gate and went in. He naturally took the old woman's arm. "Auntie, is there anyone else at home?" "No, it's just me. My youngest son left 5 years ago, saying that he went to learn martial arts with someone. I don't know where he went. He never came back. My eldest son helped to transport food for the army 2 years ago. He was hit by a falling rock on the road. My eldest daughter-in-law remarried. She wanted to take me with her, but she also has parents. It's not a big deal for me to go. If it weren't for my blurred vision before the beginning of spring, I would be able to tidy up the house. The imperial physician came over and prescribed some medicine. I'll be fine after drinking a few doses. The old woman smiled in Li Yi's direction. Li Yi waved his hand in front of the old woman's eyes. There was a slight reaction in her eyes. She was not blind. Auntie, you can't live in this house anymore. If you continue to live here, suddenly, ka-ka-ka-cha-boom. Before Li Yi could finish his sentence, there was a sound from the house. Then it collapsed. Li Yi hugged the old woman and lay down. At the same time, a few figures broke through the fence and came to the two of them. They carried them out. Li Yi turned back to look. He stood up and patted the dust off his clothes. He laughed. Ha ha ha, look, auntie. The house is gone. Follow me back to Zhuangzi. A benefactor. You are indeed a deity. They were right. If you hadn't come today, I would have been crushed to death in the house. The old woman trembled even more. Although her eyesight was not good, she still knew that the house had collapsed. However, she turned her head and refused. I'm not going. I want to wait for my youngest son to come back. I feel that you are a burden and can't do anything. Auntie, look. Your house has collapsed, but the land is still there. You can rent the land to me and I will use it to earn money. After that, you can take the rent to Zhuangzi. I will rent a house for you. Your land is big and my house is small. The extra money will be for your daily meals and to hire someone to take care of you. The remaining money will be used to find out where your youngest son is. When you find him and he comes back, you can live with him. I will not rent your land, and you will not rent my house. No one will lose out, okay? That's settled. Get in the car. I will continue to look around. I can earn quite a lot of money from your land. Li thought of a good idea. They could both rent the land. He helped the old woman into the car. The old woman's tears flowed down her cheeks. She did not refuse anymore. She knew that if she did not agree, she would not be able to live. She still had to wait for her youngest son. Auntie, what is there in the house that you are not afraid of losing? I will get someone to clean it up and bring it over. You can choose what you want to keep. Li Yi arranged for the old woman to get into the car. He reassured her that some of the things were souvenirs. Turning around, Li Yi shouted, "Which brother can go to the drunken immortal residence and get someone to come here? While you are at it, repair all the houses in the county that do not look good. I am a rich person. I have money. I do good. But tell Guan Xiaotan to help me ask the county magistrate surnamed Chan what he is doing. If he is waiting for the business tax to be paid, then there is no need to wait. We are making a loss this year. I will report how we lost money later. If we lose money, will they still want to collect taxes from me? Then I will have to talk to them properly. I will go." A winged knight outside said. He left with the sound of hooves. Li Dongzhu, you are a good person. The old woman listened and gave Li Yi an evaluation. Think so too. But good people are always bullied. When I am bullied, I usually endure it. Li Yi flattered himself. I have heard that the Prime Minister is magnanimous and uses virtue to win people over. The old woman continued to praise Li Yi. He had a different view of these two praises. Dongzhu, there is a motorcade in front. They say that they are officials returning to Chang'an. They have a plate. Brother, go talk to them. They asked us to wait at the side. Guazi's voice came. Tell them, no matter who they are, to stand against the wall. Otherwise, I will teach them a lesson. What kind of officials dare to take the road with me? They are too used to it. Li Yi was looking for equipment in the car. He wanted to see if the old woman's eyes were blurred, cataracts, or other diseases. When he heard that someone dared to make his car move, he was angry. This is an ambulance. Chapter 476. There were cars and people parked on both sides of the road. Li Yi's team walked in the middle of the road. The other party gave way, but not to an ambulance. Ambulances were not popular in the Tang dynasty. It was the winged knights that made the other party give way. They could not afford to offend them. It was impossible for the other party to ask about the Winged Knights' mission or who they were protecting. The Winged Knights were His Majesty's private army. What was the meaning of asking about their mission? Who they were protecting that they needed to report to you? Li Dongzhu, this is the first time I asked an officer to give way in a car. Sigh. An officer? The old woman said to Li Yi as she was being examined by Li Yi. Yes, an officer. Officer Gua, find out what kind of officer he is. He asked people to give way when he was walking on the road. Did I say anything? Does he think this is the Qing dynasty? Any random officer can be so arrogant. If he has the ability, he can enter Chong and city with his own name. Li Yi felt that this matter could not be settled so easily. He was sure that he was not holding a grudge because the other party had offended him. Yes, no, definitely not. Auntie, your illness is too rare. You are so old and yet you can still have a median eye. Median eye is usually more common in men. At the same time, it will not happen when you are old. Usually, even if it happens, it will only affect one eye, not both eyes. Your condition is too anxious. Your median eye is not good and has leaks. In addition, you have presbyopia. When you see things, there is a lump of darkness in front of you. When you see things occasionally, they look different from what you saw before. Li Yi finished his examination. The old woman had median eye and presbyopia. Her median eye had not healed and would occasionally leak. She had to get rid of her anxiety. As for whether her eyesight could recover and to what extent, only God knew. But he could guarantee that she would recover a little. It would not be as serious as it was now. Yes, Li Dongzhu, you are indeed a miracle doctor. The old woman admitted that Li Yi was right. Auntie, you have to take care of your illness. You can't be affected by the smoke. You can't be anxious. You can't eat spicy food. You can't always cry. Don't worry. Li Yi comforted the old woman and gave her medical advice. All right, we'll listen to Li Dongzhu. The old woman had no other choice. If it wasn't for the fact that she was worried about her youngest son, she would have died a long time ago. Li Yi chatted with him for a while and called someone to accompany him. He went out to continue observing the situation in the county. He didn't care about the tall walls and large courtyards. He didn't care at all. He only looked at the suffering, thought of the reasons, and thought of ways to change it. He wanted to use Lantian County as a sample for other counties as a reference. At that time, he was an awesome village official who could make every family in the village build a villa, while he was earning hundreds of millions of benefits. Cars that cost less than 1,000,000 yuan were too embarrassing to drive in the village. Then someone wanted to pick the peaches and was arrested. The people in the village didn't agree, and in the end they could only give him a suspended sentence. Li Yi felt that if he could get every family in Lantian County to build a building, it would at least be a 2-story building. Because of the coke, the local soil was also suitable for baking bricks, tiles, and cement. When a 2-story building was built, the first floor was uninhabited. If there was a flood, the house wouldn't collapse. There was no flood in the area, otherwise how could anyone survive? The first floor of the mud house was all gone. The drought wasn't a problem, they could just dig a well. The drought wouldn't last long. There were many small rivers in Lantian County. The drought would last for a few months, unless there was a small ice age. How did this stinky ditch form? Natural rain and water washing? The toilet is next to it, no? The things taken out from the cesspit can't be piled on the side of the road. Let's design it and mix it with the mineral fertilizer, stones, and soil everywhere. No matter how much lime, move it to the back. Otherwise, you'll get sick and it won't look good. This tree has to be cut down. How can there be an apricot in front of the house? That elm tree won't do either. It attracts mosquitoes. His house is a red tree in the mountains. It's fine, but it's too tall. It needs to be forked and grafted with hawthorn branches. There's a small hill behind the house. There aren't any trees growing on the hill. Why is the front yard so big? Move the house forward and the backyard will be big. When there's a mudslide, there's a higher chance of survival. It's best to plant fruit trees in the back of the mountain. Li Yi swung his legs as he sat in front of the car. He spoke as he watched. Guozi and the other winged knights were about to kneel down. They saw another side of Li Yi. He was so familiar with the layout of houses, trees, and ditches. This was a 17-year-old youth. He was never bad when it came to handling the general situation. But when it came to the small details of the county's people, he was still so skillful. If he was the county magistrate of any county, the people in the county could only wait to enjoy life. No, he didn't need to be the county magistrate. Lantian County was the closest to Zhuangzi. There was also Drunken Immortal House and other businesses, so he came over. The county magistrate of this county? Haha. 10 new county magistrates with the surname Chen couldn't compare to Li Dongzhu. Not only could he see the problem, he could also casually come up with a solution. How much could a county magistrate know about the local matters after taking the imperial examination? Li Dongzhu, are you going to take the imperial examination next year? You were busy dealing with the locust plague this year. Will you be free next year? Guizi still thought that the imperial examination was useful. He was the first in the martial arts examination, not ranked with the others. He wasn't the first in the martial arts examination. The first in the first grade was the first in the first grade. I don't know. Third brother said that he should take the imperial examination, but then he said that he should wait. Big brother said that he should set up an imperial examination for me. I also wanted to take the imperial examination and become the county magistrate of Jingji County. I'm not picky. My goal is to lead the people in the county to live a good life. Now it seems that it's the same even if I don't become the county magistrate. Li Yi swung his legs as he spoke indifferently. That's right. What else could Guizi say? For other talented people, His Majesty couldn't wait to immediately give them a position with real power. For Li Yi, His Majesty didn't want him to be a high-ranking official. When he became an official, they would meet face to face. His former brother would become his minister. As for power, Li Dongzhu's words were national policy. His Majesty attached great importance to them. As for the salary earned from being an official, Li Dongzhu would have someone send it to his door every month. Songda would take it and put it aside. The monthly salary of a third-rank official wasn't even enough for the villagers of Li family Zhuangzi to eat a meal. If Zhuangzi relied on Li Dongzhu's salary, they would all starve to death. That family is wrong. They're stupid. The direction of the terrain is just below their house. They couldn't bear to change the layout of their house, so they filled in the original ditch. Then they piled a mound of soil there, thinking that it could block the water when it rains. Looking at the soil, it should have been done this year. Such a big house with no other residents on it. It's just a mountain and a river, so it should have a canal through the house. The canal shouldn't go through the house because there are people on it. It's not a mountain and a river. If there are people, there will be sewage flowing down, so it shouldn't go through the house. Li Yi saw a rich family. If there was a flood, the walls of the house would be washed down. Whether or not it went through the house depended on the actual situation. A mountain and a river passing through the house was flowing water, but a canal passing through the house was diseased water. Obviously, the geomancer was talking nonsense based on the knowledge in the books. Someone go over and talk to this family. Guizi didn't want the family in front of him to be unlucky. If they listened, they would change it. If they didn't listen, they would change it after it was washed away. Let's go back. I have a general understanding of the situation. I'm not satisfied with County Magistrate Chen. I'm here to work. I can't just rely on the business tax. Li Yi didn't want to look anymore. Lantian County was big. He couldn't see the whole thing even if he looked at it at night. Chapter 477. Li Yi went back and did not eat with the children. His ambulance was parked in an empty area just after entering Lantian County. He set up a grill there and personally grilled the meat for the winged knights. This time he showed off. He turned a big bundle of meat skewers around like a fan. There were at least 200 meat skewers in that bundle, and he just fanned them here and there, flipping them over in one go. He had practiced this before. In the past, he watched videos and saw others doing this. He was rich and practiced. The middle part of his palm hurt. Every time he turned the skewers, the muscles in his hand worked together to exert strength. When he gripped tightly, his wrist had to be flexible. If he didn't hold it tightly, the meat skewers would move. One side was clearly grilled, but when he moved, the other side would be grilled. Therefore, when turning a big pile of meat skewers, the fingers and palms were the most powerful parts. The wrist was the key to turning. Whoosh whoosh. The 20-winged knights were dumbfounded. Could meat skewers be grilled like this? The 200 meat skewers were grilled. They were still not seasoned. The seasonings were all on the plate. When Li Yi sprinkled salt and cumin, a lot of it would fall into the charcoal fire. Grilled meat skewers were not suitable to use cumin powder. Although it was more uniform and flavorful, it was not suitable for grilling meat skewers. When eating, cumin had a chewy tip. The more you chewed, the more fragrant it became. When cumin powder was used for frying and seasoning, barbecue stalls that used cumin powder did not have good business. After grilling a batch of meat skewers and distributing them, Li Yi began to grill the tofu rolls. There was no ham or sausage in the tofu rolls, only shredded onions and coriander. He brushed it with a layer of oil and sauce, turned it over and took it out directly. If it was grilled for a long time, it meant that the tofu rolls were not fresh. Li Dongzhu, don't you have a lot of ice? Why are you grilling the tofu rolls now? It's better to freeze them first. A non-commissioned officer of the Winged Knights was very curious. The tofu was made on the spot and then found many people to roll and grill it. Frozen tofu can't be grilled. It will break when grilled, and the protein structure will be destroyed. Eat the sausages and roast them yourself. I can't cook a lot of them. Li Yi didn't hide such a secret. The dried tofu was frozen and rolled up. When it was roasted, it would crack. It tasted like tofu dregs. In the past, when he ate skewers, he would tell the waiter to brush the skewers with a layer of oil, spread some sauce, and sprinkle some seasoning before serving them. They were not allowed to be roasted for more than 3 minutes, and they were not allowed to be mushy or dry. Normal restaurants and skewer bars would understand that they couldn't use other people's leftovers, nor could they use stale dried tofu rolls. Other people's leftovers could be processed again. It was guaranteed to be dry, and the edges of the dried tofu curls would be scratched. As for those that were cooked for a long time, the dried tofu rolls were sticky and had to be roasted for a while. Sometimes, Li Yi didn't even ask for the tofu to be roasted. He would just bring the tofu rolls that were already threaded. He wouldn't roast the tofu rolls and would just dip them in the sauce or other dry ingredients to eat. Leftovers from other people's meals or food that had been left out for a long time could never be taken out. If you wanted to see if the food in a barbecue restaurant or barbecue stall was fresh or not, you could order nothing but dry tofu rolls. If not roasted, you could eat it immediately and open a bottle of beer. If it couldn't be delivered, or the taste wasn't right, you could pay the bill and go to another restaurant. The beer would be dry to quench your thirst. There was no need to talk too much. If you made yourself and the seller unhappy, there would be no point in having another conflict. Many places had chicken bars, especially in the Northeast, where there was a lot of chicken and chicken heads. Generally, you had to spray vinegar more, otherwise it would smell fishy. When you ordered, you told the waiter not to spray vinegar. This way, other people's leftovers couldn't be given to you. There would be a vinegar smell on it. After smelling it and finding that there was no vinegar smell, you could eat a few other skewers and ask the waiter to heat them up and spray vinegar. For meat skewers, you could choose not to put any seasoning and ask for a plate of dry ingredients to dip in. This was all a trick to avoid eating other people's leftovers. Li Yi roasted his own food. Of course, there was no such problem. He would just find someone to wear the marinated meat. It was the same for dry tofu. You could eat it without worry. Otherwise, you would get a stomachache. It was not a big deal. The scariest thing was that the seller knew that the meat was not good and was afraid that you would get a stomachache. So they would brush furazolidone on the meat skewers. Furazolidone is also known as Dicerin. You can't drink alcohol after taking this medicine. But how many people who eat skewers don't drink alcohol? But later, this medicine was banned from production and sales in China. It was too harmful to the human body. At the same time, other anti-gastrointestinal bacteria drugs were still not allowed to drink alcohol. So you would rather eat meat skewers that cause diarrhea than eat meat skewers with drugs while drinking alcohol. How to distinguish and avoid it? Dry roasted meat. No seasoning is allowed. You have to dip in dry ingredients to eat. Now Li Yi was roasting meat. Winged Knights were also dipping in dry ingredients to save on seasoning. There are still garlic skewers and gluten skewers over there. Whoever wants to eat, go and roast them yourself. I'm going to eat. I won't serve you anymore. After roasting a bunch of meat skewers, Li didn't roast for others. He found a place to sit down and eat. There were stewed beans, sausages, pork belly, chicken skin, chicken tips made by him in Zhuangzi. They ate heartily. Although everyone drank alcohol, they controlled themselves and only drank a little. The children ate very carefully. The sausages were all roasted and the outer layer of charred meat was removed. There couldn't be any tendons in the roasted meat. The children's teeth weren't strong enough. If they were pulled, it was easy for them to lose their teeth. Many children from the county came over. There were more than before. They were far away. They received the news late and ran over. Wing nights were a stone's throw away. The children's parents ate free rice and scrambled eggs with soy sauce. Today, the children of the Li family Zhuangzi were out. Anyone who was fated could eat free food. What do you think if I give those children? Zhang Sun Xian, who was eating free food nearby, suddenly said to his 4 aides. Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Aoqing directly interrupted him. Inspector Zhang Sun, our ability is limited. We don't want to delay your important matters. Why don't we? You're leaving. Zhang Sun Xian heard it and was very anxious. Inspector Zhang Sun, we're scared. If you want to do something to the children of the Li family Zhuangzi, you're a mortal enemy. Li Dongzhu can bury you in the mines. Li Dongzhu won't let anyone who knows about it go. We want to take the imperial examination next year. We don't want to die. Luo Ojuan said. He was about to cry. If you attack the people, Li Yi will bury you in the mines and then report it once every 10 days. If you attack the children of the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Dongzhu will torture you to death. In the future, no one will dare to provoke him. I mean, if others want to attack, can we help? What do you think I am? No matter how incompetent I am, I won't attack children. I have children too. Zhang Sun Xian was angry. Wait for me to finish. Is this how you think of me? The 4 aides were relieved at the same time. So that's how it is. Boss, if someone wants to use the children of the Li family Zhuangzi to attack Li Dongzhu, they can only pretend to be civilians. You can find more local people. Especially the peddlers and matchmakers who walk the streets. They are the most familiar with people. If they don't know people, they will tell them. Also, there are brokers in this county. They will cooperate with the first 2. If an outsider approaches, they will know the situation. Luo Aoqing was relieved and began to give ideas. Okay, help me arrange it. Zhang Sun Xian found that the other side changed the way they addressed him and was relieved. Chapter 478. When the sun set, the children who had been playing all day and had not taken a nap finally could not take it anymore. Outside the residential area of the county, there was a small river. The winged knights were busy with their shovels. Canvas tents with screens were set up for the children to sleep in. They did not eat dinner. They had been eating since noon. After a few mouthfuls, they left to find some friends to talk to. Or they would play with the sand again. When they wanted to eat, they would wash their hands again. The farmers did not stop them. This autumn excursion was to make the children happy. Urgent need for subscriptions. The number of subscriptions was increasing but very slowly in the single digits. Thank you everyone. The farmer bowed. Under the night sky, a group of teenagers rented a stove next to the drunken immortal house. They were trying their best to fry chestnuts with a shovel. They borrowed the stove and coals. Guan Xiaotan agreed to let them use the chestnuts as a rental fee. This was already the 4th pot. The teenagers went to pick more chestnuts in the afternoon. The method of frying chestnuts was simple, but the process was not easy to master. The first pot was directly fried. There were still some uncooked chestnuts inside. After taking them out, they removed the stones from the top. This process required the use of thick gloves. After the chestnuts were fried, they would stick together with a lot of stones, forming clumps. The second pot of frying was still fried. Smoke kept coming out. The other teenagers used a knife to cut the chestnuts one by one. They encountered helplessness in their anticipation, and when they had hope, they were disappointed. But they had no way out. They had to master the timing and skills. It's over again. Looking at the chestnuts in the big pot, some of them had not changed color, and some were still smoking. The teenagers felt that their strength had been sucked away. Guan Xiaotan came over and said to the leader, "Little Dong, you can't fry like this. Every time you think you will succeed, you are too anxious. Brother Guan, what should we do?" The teenager called Song Little Dong. He shook his sore arms. "Don't put it on the fire. Pour the chestnuts and sand in. Stir it back and forth. You still have not mastered the technique of stirring evenly." Guan Xiaotan did not know how to fry chestnuts, but he knew that the apprentices who learned how to cook in a big pot first fried the stones. When they could easily stir the stones back and forth with a shovel, they were allowed to cook simple dishes. The youth's arms clearly did not have the strength to stir-fry a big wok, so they could not keep up with the speed. Song Xiaodong brought a few people to carry the cauldron down. He gritted his teeth and looked at Guan Xiaotan. "Brother Guan, can you lend us a few cauldrons to practice?" "Yes, I'll lend you 2 more pots. You can practice by yourselves. Your arms will be very painful tomorrow." Guan Xiaotan nodded in agreement. He wanted to see the youth succeed. It was just 4 pots of chestnuts. She picked out the burnt ones and put the rest into the popcorn pot. She just needed to pop them again, or put it in a big pot to boil it. After boiling it, the water content was controlled. When the time came, the workers could bring it home to eat. It wouldn't be a problem. "Come on, let's practice. Tomorrow someone else will pick the chestnuts. You must learn it." Song Xiaodong regained his confidence when he saw that he could get a free cauldron. The other youths were also unwilling to admit defeat. Now all they had to do was to exert their strength and not spend any money. The youths took turns to rest, taking turns to use the spade to cook. If they were thirsty, they would drink free soup. If they were hungry, they would eat chestnuts. It's on fire, it's on fire. The county government storehouse is on fire. When the sun was about to rise in about an hour, the sound of shouting and the sound of gongs intertwined. It was the time when people were sleeping soundly. The people around the county government were woken up by the noise and were in a daze, thinking about something. The bailiffs on duty were the first to discover the fire. They shouted for their men and went to fetch water trucks. More and more commoners came out of their homes, carrying basins and buckets. They didn't forget to bring along their water pumps as toys. Within 15 minutes, many commoners were working with the fire brigade to collect water. The winged knights who were camping outside heard the noise as well. They didn't move. Only the scouts came and went as usual. "Li Dongzhu, there's a fire in the county government storehouse." Guizi came to the ambulance and knocked on the door. "I know. It's man-made. Why else would it happen at this time? The person who did this is stupid." Li Yi's voice could be heard from inside. After some time, he opened the door and got out. He was wearing chainmail and a helmet that covered his entire head. There was a gap in the helmet and a chainmail around his neck. He asked someone to send the old lady back to Zhuangzi. She didn't take off her clothes when she went to bed. "You're Dongzhu. You're right." Guizi wasn't worried anymore. The night before they left, Li Yi found him alone and told him about the situation. He told him to send more men to the children's side. He didn't need a lot of men. If he was attacked, they couldn't come and save him. At that time, he was puzzled and asked Li Yi, "Someone wants to harm you? Then why are you still taking care of the children?" Li Yi replied, "I have to come out. The children need to play. If I don't come, it will be more dangerous. If someone hides in the dark, should I just hide?" Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. If you lure the snake out, you can only be a thief for 1,000 days. How can you be on guard for 1,000 days? "Officer Gua, pack up. We're going up the mountain." Li Yi looked at the night sky. "Now." Guizi was surprised. "Yes. Now the ambulance is at the foot of the mountain. Stop there. We'll go up and send a few more men to guard the car." Li Yi said and went into the car to change his clothes. He didn't wear the chainmail anymore. He changed into a field combat uniform. The car started and ran towards the foot of the mountain. When they arrived, Guizi led 20 men and accompanied Li Yi up the mountain. He held the night vision goggles while the others held the lanterns. Li Yi was holding something that the winged knights had never seen before. It was a short spear. There was no point in the front. It was a stick handle, a bracket, and other extra things. The key was that there was a hole in the front where the head should be. There was a mirror on top of the hole. Seikor. This gun has a good magazine and is not very heavy. The key is that it is accurate at a distance of 100 feet. Li Yi told Guizi what kind of gun he was holding. There were many of these guns in Russia. They could shoot whenever they wanted. As for the Barrett, Li Yi felt that it was not suitable for him. It had a strong recoil and was heavy. What was the use of being able to shoot over 2,000 meters? Who could equip a ballista to fight him on the mountain? The Seiko TRG in his hand was very useful within a range of 100 feet. 100 feet? Where to load it? Can it kill people? Guizi had never heard of such a ridiculous name before. He was doubtful of this thing. Whether I can kill people or not depends on whether there is someone to shoot for me. This time I won't take captives, mine, or kill people. People will think that I'm kind. Li Yi decided to find a chance to kill a few people and bring them back for practice. There was no psychological burden. The team moved forward. Li Yi was protected in the middle. The others used the light of the lanterns to look at the weapon in his hand from time to time. Everyone was very curious. What kind of weapon could easily shoot a distance of 100 feet? They didn't know that this gun was still within its effective range. Li Yi had a smile on his face. He sneered. He had made up his mind. His lifespan could be increased. If there was something good to use, why not use it? The feeling of being stared at in the dark was not good. He didn't even eat breakfast before starting the fire. His original plan was to go up the mountain after dawn and let the enemies who might be hiding in the dark find and follow him. Since the other party took the initiative, he would give them a chance. Chapter 479. Kyakubo walked at the front of the group with a blade of grass in his mouth. There were only stars in the sky, and the moon was nowhere to be seen at the end of the month. He couldn't see the road, so he walked with uneven steps. From time to time someone would slip and fall, but they didn't make a sound. If it weren't for the occasional flash of light on the winding road ahead, he would have thought that he had lost them. He knew that this should be the last chance. A month, an entire month. It was his Turkic tribe that suggested sending people to infiltrate Zhuangzi, but those 25 people insisted on going through the imperial plantation. After being caught, they didn't move at all, and he didn't know if they were dead or alive. The other foreigners pushed the blame to the Turkic tribe, and everyone was on tenterhooks. Just as they were about to lose their patience and capture a few Li family Zhuangzi to threaten them, good news came yesterday. The Li family Zhuangzi brought their children to Lantian County for an autumn outing. The opportunity had come. The Li family Zhuangzi valued children. If they could capture a group of children, even if they had to die, they would exchange it for something useful. The fire at dawn was a good opportunity, but who would have thought that the winged knights wouldn't move at all? This troop was too elite and they wouldn't fall for it. Fortunately, Li Yi was probably scared, and he only followed the 21 winged knights up the mountain. He had 50 people on his side. If he exchanged 2 for 1, there would still be a few left. After capturing Li Yi, he would bring him back to the Turkic tribe and torture him all day, forcing him to give up his skills. Kyakubo was prepared for anything, including his own death. As he thought, he turned his head and looked back. He saw everything, but he was worried about the 6 people left in Lantian County. The 6 of them were responsible for lighting the fire, and they were looking for an opportunity to capture the children. He hoped that they were fine. In Lantian County. It's them. I haven't seen them before. They were mixed in with the crowd just now, and now they want to go to the children. In front of the county yamen, 6 injured people lay on the ground, tied up with ropes, and someone stepped on their backs. The person he pointed out was a peddler who walked the streets of the county. He had been hired by Zhang Sun Xian's aide to help keep an eye on people. He had pointed out 2 people just now. The other 4 were found by a broker, a blind fortune teller, and a part-time worker. Blind's eyes were now bright, reflecting the light from the torches and lanterns. The 6 people who were found panicked when they were identified. They took out their short knives and wanted to resist, but they were beaten down by the common people and the bailiffs. Zhang Sun Xian stood there like a hero. I've hired people to keep an eye on them. They promise me that if something really happens and they catch the culprit, they'll give each person 100 carvings. If they don't find the culprit, they'll also be given 2 carvings. Zhang Sun Xian was afraid that others would not know that he was the one who did it. He wanted to prove that he was a good official. As for the money, ask the Li family Zhuangzi for it. Yes, we know. It was arranged by Inspector Zhang Sun. Just by looking at Inspector Zhang Sun, I can tell that he is an honest and upright official. It's all thanks to Inspector Zhang Sun. Otherwise, with the 6 of them hiding, who knows how many people would have died. With Inspector Zhang Sun in Lantian County, the common people are at ease. The common people around praise Zhang Sun Xian one after another. Regardless of what they usually thought of Zhang Sun Xian, it had all changed now. Hearing others praise him, Zhang Sun Xian wanted to laugh, but he held it back. Looking at the 6 injured people, he felt very close. He wanted to thank the 6 of them. It's you that allowed me to win the hearts of the people. The 6 people who were stepped on did not make a sound. Occasionally, when someone stepped on them, they were forced to groan. There was nothing to say. When they came, they had already thought of being caught and tortured. Come on. So what if we're cut into pieces? The leader on the other side will catch your Li Dongzhu. It's worth it to exchange this life. Seeing that the sky is about to brighten, the people who are putting out the fire are all going to the drunken immortal house. Since we can't squeeze in, the drunken immortal house will treat everyone to a meal. Guan Xiaotan stood up and said that he would treat everyone. When something happened, everyone helped. The children could even help carry water and put out the fire. Moreover, this matter was clearly targeted at his own Zhuangzi. Making others tired, he had to repay them. The storehouse that was burned, it didn't matter. How much was burned would be replenished. The entire yamen would be renovated. Amidst the cheers, the 6 people were put in chains and tied up with ropes. However, no one beat them anymore. They were afraid that if they were beaten to death, there would be specialized people to interrogate them. There's a small hill in front. The surroundings are relatively open. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Guozi on the hill introduced the terrain to Li Yi. When the Li family Zhuangzi arrived in the county, there were winged knights around to check the terrain. According to Li Yi's request, when they arrived at a place, if they were not in a hurry to march, they would first understand the surrounding environment. Once a battle started, if they felt that the terrain could be used, they would lead the enemy there. Let's go there. Li Yi made a decision. After walking for about half an hour, the sky was at its darkest. It was estimated that after a while, the sky in the west would turn white. Before the sun rose, the light would shine over the sky in the west. Following behind was Chu Shiba's team. They ignored the scratching of the branches and the heavy dew. They were now focused on chasing after them. The distance between the 2 sides was gradually closing. They were all so excited as they calculated against each other. After half an hour, Li Yi's 22 people arrived at their position first. Li Yi found a rock, set up his gun, and aimed at a fan. Okay, this is it. In a while, don't move. When they are about 70 zhang away, I will be responsible for shooting. You guys watch. Li Yi was worried that if the winged knights rushed over, what would happen if there were casualties? Okay, we will watch first. Guozi replied. He did not care that the other side had 50 people, especially now that the sky was not bright. He was wearing night vision goggles and his bow was better than the other side's. After a while, the west showed signs of light. A group of people rushed over from behind. The lanterns were placed at the side to guide Chu Shiba's advance. Ahem! Chu Shiba coughed. The 50 people instantly sped up and rushed forward, each of them holding a crossbow. Li Yi crawled there and aimed. 300 meters. 280 meters. 260 meters. 220 meters. 200 meters. He fired. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Sorry, I missed. Let me try again. Li Yi looked. The enemy was fine. He muttered, pulled the bolt and fired again. Bang! Another sound was heard. The Turkic warrior in front fell directly on the screen. Li Yi pulled the bolt and fired. Accompanied by dull sounds, a magazine of 10 bullets was emptied. 7 people on the other side fell. Li Yi quickly removed the magazine, reloaded it and continued firing. The charging Chushiba's team waded through the weeds and bushes. They saw fireflies far away from the lanterns. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Every time the fireflies appeared, it seemed that one person on their side fell. They did not know how, but they heard the dull sound like the first sound of firecrackers. After a pause, the sound rang out again. The people on their side fell one by one. Chushiba estimated the distance. The crossbow could not hit. 20 steps forward. Shoot! Chushiba shouted and continued wading through the bushes. Li was very serious. He fired shot after shot. From his position, he was not afraid of the enemy's crossbow. Unless the enemy was very lucky and could let the crossbow accidentally hit the 10th ring. When Chushiba and the others finally reached the shooting range, there were only 23 people left. Chapter 480. Shoot quick. Chushiba, who felt that the distance was enough, shouted at the top of his lungs. Vroom vroom vroom. The arrow was released, and the sound of the bowstring was heard. Thank you. Li quickly hid behind a rock. He had heard the shout. Li returned to his position and continued firing after the sound of rocks being hit by something not far away from him had died down. The other party was using a crossbow. After a round of shooting, it should be time to rest ring. Quick! Rest ring and shoot again. As expected, Chushiba urged loudly. The sound of the sniper rifle came one after another. At such a close distance, Li found the familiar feeling again. His accuracy improved again. When the Turkic suicide squad finished reloading, there were only 6 people left. They did not know how to lie down. Chushiba was still alive, but he could not participate in the battle. He had been shot in his right thigh. Now, he was like the other brothers who had fallen on the road, groaning as he covered his wound. Although it was a normal bullet, one shot had almost broken his leg. Bang! 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 3 consecutive sounds of bowstring were heard. 3 Turkic men were shot in the neck. Wuxia made his move. He was afraid that another round of crossbow arrows would coincidentally hit Li. While he was shocked by the power of Li's weapon, he also showed Li what it meant to shoot with great precision. 3 consecutive shots, each one hitting the throat. Bang! Li knocked down another person. There were 2 people left. Do you dare to fight with us? One of the 2 threw down his crossbow. Bang! Li knocked down the person beside him. At the same time he shouted back, do you dare to fight with me in poetry? If you can't write, you will commit suicide. After shouting, he pulled the trigger. It was over. Li started to pick up the bullet shells. Don't go over first. Some of them are injured. Wait a while. They will probably bleed to death. Wuxia and the rest did not move. They knew that the enemies on the battlefield had fallen, but it did not mean that they were completely dead. It was dawn in the west and they could see things nearby clearly. 2 of them used binoculars to look at the situation over there, while the others gathered around Li to look at his weapon called Sha something. Li Dongzhu, do you have a lot of these weapons? Wuxia looked at the sniper rifle as if he was looking at a treasure. Not much. I exchanged it with my life. Li was afraid that the other party would ask for it. It's good that there aren't many. If there are more, we won't be able to protect you, Zhuangzi. Wuxia changed his words at the last moment. He wanted to say that they were unable to protect His Majesty. Winged Knights chimed in from the side. That's too fast. Every time we pull, we'll be able to hit them. That's right. Li smiled. He didn't mention that there were many weapons that could be used without pulling. For example, if he used a heavy machine gun, he would have killed 50 people long ago. He didn't even know how to lie down, let alone face heavy machine gun fire. That's right. After daybreak, organize some people and help me find the warheads. I hit them 67 times and found 1 coin. It's fine if you want to find it. The furthest one can fly is around 1,000 steps or 2,000 steps. Li used 7.62 mm ordinary bullets. The effective range was 800 meters, but it didn't mean that the bullets could fly 800 meters. If they hit a person, they could be found nearby. If they missed, God knows where they flew to. He offered a price of 1 coin per round. Everyone could look for them. They could also pick mushrooms while they were at it. He also bought mushrooms at a high price. There was no delay. Can the things that are shot still be used? Guizi thought about the arrows. They could be retrieved after they were shot. It can't be used as a bullet to hit people anymore. My weapon is called a warhead. This is called a sniper rifle. If it's a different bullet, it's easier to hit someone within 300 steps. I'm telling you this so that you have an idea. In the future, when you cooperate with me in battle, you must first think about the advantages of my weapon. Li Yi introduced the functions of the gun. Different bullets of the same caliber could be exchanged. Dongzhu, is this also a shot at 300 steps? The non-commissioned officer on Li Yi's left, who was helping to store the cartridges, asked enviously. If it's too far, I have to aim. There's no point in picking them up. When they're dead, bring their corpses back. I have a use for them. Li Yi talked about happy things. The corpses of 50 enemies could be used for a long time. He didn't need to dig up other people's graves this year. If he cherished them, he could persist next year. When he was in school, many cadavers sent away batches of students. If it weren't for his morality and professionalism, he would have rushed down the mountain and treated them in the ambulance. When he brought them back to Zhuangzi for live experiments, they would be much better than dead. The sun rose and there were many more sounds in the forest. The dew on the leaves swayed gently in the wind and dripped down as the leaves stretched. The moaning gradually disappeared. Guizi took out a firework and lit it. Fireworks bloomed in the sky one after another, not very bright. The sound echoed in the sky. The people in the county knew what was going on when they saw it. The fireworks sounded 20 times, indicating that there were enemies and no casualties on their side. Li Dongzhu, do you eat compressed biscuits? A non-commissioned officer took out a compressed biscuit and asked Li Yi in a muffled voice. No, I'm going down to eat. Li Yi shook his head. He didn't eat compressed biscuits. He was sick of it. He didn't feel disgusted. He didn't feel like vomiting. Most people wouldn't vomit when they saw corpses. Even if the corpses were badly rotten and had maggots on them, they would at most be in a bad mood. If someone vomited after killing someone, it had nothing to do with smell or visual reaction. It was an emotional problem. Killing someone broke through the bottom line. Otherwise, those who died in accidents would be surrounded by a crowd. Wouldn't they vomit all over the ground? For hours later it was noon. The 50 corpses were moved down and loaded into the car. Li Yi accompanied them back to Zhuangzi to preserve them. Many people ran up the mountain to look for bullets with different patterns that Li Yi had drawn on the spot. The bullets would change shape when they hit an object. It wasn't certain what they would look like. The children on Zhuangzi were still so happy. They didn't know what had happened. The winged knights guarding them did not move at all, but the scouts were running back and forth. Li Yi went back to Lantian County to dispose of the corpses. He shouted at the children. Was the autumn outing fun? Yes, fun. The children dragged out their words. Then let's stay for one more night and go back after breakfast tomorrow. Okay? Li Yi was in a good mood and decided to let the children have some fun. Okay, just as he expected, the children continued to drag out their words. Another reason why he did this was to appease the people in the county. Today's incident had happened, and the winged knights had all retreated. The people would be worried. If they stayed for one more night, the people's emotions would slowly calm down, and the county government would be able to handle things smoothly. The county government couldn't do anything about the 6 people who were arrested and had to report it. The warehouse was burned down, and everyone calculated the losses. The Li family Zhuangzi had to pay for the losses. Li Yi admitted that he had to pay for the losses. At the same time, he announced that if anyone in Lantian County had a bad house, they could go to the Drunken Immortal residence to have it repaired. The Drunken Immortal residence would pay for the repairs. If the house was really bad, the Drunken Immortal residence would be responsible for building a new house. He believed that after this incident, the Drunken Immortal residence wouldn't be able to send anyone in the short term. At the same time, the Imperial Court would conduct strict inspections. The people didn't care about this secret war. They were happy to spread the news. Some of the houses looked okay, and they had to report it. Maybe they could repair it. I didn't do anything. Why do people hate me so much? They want to kill me. Li Yi complained to Guizi while eating skewers. Guazi. Chapter 481. Ha ha ha. Guazi looked at Li Yi's aggrieved expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He thought to himself, what else do you want? Not enough gunpowder and hot air balloons? Didn't they send people to Zhuangzi to steal and rob for these two things? One of them succeeded in stealing, but in reality he was cheated. Who knew what the other one was thinking? He had actually entered from the imperial plantation. Guazi laughed, shook his head and continued to eat. He drank. The winged knights who participated in the battle on the mountain today all drank to calm down. This was the first time they had killed someone. Although Guazi was powerful, he had never killed anyone before. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel anything. Only Li Yi was fine. Everyone else drank white wine to calm down, but he drank yellow wine, took a sip and ate a small skewer. It was really a small skewer. One big skewer was worth 4 small skewers. The Li family Zhuangzi's meat skewers were not eaten casually. 1 jin of meat had to be eaten with 10 big skewers and 40 small skewers. When roasting, one had to use a fan to fan the meat. Otherwise, the small skewers would break because of the thin bamboo skewers. Li Yi killed the most people, and he could even carry the bodies back and say that he would freeze them. When he came back to eat meat, nothing happened. It was as peaceful as usual. Li Dongzhu, you seem to be open-minded about killing people? Guazi asked curiously. What's wrong with the enemy? Don't you kill all the soldiers on the front line? Li Yi casually found an excuse. In fact, he had seen too much and was numb to it. This time he was doing it himself. Before doing it, he had already mentally prepared himself and decided to do it this way. It was not like a living person was struggling and shouting, "Don't kill me." He would use a knife to cut them bit by bit. He used a gun. The psychological pressure of killing with a gun and a knife was different. As for dealing with the bodies after killing, it was a common thing. After hearing what you said, it's true. Guazi was in a much better mood. Everyone ate the skewers. The children were happy, the people were relieved, and the winged knights were satisfied. Usually they couldn't eat this kind of skewers. At the same time, a group of people in Chang'an Palace was vexed. The 6 Turks were taken back to Chang'an. They were sentenced to death and were interrogated by torture experts. Yao Chong and the others were discussing. Your Majesty, the corpses should be brought out. There are still 25 other people who should be killed. Place the corpse in the downtown area, so that those who come after will be warned. When Yao Chong learned that the 50 corpses were taken away by Li Yi, he felt that it was against the natural order of things. Li Yi's medical skills require living people to practice. Previously, he dug up dead people and even saved one by chance. If he doesn't give it to others, how can his medical skills improve? Li Longji supported Li Yi to practice on dead people before he could save them. Wasn't the person who was dug out later sewn back together? If Li Yi hadn't asked Wang Xing to dig up the baby, it would have died completely. Digging up 100 dead people for practice and saving one was a merit. The enemy's corpses were fresh, and no one came to say that they were his. How good would it be to have 50 corpses? The other 6 should be hanged instead of beheaded. After they were hanged, they should be sent to Li Yi. Lu Huaishan said, Your Majesty, I heard that out of the 50 people, Li Yi killed 47 with his own hands. I'm afraid that he has killed too many people. Lu Huaishan was concerned about Li Yi. He felt that killing too many people was not good for him. Don't be afraid. He has saved many people. If the medical books he gave out were to be used by the medical practitioners, how many more people would be saved? Li Longji didn't care about Li Yi killing people. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity. He had killed many people, including those he killed with his own hands. Now everyone was the same. They had all killed people and were on the same side. Your Majesty, I heard that Li Yi has a weapon that can easily kill enemies from 200 steps away. It can also fire continuously. This weapon should be sent to the workshop to be disassembled for research. Zhang Shua didn't speak up for Li Yi. He was thinking about the good weapon. Li Longji waved his hand. I used my life to exchange for it. Zhuangzi also made a telescope, but it can't compare to a telescope that was exchanged with a life. It can't be made, otherwise Li Yi would have made it himself. Your Majesty, how should we deal with this matter? Yao Chong saw that Li Longji was protecting Li Yi. He decided to get down to business. I was just about to ask everyone. Li Longji threw the question back. I think we should use this as a reason to interrogate the Turks and the foreign envoys. Yao Chong immediately expressed his opinion. I think we should do the same as before. Kill them after the interrogation. If Li Yi is willing to send 25 people to the mines, then let them do so. Lu Huaishan was no longer the prime minister who accompanied the food. He had to fight for important matters. In the past, he only dealt with small matters and left all the important matters to Yao Chong. This was to prevent conflict. Yao Chong was greedy for power. If he fought with others, it would be considered internal strife. Others would always laugh at him. He knew it, but he didn't care. When there was an assassination, he thought that he should follow Li Yi's method and not mention it. The biggest pressure was not to ask but to not make a move. The more the other party guessed, the more they would think. Zhang Shua saw that the two of them had different opinions, but he didn't side with anyone. He suggested, why don't we ask Li Yi? When Li Yi was preparing to take the children out, he already knew that there would be problems. I think he likes to plan before acting. Chief Guozi has already asked. Li Yi said to spread the news that he wants revenge and wants to kill people. Li Longji said the words that Li Yi asked Guozi to report. Did he say who he was looking for to kill? Yao Chong frowned. Li Longji smiled. He didn't say. If he said he was looking for someone, the other party would kill their own people and frame Li Yi. If Li Yi didn't say anything, the other party would kill their own people and frame Li Yi. This would prove that they were the ones who did the assassination. Li Yi had already considered this when he passed the message. He also asked them to spread the news that he had a weapon that could easily kill people from 300 steps away. Good plan. Lu Huaishan clapped his hands. Then he laughed, haha, this way those people will be on tenterhooks all day and won't have peace. How can they be vigilant from 300 steps away? Li Yi has changed. He's no longer the handsome young man from before. He's becoming more and more black-hearted. Zhang Shua suddenly sighed. He had personally killed someone and then used a psychological attack. When he first met Li Yi, he was such a good young man. He always had a smile on his face and was nice to everyone. He would answer anyone who asked him anything. How long had it been? That young man had grown a year older and was starting to show off. Originally, he was making tools to benefit the people. Now he was making weapons for war. Changed what? Didn't your family receive dumplings made with toad oil? This old man's family received 30. Lu Huaishan refuted Zhang Shu. What right did he have to say bad things about Li Yi? Why does this old man's family only have 25? Yao Chong was depressed when he heard the number. You really are black-hearted. Zhang Shua raised 2 fingers meaning 20. Li Longji was stunned. He looked at Lu Huaishan carefully and said with concern, Minister Lu, please take care of your health. Long Zhe also has 30. He said that he is not feeling well and should immediately go to the Li family Zhuangzi. The 3 people's faces changed. Yao Chong and Zhang Shua looked at Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan swallowed. This official is not afraid. This official's carriage is fast. I will be fine as long as I stay alive until I reach the Li family Zhuangzi. He said that he was not afraid, but he believed it. Li Yi was good to whoever he helped. It was guaranteed that the other party would be in trouble. If you don't believe me, look at Li Riji. It was Li Yi who mentioned it to the emperor. The emperor quickly sent people to look for him. When they found him, he was seriously ill. When he heard that the emperor wanted to use him and trusted him, he miraculously survived. If Li Yi did not mention it, and the emperor did not send people to look for him, Li Riji would probably be remembered. Lu Huaishan was not someone who looked down on life and death. He was afraid. Chapter 482. That night, Lu Huaishan went to Earthly Paradise to ask for tickets to Pyongkong Square's Zhongqiu. That night, Zhongqiu would perform a play, which Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai had learned from Nanku. Lu Huaishan went home to pick up his wife and son to watch it together. He was worried that if Li Yi couldn't be saved, What would happen to his family? Thinking about it, he felt sorry for his wife. She didn't have many good days with him. Their money was all gone, and they didn't have meat to eat. Now that they could eat meat, they didn't have many opportunities to play together. Zhongqiu was performing today, so he brought them to watch. His wife didn't know what he was thinking. When she heard that they were going to watch a play together, she even dressed up. She took the child and set off with him in the Prime Minister's car. Lu Huaishan usually didn't allow his family to use his car, not even together. His wife was full of sweetness and smiled along the way. When they arrived, Lu Huaishan walked in front while his wife held his son's hand and followed half a step behind. Then have you heard? More than 300 people want to kill the Li family Zhuangzi Li Dongzhu. They're besieging him in the mountains of Lantian County. I know. Li Dongzhu has a weapon. It's very difficult to make. Until now there's only one. It can kill people from 3,000 steps away without a sound. Yes, they were all killed by Li Dongzhu before they could even see their faces. Li Dongzhu even threatened to take revenge. Those who sent the assassins were unlucky. 3,000 steps isn't far. Isn't that so? Where can they hide? They couldn't even see Li Dongzhu before they were killed. Lu Huaishan's wife heard and turned to look at her husband. Lu Huaishan seemed to sense something and turned back. He sighed and whispered, "It's not as far as 3,000 steps, and there weren't 300 people. How far is that? How many people?" His wife wanted to know the details. Before dawn there were 50 people. He killed 47 of them from 100 steps away. Lu Huaishan didn't hide anything. But after he said that, he realized that it was no different from 3,000 steps away. To kill people from 100 steps away when it was dark, that weapon. Of course, his wife also thought, how can he kill people in the dark? Can he see them from 100 steps away? Yes, Lu Huaishan knew about this. Li Yi has something special. He can see people at night and during the day. That's great. Someone is going to ambush Zhuangzi tonight. He has a way to deal with it. Lu Huaishan's wife was delighted. She knew what was going on with her family. The property rights of the house belonged to her. Then she built a 2-story house with 16 rooms. Clothes were delivered, and meat and vegetables were delivered to the house every day. She could cook by herself. If her husband invited others to a banquet at home, Earthly Paradise was responsible for all the wine and dishes. Li Yi was behind all of this. Li Yi hadn't come to the Prime Minister's door to ask for anything. It was as if he had seen that the Prime Minister's family was having a hard time and wanted to help. Such a good young man, if he didn't have a powerful weapon to defend himself, what if he was harmed? Yes, Lu Huaishan's wife's way of thinking was just that simple. She would side with whoever was good to her. The family came to a small box in a good location. The people of Heavenly Earth also came over to deliver food and explain. He said that Lu Huaishan had spoken too late, and the private room had been given out. This was a reserved room, and he had negotiated with Zhongqiu to obtain it. If they went to Nanka next time, they didn't have to worry about not having a good seat. There was always a place there. Lu Huaishan knew where it was. It was the big empty box around. The family watched the play. Li Yi's matter continued to spread outside. In the Honglu temple, the other people from the other countries were on tenterhooks. They wanted to explain to Li Yi that they didn't participate this time. The people of Tubo were also gloating. You deserved it. You Tujue people dared to have any ideas. Li Yi was so sinister. He took the children out for an autumn outing. How could he not have made preparations? You only sent 56 people. How could you hope to defeat the Winged Knights? You actually lit a fire and lured the tiger away from the mountain. Didn't you read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? It was already written in the newspapers. The key point was that you lit a fire in the early morning. Did you think you learned something? People are the most sleepy in the early morning. And when he went up the mountain before dawn, your people dared to chase him. If he was afraid, why didn't he meet up with the children's tent? Was it over? Did he encounter a new weapon? What kind of weapon was that? You could see people at night and start killing from 100 steps away. When the Tubo people mocked the Tujue people, they were also afraid. Weapon, a new weapon. The news they received was more accurate. 50 people were killed from 100 steps away. The Tujue people were silent. They didn't go out of their courtyard. Their hearts ached. 56 experts were all killed. They were killed cleanly and cleanly. They had been set up. If they met suddenly and fought to the death, they wouldn't be able to defeat the other party. There was nothing to say. But this time they were schemed against. Their brothers died in grievance. What should we do now? Li is going to take revenge. The other tribes are afraid that they will be blamed. In the courtyard, a person looked at the tea in front of him and asked with narrowed eyes. He can't get any evidence. We won't admit it. Another person with a single triangular eye spoke. Does he need evidence? He can also not admit it. A third person with a beard was vexed. At most we won't go out. We will talk about it after things calm down. The Tujue person with 2 gold teeth said in a dull voice. We have to think of a way. The envoys of the other tribes have to be appeased. The first person spoke again. In Lantian County, Guazi drank half a caddy of wine and was still drinking. He didn't seem drunk at all. Li didn't drink or eat. He used the gun oil to maintain his gun. He knew that this gun couldn't be destroyed because of poor maintenance. He exchanged his life for it. Guazi ate at the side. He had a big appetite. He looked like a civil servant, but he was actually very strong. His stone dumbbells were heavier and higher than others. He used a strong bow. He could shoot arrows from 100 steps away, but that wasn't something that could be pulled out just because he wanted to. Many people needed time to recover after shooting an arrow with a strong bow before they could shoot a second arrow. Looking at Li carefully handling the components, he realized that it wasn't very difficult. Li Dongzhu, is this it? Can we make it? Guazi had an idea. Haha. Li replied with a very impolite laugh. You actually asked me if I could make the Shako TRG sniper rifle with the level of craftsmanship of the Tang dynasty? Not to mention a gun, I can't even make bullets. Guazi understood the meaning of the laugh. He wasn't angry and asked softly, you really can't make it? If I could, I would have made it long ago and equipped it for you. Some of the components are cold rolled. It's a piece of iron that is forcefully pressed to change its shape. It doesn't need to be heated. But don't worry, there will be other weapons next year. I will ask the workshop to hurry up. It's also a gun. Compared to mine, it's a little worse. Li said with a guilty conscience. The flintlock gun he wanted to make was made of iron sand. The place where the medicine was placed was wrapped in paper. He tore the paper and put the medicine inside, together with the iron sand. Then he lit it like a lighter. That gun was indeed a little worse than the gun he used. It was just a matter of where to point the decimal point. Really? Then are you going to take revenge? Guazi was happy. It was almost possible. No, I want to scare them in exchange for benefits. War has always been about politics. Just wait for me to go back. Li shook his head. He didn't want to kill anymore. It was meaningless. The best strategy was to scare them. Chapter 483. On July 2nd, everyone in Chang'an was angry and congratulated when they heard the news. Some people were nervous. The Li family Zhuangzi team returned to Zhuangzi before noon. The little guys got another day off and didn't go to school today. What were they going to do if they didn't go to school? The children didn't know what to play. Let's play the game of throwing dice and occupying territory. Li gave an idea. Okay, let's go play. How much did I occupy last time? I'll occupy more this time. I know all the questions that I didn't answer. The children were fooled and went to review happily. Li smiled as he watched the children run to their respective classrooms. He wasn't worried that he would cultivate the children's landlord spirit. In the past, the children played the game of policemen catching thieves. Were they all trained to be policemen? How many children played house and cooked? How many of them knew how to cook in the end? Did they know how to cook because they played house when they were children? If they really had the ability, they might as well make a game of presidents and become presidents. Steward Song, arrange for someone to check the rules of the activities of those people in Honglu Temple. Is there anyone who goes out? Li found Songda and prepared to proceed to the next step. He couldn't suffer a terrorist attack for nothing. He had to get enough benefits. Songda didn't ask the reason at all. He immediately went to find someone after hearing the order. Li Yi turned to practice shooting. His shooting skills were too bad. When it came to the coaches of the club, this gun of his was aimed at the 10th ring within 300 meters. Even when he was on the target, there were times when he missed. He could shoot a gun with an effective range of 800 meters from more than 100 meters away with a scope. Bullets were cheap. He had to practice well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to earn any benefits. When he practiced until evening, Empress Wang, Li Longji, and Li Chengqi all came. Li Chengqi was purely there to join in the fun. Li Longji and his wife came to see the child. The little guy gradually grew up. He was pink and tender. His big eyes actually had double eyelids and long eyelashes. When he saw Empress Wang, he took the initiative to stretch out his small arms to ask for a hug. She was making ah sounds, as if she was saying something to her mother. In fact, he didn't want to say anything. He was just happy. Dinner was a mushroom banquet. Fried meat with hazelnut mushrooms, dried pot pork with hazelnut mushrooms, cabbage with herring mushrooms, grilled pork ribs with hazelnut mushrooms, stewed mushrooms with yam. Slippery mushrooms were commonly known as yellow mud balls, and they didn't sell well. However, many people knew that this type of mushroom was even more delicious than pine mushrooms. Brother E, I have sent people to the Khitans in Hebei province and bought a lot of pine mushrooms. I exchanged them with cotton seeds. He also told them that they could exchange the tussa silkworm's pupa for other things. They were very happy. He also told the people I sent that he wanted to grow grapes that could be used to make wine. My people also agreed. While eating mushroom-stewed rabbit meat, Li Chengqi talked to Li Yi about his plans in the northern part of Hebei province. Back then, the two of them had agreed that as long as they didn't fight, they would trade with each other. Li Yi loved to eat the cocoons of tussa silkworms. The ones from Liaoning in the northeast were the best. Before the cocoons, they were insects. The silkworm's insects were small, so the cocoons were also small. The tussa silkworm's insects were like big caterpillars. Li Yi had eaten it once and it was dry fried. How should he put it? The taste was not as good as the cocoons. He had a psychological barrier when eating that big insect. Anyway, he gritted his teeth and ate 2 cocoons. More importantly, the proportion of allergies caused by the silkworm's pupa was higher. Therefore, people from places like this did not eat the pupa for fear of allergies. Later, when it was his time, he insisted on calling the silkworm's pupa golden pupa. At one time, it was even more expensive than the tussa silkworm's pupa. The people in the northeast did not know about it and bought it. After a few years, the people in the northeast understood. What kind of rubbish was it? How could it be better than our tussa silkworm's pupa? It was a lie. Therefore, the price of the golden pupa plummeted, and people stopped eating it. Li Yi was greedy for the tussa silkworm's pupa. In his time, the tussa silkworm production in Liaoning in the northeast accounted for more than 83% of the country's, and more than 77% of the world's tussa silkworm production. Later, it developed to Sichuan, Guizhou, Henan, Hebei, Shaanxi, and Inner Mongolia. Now, it could only be found in the northeast. Big brother, the pine nuts and pine mushrooms over there can be exchanged as well. Anyway, the Khitans there are stupid. I will provide you with soap and glycerin. The winter there is very cold. If you don't use soap, you can't wash your hands clean. If you use soap, you have to use a brush. Li Yi still did not forget about the good stuff in the northeast. The pine nuts and mushrooms were not important. As long as the trade route was opened, the economic invasion in the future would be the goal. Brother E, I heard from them that you have a good weapon that can fire continuously. Li Longji asked about the sniper rifle. He did not want it. He just wanted to know what it looked like. After dinner, we'll each shoot 10 times. No more 40 bullets. Li Yi did not take the gun. He would know after shooting at night. The bullets were cheap and could be used for 2 shots per minute. He did not know how the system calculated it. The system never communicated with him. 5 shots. Li Longji took the initiative to lower the number. Then let's try 5 shots first. Eat this. This is fried with gray mushrooms wrapped in noodles and egg white. Dip it in pepper noodles and salt noodles. Li Yi pointed at a dish with his chopsticks. It was a mushroom banquet. It was all mushrooms. There were fewer mushrooms this year. mainly because of the drought. But relatively speaking, the grapes were sweeter, and so were the chestnuts. After dinner, the little guy who was happy to see his parents fell asleep again. His little hand grabbed one of Empress Wang's fingers and did not let go. Empress Wang's eyes turned red. She had no choice. The harem was so cruel. If she brought the baby back, there might be men of sacrifice who would risk their lives to return him. In the end, even if they found the mastermind and destroyed the whole family, could the baby come back to life? Empress Wang carried him to the shooting range. It was a shooting range. There was no problem to shoot now. Li Yi took out the gun and disassembled it. At the same time, he explained the skills and rules of shooting. For example, he was not allowed to point the muzzle at his own people at any time. At the same time, he could not put his finger on the trigger. Even if he was aiming alone, he had to put his finger on the trigger when he aimed again after firing a shot. In addition, his shoulder must be pressed against the butt of the gun, but at the same time relax. Otherwise, when the butt of the gun rebounded due to the recoil, his shoulder blade would be broken. And how to aim, adjust his breathing, and calculate the wind direction. A sniper rifle was not something that anyone could take and shoot from 1,000 meters away. If it was so simple, Li Yi could shoot frequently from 200 steps away. Why would he miss at such a close distance? He already had a lot of experience. The three of them listened carefully and tried hard to remember. Empress Wang was also interested. Who said that women did not want to play shooting games? After a quarter of an hour, Li Longji, who had shot 5 bullets and hit the 300-meter target with a score of 7 points, got up and was about to pick up the child. Empress Wang smiled and shook her head. Sanlang, I've sent you the 5 bullets. I'll hold the baby and watch from behind you. Okay, then I'll shoot a few more times. Li Longji took a deep breath and said. At the same time, he smiled at the sleeping baby. He heard the double meaning of Empress Wang's words. It was not a shooting. Empress Wang meant that she and the child were counting on His Majesty to protect them. At this moment, she was no longer the person who carried a knife to help Li Longji kill enemies. She was the child's mother. Li smiled. Sanlang, we agreed on 10 bullets. Don't worry, we still have bullets. In a few days I'll give you this gun. I'll give you 100 bullets. It's no problem to kill 50 people within 300 meters. Chapter 484. Li Longji, who was lying on the ground and aiming, suddenly paused and turned to look at Li Yi. What he saw was still the same innocent smile, without any concealment. He took a deep breath and said, Okay, Brother Yi, you fired 2 shots just now, so there are still 8 bullets left. I fired 5 shots, but your brother and sister-in-law didn't shoot. In total, there are 33 bullets. I'll shoot 3 more today and aim well. You can explain to me. Then I'll leave with 133 bullets and find a place to practice sparingly. I'm fine with it. Li Yi nodded. Third brother, I'll give you mine too. Li Chengqi said. Third brother, you practice well and protect us. Empress Wang said. Li Yi also lay down. Third brother, this bullet will also fall down like an arrow, but it can't be shot at a high angle. At the same time, it is greatly affected by the wind. The further the distance, the more it needs to be corrected. It's the same principle as shooting an arrow. After you finish shooting, I'll teach you how to maintain the gun and bring gun oil. There are 2 kinds of scopes, night vision and ordinary. I'll use it in 2 days. When I'm done, you can call someone to get it. Brother Yi, what are you going to do with it? Li Longji was not in a hurry to shoot. He aimed there and found the feeling. I'm going to shoot the foreign envoys from Honglu Temple. I'm not going to kill or injure them. I'm just going to scare them. I admit that I'm at a disadvantage against the people. Why should they make me suffer? They should at least compensate me with some good horses. Li Yi finally revealed his purpose, which was to scare people. For example, he could knock someone's hat off with 1 shot. He didn't say that he was the one who shot them. He was waiting for the other party to come to him. No matter how you explain, you have to give me the benefits. I want horses, military horses. How many? That depends on how much your life is worth. As for exchanging sheep, are you kidding me? What kind of lamb do I lack? Can't I eat chicken? If there are more horses, they can be raised. Don't cut pickled horses. If more horses come, There will be no problem of not having a place to raise them. Even if the horses eat in other people's fields, it's fine to compensate them. Brother E, those 6 people are going to be hanged and sent to you. What do you think? Li Longji had been watching from the side. Don't say that it's hanging, but you can fake it. Bring the people here to mine. I have enough dead people. When Li Yi heard that the 6 of them were still alive, he hoped that they wouldn't die. He didn't need to pay a salary and only needed to provide food. Where could he find such a good worker? Li Yi calculated that if he did not pay a salary, he would be a good employee. As for food and accommodation, was that a problem? Bang! Li Longji fired at the 500-meter target. He hit the target with 1 shot. Good weapon. It's already over 300 steps. It's too accurate. Li Longji's voice was very soft. Empress Wang, who was holding the baby, held a pair of binoculars in one hand. After she finished watching, she clenched her teeth and sucked in a cold breath. As someone who came from a family of generals, she understood what this meant. How far could the crossbow shoot? 600 steps wouldn't be a problem, but the prerequisite was that flying that far didn't mean that he could hit the target. Without binoculars, how could he aim at 600 steps? Not to mention 600 steps, even 100 steps would make him look like a small block of wood. Shooting a willow leaf from 100 steps referred to shooting a big tree. Other than special people, who could shoot a willow leaf from 100 steps away? This thing called a sniper rifle could shoot continuously. How far could the bullets fly at more than 300 steps? Uncle, how far can this kind of gun kill someone? Is it aiming? Empress Wang suddenly asked a question. There's a kind of gun. It's more than 2,000 steps away. It's also called a sniper rifle. The person who hits the target will be killed in 1 shot. Li Yi gave an answer. Then he said, I can't shoot that far, but it's so far away. There's no need to use this gun. Then what should we use? Li Chengqi's hands were itching. He wanted to play but couldn't, so he could only watch. Based on the foundation of the skyscraping monkey, I created a secondary ignition device called Fire Dragon out of water. It doesn't need to be used in water battles. As long as there are enough of them, we can aim at the enemy's headquarters a few miles away and fire twice to reach the target. It doesn't matter if there's a mistake. If 100 of them fly out, 1 of them will land and kill the enemy's commander. Li Yi said the weapon he drew 2 days ago and asked the workshop to make. The skyscraping monkey was a rocket without any external modifications. Fire Dragon out of water was a secondary ignition device. If used on land, it could be added to the skyscraping monkey and fly a few miles away. There was no need for precise guidance. If many of them were fired, 1 of them would hit the target. Both sides were in formation. Before they even started fighting, how could they command a group of secondary ignited rockets from 3 kilometers away? This was called an over-the-horizon strike. There was no need to run because the person who fired the rockets didn't know where they would deviate to. Anyway, it was just a large group of rockets flying around. The cost of 1 rocket was 100 kilos. 1,000 rockets were 100,000 kilos. Once they hit the enemy's headquarters in a large-scale battle, the battle was judged to be over. Both sides had 10,000 people, and each person had the cost of 10 kilos. They directly chased after the defeated troops. Was it worth it or not? The consumption of saltpeter, charcoal and sulfur. Li Yi said the effect and function of the rockets. Li Chengqi and the other 2 instantly understood. Li Longji fired again and said, the real function is that the enemy's commander has to hide behind and hide far away. Then what's the point of commanding? Empress Wang put her face close to the child's little face. The deterrent effect is more important than the killing effect. If the commander can't go forward, the morale of the army will definitely be low. She knew that in a large-scale battle, it was not the individual combat ability that mattered, but the morale of the army. The officers at all levels must hold their positions and even lead the charge. As soon as this weapon came out, it was a mess. The soldiers were killed one by one, and the officers ran here and there to avoid the attack. Bang! Li Longji fired again. Maybe he was really talented or maybe he was just lucky. 800 meters away, the Red Heart. Brother E, stay here. I'm always worried about you. Li Longji got up and pushed him away. He looked at his sleeping son. Third brother, don't push me around. When it comes to putting my life on the line, I have something even more powerful than this. When I finish using it in 2 days, you can take it away. 130 bullets. You can practice another 30 bullets and hit the enemy's leader at the critical moment. Li Yi looked at Li Longji with sincerity, without any pretense. It was useless for him to take it. Who could he kill? Even if someone pointed at him and scolded him, he couldn't shoot. At most he could call for others to come and beat them up. Brother Yi, you will always be my good brother Yi. Li Longji nodded and said, Third brother, don't you think I don't know? You always protect me and leave the child in Zhuangzi. As a younger brother, I will do my best. Li Yi gave a promise. Children usually had minor problems. He knew the reason why children were sick. They grew too fast and their immunity was not enough when they came into contact with adults. In an environment, breast milk had immunity. Drinking milk powder could not solve the problem of the surrounding group of bacteria. Therefore, when the mother had not adapted to the new environment and the child was born, the immunity in breast milk was also not enough. It was like a pregnant woman suddenly came from Hainan to the northeast. Before she was immune to the local bacteria and viruses, the child was born. Breast milk was useless. It could not withstand the local environment. Therefore, some women who just had children were puzzled. I also breastfed, why can't it work? Breast milk is not a problem. Chapter 485. On the night of the 8th of July, in a courtyard where the foreign envoys were staying in the Honglu Temple, a group of people sat in the room and ate mutton hot pot. For large candles with butter were lit. We haven't dared to go out for a few days. When will there be an end to this? The man with the triangular left. I drank a mouthful of wine and felt melancholy. Maybe it's nothing. Would he really dare to go to a crowded place during the day? What if he misses? The man with the beard thought of an idea. The man with the big golden teeth chewed meat in his mouth. Let's wait a little longer. The people we sent to the Li family Zhuangzi haven't discovered that Li Yi has left. Don't be afraid. He has a hot air balloon. The man with the triangular left. I mentioned something that could fly in the Li family Zhuangzi. The hot air balloon depends on the direction of the wind. Once he flies up, our people will see it. How can the hot air balloon land at night? The leader of the Turks became afraid after a few days. When he sent people out, he thought of death and thought that he was not afraid of death. When things seemed to have calmed down, he became afraid again. Not only in their courtyard but also in the courtyards of other races, there were people who wanted to go out but didn't dare to. They were analyzing when and where Li Yi would attack them. When they heard that the Turks had sent people to disguise themselves as civilians to keep an eye on Zhuangzi, they were slightly relieved. If you ask me, why don't we look for? What's the sound? A person was thinking of a solution when he suddenly heard a sizzling sound. It sounded like the sound of steam coming out of a steamer. Everyone listened. After about 10 breaths, the sound disappeared. Just as they were wondering, there was a slight bang. Something fell on the ground. It was very dull. Bang! Another sound rang out. Then another bang. One of the candles in the room suddenly broke. There seemed to be a lot of dust falling off the wall. After 2 more bangs, the sizzling sound was heard again. Help! Blow out the candles. Li Yi is here. He's holding something to hit us. Someone in the courtyard shouted. The others panicked. They swept the candles and lay down. At this time they knew how to lie down. They had to do this even if they had to dodge arrows. Many people were shouting, but they quickly quieted down, afraid that Li Yi would find them by listening to their voices. After firing 5 shots and smashing some things, Li Yi left on his personal aircraft. He slept well and thought about what benefits he could get. If they didn't come looking for him, he was prepared to go there again. For example, they could throw a lit firecracker in through the window or bring along a few fireworks. The night in the Chamberlain of Dependencies was not peaceful. Everyone was looking for a place to hide, not daring to make a sound, not daring to go out, and even more so not daring to sleep. It wasn't until dawn that someone cried out for the officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. An official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies came over, and a group of people surrounded him, complaining all at once. Li Yi came last night and wanted to kill us. Look, that thing made a hole in the wall and broke the candle. A table, such a thick wooden table. Look, it's a big piece, it's all broken. It almost hit me. What was that? It went through the window frame and brushed past my neck. How can the Tang dynasty treat us like this? Arrest Li Yi. Arrest him. The official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies listened quietly. Someone went to look for bullets and they really did find 5. Some were dug out from the wall and some were dug out from the ground. The official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies held them in his hand, and they were all deformed lumps. He asked, how do you know it's Li Yi? Could it be that he can enter the Chamberlain of Dependencies? He's in Zhuangzi all day long. You sent people to keep an eye on him, we all know. He doesn't admit it. You'll know when Li Yi comes out from Zhuangzi. He has a hot air balloon. He came here in a hot air balloon. Someone gave the method of Li Yi's arrival. Such a big hot air balloon flying in the sky at night. How can the people not see it? How can the people in the imperial city not see it? The official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies shook his head, pointed to the sky, and then pointed to the imperial palace. Then this thing can't be faked, right? The Turks were angry. It could be a meteorite that fell from the sky and just happened to fly into your room. The official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies looked at the sky and said. Then he added, we'll keep an eye on the hot air balloon. We can guarantee that it can't be that. It's not like no one has ever offended Li Yi before. Later on, have you seen anyone being taught a lesson by Li Yi? Li Yi is the prime minister and magnanimous. Those people later had a good relationship with Li Yi. They admire Li Yi's virtue. This is called winning people over with virtue. After saying this, he took the 5 bullets and left. The foreign envoys looked at each other in dismay. After a while, someone said, what did others do when they offended Li Yi? Give them money and things. Some of the smarter people seemed to understand the meaning of the official's words. This matter has nothing to do with us. It was the Turks who did it. What right does Li Yi have to hit us? We were involved in the previous matter. 25 people still don't know about it. The Turks should be the ones to pay. Yes, the Turks will pay, but we won't. Everyone came to an agreement and looked at the Turks standing beside them. The Turks didn't say anything. The leader snorted coldly and turned around to return to the courtyard. Before long, the newspapers were delivered. Nobody was in the mood to read it. They only wanted to read the newspaper to calm themselves down. As they read, someone shouted, I know what Li Yi wants. Look at the newspaper. Everyone hurriedly flipped through the newspaper and looked for it. They saw a piece of information in the advertisement. The advertisement read, looking for 5,000 horses from the northwest, grasslands and other places. Offer a price of 1 copper coin. Deliver the goods together. Deadline is 3 months. 5,000 horses? Why doesn't he rob us? The person reading the newspaper was furious. 5,000 horses for 1 copper coin? Deliver them within 3 months? Was there a need to think? This was for them to see, exchanging horses for lives. He's robbing us. Let the Turks pay. We're all small tribes and we're all from the northwest. 3 months is even more impossible. The Turks have the grasslands and it's closer to here. Let's look for the Turks. Let's go together. Yes, the Turks caused this trouble. They should take care of it. I don't want to die in Chang'an. Amidst the shouting, the various envoys formed a group and headed to the courtyard where the Turks lived. In the canteen of Zhuangzi, Li Yi was happily eating his breakfast. The palace maids and eunuchs were beside him. The little fellow was under their care. If he was hungry, he would look for the wet nurse. Dongzhu, can they give it to us? Their words don't count, right? Tao Hong, who understood the situation, was worried about those envoys. They can find any reason and apply to their respective places. The Turks are a combination of many surnames. Each family can offer tens or hundreds of horses. They can write a report and say that they need to use it for their activities and other purposes. Li Yi laughed. He had already thought of a way to get the horses for the other party. If they don't give it to us, shall we kill them? Qing Song was eager to give it a try. The envoys don't have concrete evidence. We can't kill them. I have other ways. We have to make them hand over the horses. Li Yi shook his head. They couldn't kill the envoys. Some tribes would be swayed back and forth in the future. If they killed the envoys, they would sever ties. It would be detrimental to the diplomatic relations of the Tang dynasty. State affairs were more important. If they really couldn't get 5,000 horses, 3,000 would be enough. Anyway, it had to be horses. If they fought with the Turks, they would be at a disadvantage if they didn't have horses. If they ran away, they would not be able to catch up. Chapter 486. Stir-fried chestnuts. Stir-fried chestnuts with sugar. Stir-fried chestnuts with sugar. While everyone was having breakfast, a group of teenagers ran to the East Market and set up a big iron pot to burn the charcoal. They threw in the chestnuts and stones and stir-fried them with a spade. When the chestnuts were almost done, they poured sugar water over them. Soon, the smell of caramel wafted out. Song Xiaodong and his friends had finally learned how to make sugar-fried chestnuts. Today was their first time setting up a stall. They needed to carry a lot of things, so they hired an ox cart from the county and slowly rushed to Chang, and before dawn. Next to the big pot, there were baskets made of grass and twigs. They discussed with someone to weave the baskets. After negotiating the price, they would only have money to pay when they sold out. The small baskets were used to store the chestnuts. The fringed paper couldn't wrap the chestnuts because they were steaming. There was also a bamboo tube. They didn't weigh the chestnuts. Instead, they used the bamboo tube to store the chestnuts. The people of the Tang dynasty had never eaten sugar-fried chestnuts. Before Li Yi started to cook a lot of dishes, the people of the Tang dynasty couldn't cook many dishes. The most classic dish was fried rice. Looking at the oily chestnuts and smelling the smell of caramel. How much is it? A passerby saw it and wanted to try it. 5 coins for a bamboo tube. Look at this bamboo tube. It can hold a lot of chestnuts. I'll give you a pointed one. Song Xiaodong picked up the bamboo tube next to him. 5 coins? Look at the bamboo tube. I can buy more chestnuts with 5 coins than you can buy 3 of them. The person who asked the price thought it was expensive. Try one and buy it if you think it's delicious. We still have to cut it, stir-fry it, and put sugar in it. Everything costs money. Song Xiaodong handed over a chestnut. He was not in a hurry, because Li Dongzhu said that 3 times the price was just right. The person who asked the price took the chestnut, peeled off the skin and took a small bite. He looked satisfied. Give me a tube. I don't have anything to put it in, or put it in my clothes. He took out a 5 coins coupon. You can't put it on your clothes. We have prepared a small basket. Buy 1 tube and get 1 free. The boy next to him took a straw basket. The basket was small and could hold a bamboo tube of chestnuts. The straw was big and could hold 2, 3, or 5 tubes. When the first batch was sold, the others were tempted. It didn't take long for a queue to form in front of the stall. The pot was sold out in one go. The others who wanted to eat could only wait for 45 minutes. I'll give you the money first. I'll come back to get it later. Someone didn't want to wait any longer and gave the money to the person in front. All right, go ahead. I remember what you look like. Take a small basket and leave. The young man took the 5-coin exchange coupons and handed the other party a basket. In case he didn't remember clearly, the basket was proof. Many people began to pay, and the youths accepted them one by one. Aren't you afraid that someone will buy the chestnuts, throw them out, and come back with a basket? Some bored people stood there and chatted with each other while waiting. Song Xiaodong smiled. We don't believe that there is such a person. Even if there is, there will be something on the chestnut basket that has been used to store the chestnuts. We can tell. The person who had bought the chestnuts earlier took a look at the situation inside the basket. Sure enough, there was water and black stuff on the outside of the chestnuts. While praising the youths for their intelligence, he inquired, "How did you guys think of using a big wok to stir-fry?" "We used to boil the chestnuts. Li Dongzhu taught us. We practiced for several days before we could master it." The young man beside Song Xiaodong said loudly. Oh, the crowd around them made a sound. No wonder it's so delicious. So it's Li Dongzhu who taught it. Looks like we have to wait for another wok. Bring 2 wok. There are so many of you. Take turns. Hurry up. When will it be ready? I want to try the chestnuts cooked using Li Dongzhu's method. The crowd started to talk about Li Dongzhu and felt relieved. The youths took 1 wok after another. They hadn't eaten lunch and had planned to eat the chestnuts. Now that the chestnuts were selling so well, they couldn't bear to eat them after 2 more wok. They didn't want to spend money to buy something to eat. They had to bear with it for a while. Someone ran to fill a bamboo tube with water from the pressure well. Just as they had planned, after 2 more wok, the chestnuts were gone. They used water to cool the chestnuts down. When the chestnuts turned cold, they placed them in the wok and carried them to the cart. They looked at each other and laughed foolishly. They had succeeded. They had made money. It was better than picking chestnuts from the mountains and selling them directly. The money they earned was more than twice as much. When we go back today, we have to find more people to pick the chestnuts. Also, we have to borrow a big wok from Brother Guan. According to Li Dongzhu's method, we will pay double after 100 days. Song Xiaodong was full of expectations for the future. He told the other youths his plan. The youths nodded vigorously and grinned. Some of them laughed for a while and then began to wipe their eyes with the back of their hands. Someone couldn't hold it in any longer and started crying. Everyone started crying along with him. Let's go, let's go. Don't cry. Let's go back and eat. Song Xiaodong wiped his eyes and told the others to pack up and wash their hands. They also bought some rice that they usually didn't want to eat and went back to cook. After that, they went to the drunken immortal residence to drink free soup and eat free salted vegetables. The next day they hired 2 horse carts. The ox carts were too slow. Unless they were driven with all their might, the ox could run as fast as the horse. This time they pulled a lot of chestnuts. The youths carried 2 big wok and brought rice. The people who came out of the palace to buy chestnuts found out. They directly wrapped a pot of freshly fried chestnuts and put them in big baskets. They were supposed to be distributed to the harem, but they didn't forget to send a basket of them to the political affairs hall. The skin of the chestnuts is easy to peel. There isn't much water and it tastes sweet. Zhang Shua peeled one and ate it. The small yellow door who delivered the food smiled and said, Li Yi gave this idea to a group of youths in Lantian County who didn't have a good family life. Him again. Haha. Lu Huaishan held a chestnut in his hand and smiled as he peeled it. If you want to teach, teach them all. Teach only a few people. The others will be anxious. Chestnuts aren't only available in Lantian County. Yao Chong thought for a while and finally found a point to criticize Li Yi. Zhang Shua peeled another one. After Long Zai went to the Li family Zhuangzi, he bought a lot of red and blue pencils from Li Yi and sold them everywhere. He was talking about Baigu. After Baigu sold out 100 sets of children's Wanhua ruler, the Craftsmen's Alliance learned it. They could imitate the Wanhua ruler, but they couldn't make red and blue pencils. Baigu sent his family to buy them from the Li family Zhuangzi, and then returned to the city to sell them in batches. They were all pen refills. Holding a pen refill and wrapping it with paper, it was a pen. Many children had new toys and didn't run around. They stayed at home and looked for newspapers to draw. Some used the Wanhua ruler to draw, and then added a few strokes to draw something else. Why did he think of making money? Lu Huaishan wasn't very clear. Zhang Shua knew. He said he didn't know how to make money as the Minister of Revenue. How could he manage the accounts for the court? We should collect business tax from him. As a minister, how could he make such a small amount of money? Yao Chong thought of the business tax. Starting from Baigu, it was good. I heard that his family can make a coin a day. It's not a small amount. Zhang Shua shook his head and threw half a chestnut into his mouth. This time Lu Huaishan and Yao Chong were shocked. 1,000 coins a day? At this rate, in a year it would be more than their salary. Baigu didn't have to do it himself. His family servants would take it, sell it, and it would be done. Zhang Shua swallowed the chestnut. I need to ask Her Majesty if Li Yi has any similar business. My family also needs money. Chapter 487. Businessmen do need to pay taxes. Baigu, who was envied by the prime ministers, also ate chestnuts. His chestnuts were sent to his door by his servants and bought especially for him. The chestnuts bought at the Yellow Gate were given to him when he passed by the Political Affairs Hall. If other people wanted to eat them, they had to see how the palace arranged it. Baigu knew the price. It was 3 times the price of selling raw chestnuts. He thought about the labor, charcoal, iron pan, and small basket in the stir-fry. No matter how he calculated, it shouldn't be twice the price of raw chestnuts. The young people in Lantian County got at least double the profit. At the same time, his family went to Li Family Zhuangzi every day to buy pencil lead and resell it. They made more than a handful of money. He found that it was too easy for businessmen to make money. At least, he gave a position when compared to the farmers working hard. He didn't think about the businessmen losing money, nor did he think about the businessmen running around and being tired from the long journey. The gate ball that Li Yi mentioned last time is only suitable for rich people. Otherwise, the old people have to work. The women's hula hoop is also not good. I'll go and ask if there are any other small things and if the Ministry of Revenue wants to help promote them. Baigu planned to let the Ministry of Revenue promote them and let others make money while collecting taxes. He sped up his work and rushed to Li Family Zhuangzi before lunch. When he found Li Yi was holding a bird made of bamboo with a big belly. "Old Bai, is the Ministry of Revenue not busy?" Li Yi put down the bamboo bird and went to make tea. After drinking a few sips, it was time to eat. "I made a lot of money selling pencil lead recently. I think businessmen should pay taxes faster. Every day, the tax will be collected less." Baigu was anxious to promote the Tang dynasty's businessmen to pay taxes. The exchange coupons haven't been circulated yet. It's not suitable to collect taxes now. It's impossible to judge the quality of the silk. It's easy for the local officials to cheat. It's not easy for businessmen to transport goods. If they bring copper coins and silk to pay taxes, the cost will be too high. The silk and copper coins will be put in the local treasury and increase the local storage cost. Li Yi objected. It was too rushed and messy. Although the Ministry of Revenue could get the money in advance, the entire Tang dynasty was consumed. You're not in charge of the household and you don't know the cost of firewood and rice. The Ministry of Revenue has to pay for the war. And it's difficult for me as a minister. What other profitable businesses do you have? Baigu complained and suddenly changed the topic. What? Li Yi was alarmed. Don't I know how to make money? The pencil lead was a greeting gift. I want the Ministry of Revenue to help push it out. Whoever uses it will have to pay taxes. Let's see if it works first. It's at the capital office. Baigu shared his good idea. Other people did not have to pay taxes, but only the one who earned money had to pay taxes. Li Yi pursed his lips. It's easy to manufacture, but you won't be able to collect the money. You can't just send someone to keep an eye on it. Why don't you do it yourself in the Ministry of Revenue, and then give the money you earn to the court? How can people from the Ministry of Revenue do that kind of work? When Baigu heard that he was working to earn money for the court, he felt that something was wrong. This is called effective use of resources. The Ministry of Revenue has an investment department that specializes in hiring people to work and paying them. The excess money will be taken by the Ministry of Revenue. Li Yi gave a solution. If they were short of money, they could work. It was all for the sake of the court. Tell me what kind of work it is first. Baigu wanted to ask clearly. You've eaten noodles, right? Soup pancakes. Li Yi asked. Of course I've eaten them. Now many places are learning from heavenly earth and making different sauces. In summer they are even mixed with cucumber shreds. Baigu was a little hungry, so he thought about eating noodles for lunch. You can sell noodles in bundles or in circles. Others can just put it in the pot and cook it. It's convenient. If you fry it, others can just soak it in water when they eat it. There's a difference in price. I'll tell you how to make it in large quantities quickly. Nowadays, people roll it out by hand or cut it. Li Yi said that he wanted the Ministry of Revenue to process flour and sell noodles to make money. It's also tiring to grind the flour. Now many people eat wheat after shelling it. Baigu felt that it was troublesome to collect wheat flour. In a few days I'll sell flour in Zhuangzi. Price is cheap. If you bring over a caddy of shelled wheat, you can exchange it for 13 to 10 taels of whole wheat flour. The moisture content is different. If the moisture content is low, you can exchange it for 13 taels per caddy of shelled wheat. If it's too wet, don't. Li Yi put down the teacup and motioned for Bai Gu to follow him to eat. I'll eat noodles. They have to be cold. Put more meat in the stew but don't be too salty. Bai Gu requested as he walked out. It's good for you to eat meat. Then you have a bowl of noodles. I have to stir-fry it for you. The ones in Zhuangzi are all small pieces of meat. Li Yi advised. Let's change it. It's tiring to work. I'll grind the wheat for you and give you the processing fee. Can't I? Bai Gu changed the topic again. Okay, let's calculate based on 5% of the wheat. 20 qian of wheat will be 1 qian of processing fee. Li Yi nodded. There was no problem. So I'll give you 20 qian of wheat and you'll give me 19 qian of flour? Bai Gu asked from another angle. Li Yi shook his head, no. You'll give me 20 qian of wheat. I'll keep 1 qian and grind the other 19 qian for you. You can take it away. Don't you have very good skills? Oh, it's called equipment. Bai Gu pondered for a while and felt that there was a new technology. Yes, but it's hard to promote. Others can't make it. They need gears, connecting rods, and crushing parts. Wood and bamboo can't do it. Li Yi waved his hand and talked about the requirements for the materials. You need iron? Good iron? Bai Gu was disappointed. You can also use porcelain in the middle. If you can make qualified porcelain, you can use it to grind the wheat. The hardness of porcelain is much higher than that of wheat. Li Yi opened the door of the cafeteria, took a breath and said, porcelain is easy to break. Bai Gu felt that porcelain was not good. It's brittle. When it's made, the spiral shape has to be changed and the protruding position has to be shorter. In this way, when facing the wheat, there won't be more lateral force. I'm going to test it. If it works, I'll use it. If it doesn't work, I'll continue to make it with iron. If others are willing to buy the equipment, I'll also sell it. If the price is high, they'll take it to others to process the flour. Li Yi wasn't very sure about this. He didn't have the manufacturing technology for the ceramic industry. Zirconium dioxide wasn't so easy to make. It was too laborious. If he had the time, he might as well find more iron ore. While waiting for others to cook noodles for Bai Gu, Li Yi took out a meat grinder made of metal with a large and small net. He shook his hand for Bai Gu to choose a big hole to make a big piece of meat filling. This was fast. Seeing him shake the meat grinder, Bai Gu showed a curious look. Shaoyi, can flour also be ground like this? Yes, I want to make this kind of flour grinder. I want this kind of hand-cranked grinder. Can grind a lot of flour a day. If you eat it at home, it won't take long to make enough flour for a meal. Li Yi said and stopped. He took the meat filling to stir-fry and the kitchen staff came to clean up the machine. In fact, it was easier for him to chop the flour. He wanted to let Bai Gu take a look at the structure. Like pepper and coffee powder, they were all ground by this structure. The principle was the same. Grinding wheat was also no problem. If it was big, it could be driven by livestock or water power. It was the flour processing factory. It needed more mesh, or the flour would not be fine enough. Chapter 488. After Li Yi finished making the braised meat, Yao Chong watched the kitchen staff clean up the meat grinder. This was the first time he knew that the meat fillings could be made so quickly. Obviously, the more meat fillings were made, the less time it would take to use this equipment. It was much faster to grind wheat flour than to grind it slowly. It would be too tiring to grind it slowly. When the noodles were ready, Bai Gu went to get the noodles and came back to pick 2 of his favorite dishes. I think that thing used a lot of iron. It would be better if there was no war. Bai Gu thought of Li Yi's expression just now. The Tang dynasty was short of iron and used it to make weapons. Many people did not even have an iron pot in their house. They cooked in pottery jars. Vegetables were also cooked in the jars and pickled vegetables were eaten. Days passed like this. He heard that some people had to borrow knives from other people to clean up their meat. They usually used stone knives or pottery shards to cut vegetables. Li Yi was silent. He hesitated to tell the location of some iron mines. He could not tell them about the mines that were not in the Tang dynasty's territory. The Tang dynasty could dig in the areas controlled by the Tang dynasty. There were open-pit mines. He did not care if it was a rich or poor mine. He would dig it out and make it into iron first. He could not tell them about the iron mines in Anshan and Benshi. If he told them, he would be helping the enemy. He could not tell them about the Qian, an iron mine in the northeast of Hebei province. Bayunzibo iron mine was good. Unfortunately, it was occupied by the Tujue. Sichuan's Panzihua iron mine was in the hands of the southwest barbarians. Even if they could conquer it, Tubo would definitely join forces with the southwest barbarians to attack. Who did not want iron mines? There were iron mines in Hainan. It was too far away. There is a big iron mine in the west of Piao Mountain above Dongtu County. Li Yi threw out an iron mine. There were not many people on Mount Manshan. It was a mountain during the Tang dynasty. There was not even a village there. Really? Baigu asked naturally. No. Li Yi lowered his head and ate. Is it easy to dig? How much iron is there? Baigu was no longer suspicious. He was from the Ministry of Revenue and was in charge of the mining industry. Now, the total number of mines discovered in the Tang dynasty is not as many as that place. There are many places where we can find them. It's very easy to find them. Li Yi smiled. This was one of the 7 major iron mines. Needless to say, the reserves of this mine were extremely high. Back then, the Japanese had been fighting for it with all their might. He ate slowly. Baigu could not eat anymore. His head was full of iron ores. He ate 2 mouthfuls of noodles and raised his head to stare at Li Yi, as if he wanted to see something on Li Yi's head. It was indeed a treasure. No wonder His Majesty sent people to protect it and forbade anyone from saying anything that shouldn't be said. Yao Chong and the rest were right. They knew everything they asked. Today he was just lamenting about young Master Tai and how hard it was for the common people. Now he had thrown out a huge iron mine. After a few mouthfuls, Baigu finished the bowl of noodles and did not touch the dishes. Shall we all go back first? I'm busy over there. Baigu did not want to stay for a moment longer. He did not know what the noodles tasted like. Old Bai, there's another mine nearby. It's in Guowei County. The output of this mine is a little low, but the iron ore is high. It's about 60% iron. I have to draw a map for you. Otherwise, you won't be able to find it. It's said that it's in Guowei County. It's still some distance away. Wait a minute. You can go back and dig now? Don't you have to report it? Such a good mine. I should keep it for myself. Li Yi shouted at Baigu. Why are you running? This is a meal. If he had known earlier, he would have waited until he finished eating. More than 60%? Baigu sat back. I'll accompany you to eat a few more mouthfuls of food. I'm not in a hurry. You can eat slowly. There's no hurry at all. I'll draw it for you now. I'll draw it for you from both places. Li Yi was convinced. If you're not in a hurry, why are you rubbing your hands? When he mentioned drawing, Gu Yan, who was eating beside him, opened his box and took out a piece of paper, a ruler and a pencil. A table was vacated, and Li Yi started to calculate the location of the 2 places on the map. Then he marked the names of the places on the map. Baigu stood up and bent down to take a look. Shaoyi, when we find the iron mine, if you want iron in Zhuangzi, tell me and I'll sell it to you. Baigu thought of Li Yi's words and promised. Sell? I'm not drawing anymore. I'll dig it myself and sell it to you at a cheap price. Li Yi said, but his hands did not stop. Okay, I'll give it to you. How much iron can a Zhuangzi use? Besides, you're using iron to make new things. It's not like you can eat it. Baigu changed his words. He was planning to ask Li Yi for an iron mine after he finished digging. He did not know how much iron was stored in the Ma Anshan mine. With the mining skills of the Tang dynasty, done. After a while, Li Yi put down his pen. Good. Baigu grabbed the paper with the 2 places drawn on it and rolled it into a cylinder. Shaoyi, I'm in a hurry. I'm leaving. He shouted and walked quickly. Li Yi watched the old man rush out and shook his head. Actually, there's another place in Hubei. It's also very big. That's where all the exiled officials went. I don't understand. What's wrong with that place? Why did the exiled officials have to go there? And the Song dynasty also sent them there. After muttering, he sat back down and continued to eat. Bai Gu jogged all the way to the car. Hurry back to the palace. The Tang dynasty has iron. I don't have to worry anymore. When crossing the bridge, his main urge was for others to move out of the way. The bridgehead had become a market. There were more than 5,000 migrant workers, including the people from the Zhang clan's village. There were also many people who came to buy and sell things with the Li family Zhuangzi. They needed to eat and rest and see what they could use in their daily lives. Thus, the bridgehead gradually became a bustling place. The 1,000 bull guards were training nearby. None of the city tyrants dared to appear. If someone on a passing ship wanted to eat, they would also run over to deliver food. When Bai Gu arrived, he saw these people and thought it was good. But now he was annoyed and blocked the road. The car rushed out and sped up. Bai Gu ignored the bumpy road. He entered through Chunming Gate, turned north at Vermilion Bird Avenue, and went straight to the Imperial City. Don't stop. Go straight to Xingqing Palace. Bai Gu shouted. In the palace, such a sports car was fine. In case of an emergency or if one's legs were weak, one was allowed to take the car, provided that one's rank was high enough. When they arrived at Xingqing Palace, Bai Gu continued to run. Your Majesty, I have good news. Bai Gu came to the door with the shouting. Someone quickly came out of the yellow door and helped him in. Li Longji was reviewing memorials. When he saw Bai Gu come in, he smiled and asked, Minister Bai Gu, why are you in such a hurry? Iron ore. 2 iron ore. One is very big and the other is more than 60% iron ore. Bai Gu stepped forward and unfolded the paper tube he was holding. Your Majesty, look at these 2 places. This one is bigger and this one is closer. If you send people there today, you can find the ore tomorrow. You went to ask Li Yi about the ore. Li Longji knew what was going on when he saw the picture. I want to find an idea for the Ministry of Revenue to collect taxes immediately. Yes, make noodles and sell them. I haven't asked how to do it yet. Bai Gu was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he realized that he had forgotten to take the method of making noodles. Send someone to ask tomorrow. This iron ore. Brother Yi probably paid a huge price to calculate it. If you have anything in the future, tell me first. Don't go personally. Brother Yi is soft-hearted. He will tell you after asking. Li Longji thought that this was also exchanged with his lifespan, and his heart ached. Chapter 489. I understand. Next time I will go for a meal and will not ask any questions. 2 days later, I will check on the condition of my teeth. Bai Gu couldn't bear to part with him, so he wanted to ask. No matter who it was, would he be able to resist the urge to ask such a person? However, he decided to chat. His Majesty was not allowed to cause trouble for Xiao Yi. A meal should be fine. We had a good chat in Hunan province. You are not allowed to talk about people's lives or government affairs. Otherwise, you will start talking about problems. Men invite Yao Qing and the rest over. Li Longji felt that chatting wasn't safe either. What could the ministers talk about? After Brother Yi heard about it, he would give the solutions to the problems encountered during the chat. Bai Gu nodded and sat there gloomily, waiting for Yao Chong and the rest to come over. The Prime Minister's office was very close to Xingqing Hall. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived and bowed to pay their respects. And Lushan was arrogant and didn't bow. He only bowed when someone reminded him. Please take a seat. Are you still busy with the matters in the court? Li Longji asked politely. Your Majesty. Yao Chong was about to sit down when he heard Li Longji's question. He stood still and said, Your Majesty, the Honglu Temple and the Turkic Turks have sent a letter to the Prime Minister. What's the matter? Li Longji asked. They said that the Li family Zhuangzi is in need of horses and they are willing to provide some. However, 5,000 horses is too much and they want to reduce it to 1,000. Yao Chong looked like he was reporting seriously, but in reality there was a smile in his eyes. They knew what was going on. Li Yi had killed their men and was not in a good mood. He wanted to scare them and rob them. Robbing was wrong, but robbing the Turkic Turks was right. Send someone to Zhuangzi to ask what price Li Yi wants. Li Longji felt that this was a small matter. As long as the other party was willing to pay, the amount could be negotiated. This meant that they were afraid. If not, they could keep quiet. If others could exchange for dozens of horses, the imperial court would reward them. Brother Yi had asked for 5,000 horses, and the other party had actually replied with 1,000 horses. How frightened was he? Zhang Shua looked at Bai Gu and then at Li Longji. He stood up and said, Your Majesty, did you summon us over for the Ministry of Revenue? Go ahead, Minister Bai Gu. Li Longji nodded at Bai Gu. Mine iron mine. I had lunch at the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi gave me 2 iron mines. One of them said that there were more ores in it than all the ores in the Tang dynasty combined. The other said that it was more than 60% iron. Li Yi drew a picture for me, and I hurried back to inform His Majesty. Bai Gu was still so excited that his voice trembled when he spoke. Li Yi gave out or again? Yao Chong's voice was very loud. He said the word again. The last time he gave out a gold mine, which belonged to His Majesty. This time he actually gave it to the Ministry of Revenue. How sad. Why don't you think about me, the Prime Minister? Next, a group of ministers discussed who would be in charge of the mines and where to find manpower for the big mines. I will send someone to take a look today. If it is true, the big mines should be true too. Li Yi and Zhuangzi did not think about mining. He opened a can of lychee. These days it was not easy to eat lychee in Chang'an. He could not eat fresh lychees, so he could only try canned ones. He pulled out the cork of the big porcelain bottle and poured a pot of lychee and sugar water. He looked at the color and tasted it again. It was not bad. The pit of the lychee was dug out. When eaten, it was not as good as raw lychees. But he still ate lychees, not dried lychees or preserved fruits. Open a few more and bring them to the children. Li Yi tasted one and did not eat it. The taste was not good. Children loved to eat canned food. They were willing to eat sweet ones, but they liked the sour and sweet canned hawthorn even more. Thinking of the hawthorn, Li Yi said to the palace maids and eunuchs, Remember to tell Steward Song to buy more hawthorn this year and make it into hawthorn slices and hawthorn cakes. Seal everything and store it in the cellar. Last year, there was not enough candied hawthorn. Only Big Brother and the others had a lot of candied hawthorn. No matter what, you have to eat it until spring. At that time you can take turns to go back and bring a few more skewers. Thank you, Dong. The palace maids and eunuchs said together. Their status in the palace was now very high. Not only were they trusted and had their families settled down, but more importantly, they had things to bring back every time they took turns. The concubines and talented people of the other palaces had to send people over if they wanted good things. By interacting with them, they could find out a lot of useful information. Those of the palace would not talk about their own situation. They would talk about other things in the palace. 2 days later, a few fast horses galloped back to the imperial city from Taowei County. The people on the horses shouted urgent news and rushed all the way in. They only jumped down when they were close to the political affairs hall. A few of them stood outside with a happy face and shouted, We found the ore. We found the iron ore in Taowei County. Not long after, they were brought in. How is it? You know it's iron ore without refining? Yao Chong and the other 2 were in the hall. Yes, we brought back the ore. Look at this, it's clearly a piece of iron. The informant took out a few stones they picked and placed them on the table. The average quality in Taowei County was more than 60%. On average, some ores were just like iron. Moreover, it was magnetite, which meant that it had less impurities and could be refined directly without a blast furnace. The smelting process of the Tang dynasty liked this kind of iron ore the most. As expected, Li Yi's words are not bad. Good. Zhang Shua said contentedly. As for the big iron ore on the other side, he directly sent people to find it and then extract it. Change the reward to someone else. But Li Yi. Lu Huaishan thought of the problem of reward. Li Yi was a civil official grade 3. Above him was Guanglu Dafu grade 2. There were 2 more above him, grade 2 and grade 1 Dafu E grade 2 and grade 1 Dafu E grade 3. After that, he would take out something else and make him a civil official. Anyway, he couldn't give him an official with real power. There's no need to seal it. Others have to seal it. He doesn't have any requirements in this regard. Yao Chong was open-minded. Go ahead. We can add a lot of iron to the Tang dynasty. Zhang Shua looked at the iron ore on the table and was in a good mood. Li Longji was also in a good mood at this time. The Honglu Temple sent news that the Tujue people had reached an agreement with Li Yi. Li Yi didn't want 5,000 horses, and the other side didn't want 1,000 either. They took a middle number, 2,500 horses. However, it was impossible to deliver them in 3 months. It would take 4 months. The delay on the way would be a waste of time. 2,500 horses, this was not something that could be bought with money, but it was actually given to Li Yi as compensation. Now that we have the iron ore, in a few months we will have more horses. By then we will have accumulated all kinds of firearms and hot air balloons. Li Longji thought about the strength he would have in a few days. He wondered if he should take advantage of Tubo and the Tujue winter to attack them. In summer they could farm there. In winter, no matter how warm it would still snow heavily. Their people were facing difficulties. To send troops at this time, the requirements for the non-commissioned officer of the Tang dynasty were high. For Tubo it was even more difficult. Go and ask Brother Yi if he thinks it is appropriate to send troops. Li Longji suppressed the sudden desire. Chapter 490. Ask what all living beings need, but ask the fish in the lake and the sea. Flower umbrellas were set up in the drizzle, and there was a chrysanthemum in the hair. Early in the morning it started to drizzle. In Chang'an City, there were more people wearing bamboo hats and straw raincoats. Women and elegant men were holding up flower umbrellas. The chrysanthemums in autumn had just bloomed, and some people had already put them on their hair. Men with powder looked more beautiful than women. Li Yi looked at the students in Zhuangzi High School with flowers on their heads and suddenly laughed. There are too few decorations, so I can only put flowers on them. It's the same as neckties, tie clips, bow ties, pocket watch chains and handkerchiefs. Li Yi understood and did not stop him. It was a kind of beauty for men to put flowers on, even if he was not used to it. He guessed that in the beginning flowers should be used as hairpins with flowers on a wooden stick. It was the same as using neckties to wipe knives and mouth. Later, it developed independently and became a fashion and trend. But why did you put on powder and red lips? Dongzhu, should I put one on for you? Tao Hong ran over with a bunch of chrysanthemums in her hand and looked at Li Yi's head. No, you can wear it. I can't see myself if I wear it. You don't know how beautiful it is. Li Yi refused. He always felt uncomfortable with flowers on his hair. Now his long hair was draped over his shoulders. He learned to tie it up and put a hairpin in it. Most of the time, he tied it into a high braid with a rope. If he put other things on it, it would be very heavy. It was also difficult to wash his hair now. Oh! Tao Hong looked very regretful and turned to look for others. At noon, Li Longji and Li Chengqi ran over. Li Chengqi brought barrels of oil. Li Longji was looking for Li Yi, and the two of them happened to meet. Brother Yi, I've brought the petrolatum you asked for. There are 200 barrels in total. I don't know the exact number of barrels, but they are all the same size. When Li Chengqi saw Li Yi, he began to ask for credit. Look, I'm thinking about something while waiting for my brother. I wonder how you're going to use it. 200 barrels. Li Yi hurriedly found someone to carry it to a safe place and forbid the fireworks. It just so happens that some fishermen sent over a lot of fat fish. Let's eat fish today. Li Yi smiled and led the two of them to the canteen. Empress Wang also followed. She held the child in her arms and missed him after not seeing him for a few days. The little guy could now be placed in the cradle and gently rocked. When he saw Empress Wang, he still recognized her. Everything was strange as he was held in her arms. Today's fish were steamed, braised, meatballs breaded and deep-fried. There was no sashimi. Li couldn't find the time to test it, so he was not allowed to eat it. When I come to Brother Yi's place, I feel that everyone else is poor. Li Chengqi spent a lot of time outside, and he didn't attend court. In the past, he didn't care about the people's livelihood. Now, he was willing to understand and know how everyone lived. Li Longji ate a mouthful of fish and drank a mouthful of wine. Brother Yi, I just want to know what everyone wants. Just like this fish. Li Yi drank a mouthful of soup to warm his stomach. It was raining and the weather was cold. Brother E, are you saying that the fish want to swim freely in the rivers and lakes? Li Longji thought for a while and felt that it made sense. No, I'm saying that the big fish eat the small fish and the small fish eat the shrimps. Li Yi said a sentence that could end the conversation. Sure enough, Li Longji's chopsticks paused. How could a good mood be so short-lived? He looked at his child and pulled himself together. Brother E, do you think it's possible to take the initiative to play tubo this winter? Winter is not good for hot air balloons. Tubo has a high-altitude climate. When the soldiers are overcoming altitude sickness, they also have to deal with the cold. Li Yi didn't say whether it was possible or not. He only mentioned that it was too big of a sacrifice to fight in winter. Li Longji understood that Li Yi didn't agree to fight in tubo. He was a little disappointed. He had to wait for another year. He didn't know what would happen next year. Li Yi thought for a while. From next year onwards, all the people who are planting hemp in the capital will change to planting cotton. This way we can make enough cotton-padded clothes. Are the soldiers going to wear cotton-padded clothes? Empress Wang put down the child and shook it gently. They will wear wool inside. Then put on cotton clothes and a leather sweater outside. No, it will cost money anyway. Next year I can make down jackets made of cotton and glue them on one side. If they are not washed, I can guarantee that the duck down inside will not come out. It will be lighter. Next year we will plant cotton on a large scale and collect duck down. Cashmere from goats will also be fine. We will make 50,000 sets first. Li Yi felt that by next year, he would have a lot of money to support the front lines. Li Longji noted it down and prepared to go back and adjust it. He wanted to let the people of the capital government stop planting hemp. If there was a shortage of clothes, they would buy them from outside. They would use cotton to hand over the rest of the cotton. The gold mines and salt wells in Sichuan were still being dug. There was indeed a lot of money. At that time, Li Yi didn't need to pay for it. He could do it himself. It was just good clothes for tens of thousands of soldiers. As long as they could kill more enemies, it would be worth it. Tubo is right to send troops before the autumn harvest. They are anxious to harvest. The weather is also favorable for the soldiers of the Tang dynasty. As they fight, the weather will be cold. When they fight to a high altitude, the weather will also be cold. At that time, Tubo will have to fight the enemy. They will have to kill sheep. Otherwise, they won't be able to supply food. Li Yi gave a good time to send troops. He wanted to take advantage of the days when the enemy was not collecting food. Li Chengqi raised his eyebrows. The Tang dynasty also doesn't have food. He thought about sending troops before the autumn harvest. His army was also short of food. His Majesty has money. We can use money to exchange for food. Fish can also be made into meat floss. We can hire a lot of people to buy fish. Li Yi had already thought of this problem. He wanted to eat less carbohydrates during war and eat meat. Is it delicious? Empress Wang had never eaten meat floss made from fish before. It's delicious. When the little guy grows up, he can eat meat floss porridge made from fish, Li Yi said as he looked at the baby in the cradle. The baby was not asleep. He opened his eyes and was motionless. Li Longji tapped the plate with his chopsticks. Yes, if we can't eat rice, why don't we eat meat floss? Ha ha ha. He laughed. Li Qingqi also laughed. In that case, it's better to make more money this year and make a batch. The money. Speaking of money, he wanted to use the profits from the football game, which had been used to support the people's livelihood. The fund was generally used to buy things for the school. Li Yi got up and walked to Ziyu, who was eating at the table next to him. He reached out and picked the ball chrysanthemum from Ziyu's head. He came back and put it on the table. This autumn chrysanthemum can be drunk like tea. Zhuangzi is preparing to buy chrysanthemums in large quantities. The people have another way to make money. When he said that chrysanthemums were the same as tea, they all understood that it was to make money. Needless to say how expensive tea was to be sold. When the chrysanthemums were harvested and there were no more chrysanthemums in other places, they could sell them and make a lot of money. However, Brother E, the money you earn is subsidized by the imperial court. Seems Li Longji thought that it was too great to use Li Yi's money to support the army. Next year I can be promoted again. I'm now a third-rank official. If I can be promoted to a second-rank official, I can take it as using money to buy an official position. Li Yi smiled. Everyone should trade. Otherwise, it would not be good for him to always be at a disadvantage. Li Qingqi nodded, but he was worried, Brother Yi, if you continue like this, it will only take a few years for you to reach the end of the civil and military positions. You can't be promoted anymore. What should we do? This is what I want to say about the treatment of merchants who pay the business tax. Let's add another set of honors for merchants like me who serve the country and the people. Li Yi proposed another thing that he wanted to promote. Chapter 491. In the Tang dynasty there are actual officials, civil officials, and military officials, as well as merit and nobility. It's a mess. When they were curious, Li Yi talked about the Tang dynasty's official system. Merit was usually given to soldiers. As for rewards, it was difficult to give nobility. Nobility needed to give real fiefs to those households. In the later period, merit could be bought with money. There was honor and rank. It's not very messy. Li Qingqi felt he could distinguish it clearly. So let's make it more messy. No, make it more perfect. Add the honor of a businessman to pay taxes and donate money. But it can't be used all the time. It can be used. For example, 1 point will be given for every grain of tax paid. 1 point will be given for every grain donated. When the points reach a certain level, you can give a name. When the points reach a certain level, you can give another name. Li Yi introduced another set of point system. Uncle, what's the use of points? Empress Wang asked naturally. Change the quota for the imperial examination. You can't come to the capital to take the imperial examination just because you study there. The imperial court can. Li Yi started to talk about how to use the points. Let the local government give the scholars marks instead of excellent or good. Be more specific. How many points should be given for each subject and why? Merchants exchanged for points. How many points to exchange for 1 point? As long as they had enough money, they could get lower points for other subjects. They couldn't be fools. There had to be a bottom line. This was equivalent to the bonus points for the senior high school entrance examination. It was not related to the college entrance examination. If the local businessman's family members or the businessmen themselves wanted to get a quota for the imperial examination in Chang, and they could use the points. Whether or not he could pass the exam when he arrived in Chang, and was another story. The richer the place, the more it needs points. The rich places have a flourishing literary style. There are so many good scholars in Jiangnan. The competition there is great pressure. There are few quotas. Some people didn't do well in the official school there. Some family schools want to come here. They have to use their connections. The imperial court will give them a chance to take the money. Maybe they are ranked average there. But when they come to Chang'an, they will exceed their standard. Li Yi said the thoughts of many students' parents. Just in case, they should give them a chance to try. Just like where he was, some parts of the exam questions were much more difficult than others. If the examinees there were to take the exam with other examinees, the other examinees would be done for. Therefore, the examination should be done according to the location of the household register. Don't jump around randomly and leave a way out for others. In the future, when the Tang dynasty increases business taxes and abolishes mediocrity, the poor families will benefit. Li Yi did not feel that it was an impact on the poor children. Those who were good at studying did not need to use points to buy official positions. The quota for points was an extra quota, and it did not occupy the original quota. It was nothing more than the children of rich families exchanging money for opportunities. It had never been fair, or it could be said that this was fair. After the meal, Li Longji and Empress Wang left. Li Qingqi also left with a few birds made of bamboo. The birds were the ones Bai Gu saw when he came. The birds' bellies were used to store gunpowder, and 2 propellant nozzles were tied to the birds' bodies. These were called divine fire crows, which were more useful for attacking cities than flying monkeys. When they flew, they had an arc so they could go around the city walls and glide down. Li Longji sat in the car and glanced at the unhappy empress. He said, "Why don't we take them back? They are 3 months old. You will feed them yourself and no one else can touch them. Your palace doesn't even light incense, so there is no place to poison them. In a few days I will tidy up the harem. Empress Wang nodded and said with a smile, "Today I went to Zhuangzi to ask if there was a war, but I found another good way to make money." Li Longji didn't care about the matters of the harem. He smiled and talked about the gains of this trip. Empress Wang pursed her lips. This way, the merchants who want to avoid paying taxes will have to pay taxes for their children. I'm afraid that when the time comes, there will be many concubines and relatives. Some students can't do well in their own families, so they can recognize rich people as their fathers. There are also women who divorce with sons, or widows with sons, in order to find a way out. Those with children and concubines don't count, and those who recognize relatives for 5 years don't count. Li Longji directly gave the conditions. He had already decided to use this method. He would discuss the name with the prime ministers. He agreed with Li Yi's words. The merchants paid to help the people fight wars and reduce the burden of the farmers. Why couldn't they get additional benefits? As for whether the people understood or not, they would get used to it after a long time. If the imperial court didn't have money, wouldn't they take it from the farmers? It was impossible for the imperial court to stop fighting wars because they didn't have money. Does a relative's child count? For some large families, the ministers may have to mention this. Empress Wang considered the problem of the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families needed some people to support them. No, they can give money to the other party and let their relatives donate it themselves. Li Longji didn't want the aristocratic families to develop openly. He couldn't give them a loophole in the name. Chapter 492. Selling chestnuts? Anyone buying chestnuts? Newly harvested chestnuts. When Li Longji's carriage arrived at Chunming Gate, he heard the voice of a chestnut seller. He pulled open the curtain and looked out through the glass window. A man with white hair was squatting there to sell chestnuts. Someone went over to take a look, said a few words, shook his head and left. Li Longji listened to the man and said, "It's better to buy chestnuts at twice the price than at your place. You sell them more expensive." After a few glances and a few words, the carriage had already entered the city gate. North of the road was Xingqing Palace. "Go and ask that man why chestnuts are expensive," Li Longji ordered. The driver knew what to do and went straight into Xingqing Palace. Li Longji got out of the carriage and someone immediately came up to hold an umbrella for him. It was still drizzling outside. Li Longji waved his hand and took out a big umbrella from the carriage. He opened it so that he wouldn't stand under the canopy. The person holding the canopy showed a grateful expression and moved to stand under the umbrella. Not long after, the person came back. "Your Majesty," he said that he came from Fuping County and didn't want to sell to the merchants cheaply. That's why he carried the burden. He thought that the price of the chestnuts was too high and that he could sell them at half the price. In the end, he couldn't sell them. He wanted to learn, but he didn't have a place to put the burden. He was afraid that he would be beaten by the young men. Go and tell him that the young men won't beat him. He'll learn. Li Longji didn't blame the chestnut seller for being greedy. As he spoke, he gave the umbrella in his hand to the person and turned back to the carriage. The person holding the umbrella was so excited that his arms couldn't stop shaking. To him, this wasn't an umbrella. It was the emperor's concern. He didn't know that his emperor, Li Longji, learned this from Li Yi. Li Yi usually treated the people of the manor very well. When they made a mistake, the rules were always there. At the same time, when he dealt with people, he was also ruthless. Especially when he killed 47 people, he did it himself. "Sanlang, will the teenagers beat him up?" Empress Wang overheard the conversation in the car. "No, not only will I not hit him, but I will also teach him. I've sent someone to investigate the young Song Xiaodong. He promised to make money with the rest of the people in the county. But on the first day he came out to sell, he had already agreed to buy woven baskets from others. When he returned, he gave the basket of money and bought the chestnuts at a high price. The people in the county went to pick the chestnuts and sell them to him." Li Longji explained the situation. He sent people to keep an eye on anyone who came into contact with Li Yi. She's a good child and knows her limits. Otherwise, if uncle finds out, he might do something. Empress Wang felt relieved. In the future, when the chestnuts become more valuable, they will all be stir-fried with sugar. The chestnut pickers will definitely raise the price. Li Longji's gaze was profound. Then what should we do? Chestnuts are expensive for the people of the capital. Empress Wang was considerate of the people. Merchants from other places found that the chestnuts in Chang and sell well and ship them here. Especially in the area around Hunan. There are a lot of chestnuts. Li Longji was now familiar with the market economy. He even knew that there were a lot of chestnuts in Hunan and Hebei. When Li Longji returned to the palace, the chestnut seller was already standing in the East Market, watching Song Xiaodong and the others stir-fry the chestnuts. Uncle Zhang, you have to practice this. At the beginning, if you don't stir-fry the chestnuts evenly, it will always burn. First, stir-fry the raw ones for a few days. Song Xiaodong explained to the old man how to stir-fry the chestnuts. The old man listened carefully and decided to go back and find someone to sell the chestnuts with him. The old man was even prepared to give the chestnuts to Song Xiaodong and the others as apprentice fees. This was a skill. Not only did he let them watch, but he also patiently taught them. He even let them stir-fry a few times. In the palace, Yao Chong and the others were also learning, but they did not plan to give the chestnuts. They were dumbfounded by Li Longji's talk about points and the extra quota for the local imperial examination. In the minds of the three prime ministers, there were countless battles between the poor and the merchants, aristocratic families against the merchants, aristocratic families against aristocratic families, 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 aristocratic families against aristocratic families. Then there were battles in the imperial court, each for their own ideas and benefits. The final decision was in the hands of His Majesty. If you don't believe me, look at the winged knights in the imperial garden. Your Majesty, I heard that you went to ask about fighting Tubo. Yao Chong's ears were ringing. How did such a big thing happen? I asked, but we won't fight. We'll talk about it next year. Li Longji answered the question. If there was nothing else this year, the budget would not be increased. Your Majesty, this matter is not urgent. The exchange coupons are not popular, and it is difficult to collect taxes. We can wait until later. Lu Huaishan gave a reason. Donating won't cause any delay. Li Longji brought out another way to collect money, donating. He said, quickly settle it. We have enough points this year. We can go to Chang and take the examination in spring next year. He wanted to see how many people were willing to pay for a place. I understand, Zhang said. It was useless to say anything more. His Majesty was waiting to see the money. There would be a lot of money in a short time. He also believed that in prosperous places like Jiangnan and Sichuan, there would be many people willing to buy places. If they did not buy this year, what if the policy changed next year? Taking advantage of the opportunity, he quickly sent people who were similar but did not get a place to Chang'an. A year's delay was a year's delay. If there was a delay of 2 years, how much money could be exchanged? Think so. Yao Chong did not want to offend Li Longji because his position was not very stable. He still had a foreign minister. I agree. Lu Huaishan did not struggle. What did it have to do with him? He had a family, and he had already paid his salary. What else did he want? The matter was settled. Next, they would discuss how much money to exchange for points and what name to give. At the same time, they would contact other officials. They would discuss it first and pass it during the imperial court meeting. They could not discuss and fight during the imperial court meeting. His Majesty would be angry. The next day, a new advertisement appeared in the newspaper. The Li family Zhuangzi was buying a large number of chrysanthemums at a high price. The people were happy. The Li family Zhuangzi was always giving people money. Since last year he had been buying this and that. He had been a great help. In Lantian County, Zhang Sunexan was eating breakfast and reading the newspaper. If he wants to buy chrysanthemums, we will fight to buy them. We will definitely make money. I don't understand. Every time the Li family Zhuangzi makes money, the people think that he is a good person. Look at the tea leaves and wormwood. He took them and sold them at such a high price. Buying low and selling high. Zhang Sunexan's reputation was now good, But he still did not forget that Li Yi had cheated him. No, it was that he cheated Li Yi and was cheated instead. Boss, you can't. It is useless for us to buy them. We will offend him. If you really want to buy them, you can send someone to ask for the price. If it is profitable, we can buy them from other places and sell them to the Li family Zhuangzi. At present, the newspaper is only circulated in the capital. It will be sent to other places later. We will fight to buy them first. The advisor Luo Aochen gave a solution. They did not fight but used the benefits. The chrysanthemums in other places were not worth much. The Li family Zhuangzi gave them a lot. They would send people to buy them from other places and sell them. They would earn the price difference after deducting the transportation and labor. Aren't we helping him make money? Zhang Sun Xian felt uncomfortable. He is helping us make money. The second advisor, Luo Aochen, said from a different angle. Luo Aochen followed closely. We have to be quick. Otherwise, other merchants will find out and buy them. Boss, I am willing to go outside personally. Luo Ojuan was even more straightforward. Chapter 493. He is too troublesome. In the Honglu Temple, the envoys from various countries were also reading the newspaper. At this moment they had the same thought as Yao Chong and the others. You are a young man but you don't focus on your studies. You make trouble every few days. Do you have to work so hard? Are you playing with your life? Even the Prime Minister is not as busy as you. Look at what you have done in more than a year. Are you not afraid of being tired to death? We are dying of exhaustion. The Turks were the saddest. They had an agreement with the others. Turks would provide 1,600 horses out of 2,500. The remaining 900 horses would be shared by various tribes. We have no choice but to compensate. Even though the Turks were gloomy, they knew that they had to resolve the matter at this point. The man with 2 golden front teeth picked up a roasted lamb leg and said, being caught for attacking is a matter between countries. The Great Tang didn't pursue the matter. 2,500 horses is considered cheap. The man with the triangular left eye took out a knife and quickly cut off a large piece of meat from the lamb leg. That's right. If Li Yi doesn't fight back, there will be a third and fourth time. Why are you cutting my lamb? The man with the golden teeth ignored Li Yi and stared at the man with the triangular left eye. You see, the roasted lamb was ordered yesterday from earthly paradise. It is not yours. I cut some meat and you are not happy. I will assassinate you. Won't you take revenge? The man with the triangular left eye used this to prove why Li Yi wanted to kill him. He did not even know how he came in the middle of the night. Yes, he wanted to scare him. He did not want to kill him. How thick was the candle? How big was the shadow? Therefore we are all afraid. If Li Yi does not achieve his goal, he may poison us. He is a divine doctor. We have seen Zhuya Jinshan. He was so sick at that time. The imperial doctors of the Imperial Medical Department could not do anything. In the end, he went to the Li family Zhuangzi. Look, he is living well now. He even has new teeth. They are not human teeth. They are brighter than other teeth. The bearded man did not snatch the leg of lamb. He cut a piece of meat from the spine and looked at his gold-toothed colleague. At the mention of this, the man with the golden teeth was not happy. Send someone to ask. He said that in exchange for these 2 teeth of mine, he wanted 2,000 taels of silver. He did not accept a single tael of silver from the Zhuya Jinshan. How can Zhuya and Jinshan be the same as us? They joined the Tang dynasty, and Li Yi treated them well. Some people can still defend us Turks, but Li Yi can't wait to exterminate us in the blink of an eye. If we don't get rid of him, he'll definitely become a huge problem. Our Turks will definitely suffer because of him. The Turkic leader was still thinking about how to kill Li Yi. He had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Apart from the fear of death, the other reason for compensating for the horse was that the other party had already caught the culprit. What was the point of refusing to admit it? Just because the officials of the Tang dynasty did not say anything, did they think that everything was fine? It was just a tacit agreement between the 2 sides. One side was fine and the other side even killed and captured the culprit. One side was guilty and should compensate. The horse was not for Li Yi. It was delivered to the winged knights and promised to be delivered to Li Longji of the Tang dynasty. The horses and military horses on Li Yi and Zhuangzi were enough. When he went out, the winged knights would follow him. It's too uncomfortable. Think of a way to suppress him. I heard that Tubo wrote a letter back to find someone capable to compete with Li Yi in all aspects. The triangular-eyed man cut a piece of meat. He picked up a pair of chopsticks, dipped it in salt and pepper seasoning and put it in his mouth. I think it'll be difficult. Look at the issue of the quiz on wisdom in the newspaper. It said that there was a bead with a spiral hole in it. How to thread a rope. The answer given in the second issue was to use the scent of ants, mother ants and baby ants to return to the nest. The other was to put the string behind a small iron particle and rinse it with water. The bead was upside down and the iron particle was shaken out and the string was threaded. This kind of strategy used to make things difficult for others is just a small quiz in the newspaper for everyone to see for fun. How smart is Li Yi? The bearded man looked like a martial artist, but he was very meticulous. When he saw this question he thought and thought, but he could not think of an answer. There were actually 2 ways to wait for the answer to be announced. Not to mention there were also a lot of brain teasers. He asked why a duck swimming on water suddenly fell. In the end the water was expelled. Is this a question that a human can ask? He thinks about this all day. The man with the beard next to him said. Every day they would also look at the brain teasers, think and see the answer the next day. This thing was addictive. While the people in the Honglu temple were analyzing and talking about Li Yi was studying oil. Oil came out of the ground automatically and was then collected. Li Yi took the equipment and looked at the specific gravity and sulfur content. Heavy oil was heavier and it was not good to have too much sulfur. But he did not care which type it was. He could not use a large proportion of it, and what should be wasted would be wasted. It's actually light and low sulfur. Our country has a lot of heavy and high sulfur oil. Fine, I will refine and collect 3 types of oil and paraffin wax. As for the rest, it's a pity. Li Yi's heart ached when he thought of the crude oil refining method. He could not collect the oil. The only thing he could do was to ignite it and boil water. Yes, boil water and open a bath. Open a big bath for the migrant workers. It's free. No, it's 2 renminbi per bath. Li Yi thought of the waste gas that could be ignited. Then he would boil water. Pull out iron pipes. No need. Take the bamboo pipes to the migrant workers and build a lot of bathing facilities. As long as the oil kept coming, it would keep burning. There was heating in the winter, and there was no lack of temperature in the greenhouse. Of course, these bathing facilities did not provide any additional services. There was no such service. At that time there were baths and massages on this floor. When you entered you were asked if you wanted to go upstairs. Then what was upstairs? Li Yi expressed that he did not know. He had never been upstairs. Songda, make the arrangements. Use bamboo pipes and iron pipes. If it's not enough, put it in a big bucket and transport it. Remember, 2 renminbi per bath. We will not earn money for the water. The water is not worth much. We can earn money for other things like food, tea, baths, and massages. Ladies like Baitsu are not allowed to appear. If you want to eat Zhuangzi's dishes, you can order through Zhang Family Village. Bring your own men and women. We can provide separate bathing rooms for you. Li Yi, who had a plan, asked Songda to make the arrangements. The bathing facilities were made of basalt. When it was hot, it could be taken in. When it was cold, it could be changed. There was no way to continue heating it. For those who did not have money, they could spend 2 renminbi per bath to their heart's content. They could rub it themselves or they could rub it together. For those who had money, they could enjoy it. No matter how much money they had, they could spend it. Songda took out a notebook and started to write. He could remember with his head, but he insisted on writing. Old Song, who did you learn this from? Don't remember. Li Yi glanced at Songda. Dongzhu, pencils are being sold now. Some people just write it down like this. Songda felt wronged. That is to show respect to the owner. Why are you still using this method with me? Why don't I let you out? I will give you enough money and you can forget about the contract. Li Yi said with disdain. Dongzhu, spare my life. Don't kill me. Songda was about to cry. How can I be let out? I have severed my relationship with Zhuangzi. If I go out, I will die. See, right? Keep the notebook and provide hot soup for the outsiders. As long as we have oil, we will have endless firewood. Li Yi spread out his hands. Chapter 494. While the Li family Zhuangzi was purchasing chrysanthemums in large quantities, the craftsmen were busy and the kilns were burning ceramic tiles. The quality of the ceramic tiles was not worse than Li Yi's, but ordinary people would not use them to build baths. The baths in the Li family Zhuangzi were all ceramic tiles. The villagers were willing to bathe in them as long as they did not go to work. Then they would get sick and go to Dongzhu. Why was the skin almost rotten? The reason why they did not use ceramic tiles was that the ceramic could penetrate and bacteria could breed and multiply in it. Normal washing would not be able to clean it. Not to mention the big wooden barrels that were currently used. The best place was actually the royal baths. The baths were paved with stones and the water was flowing. It's so comfortable. Xiaoyi, I heard that your baths in Zhuangzi will be built elsewhere. Can you build a few private rooms? Baigu came over today and asked for leave. They ate breakfast together and went to the baths. He could not take a hot bath at home every day, especially his hair. Li Yi could not wash his long hair every day. In the past, when his hair was not long, he could wash it twice a day. Now he washed his hair every 2 days. After washing, there was no hairdryer. He could only wipe his hair over and over again and then dry it naturally. Every 10 days, the officials of the Tang dynasty washed their hair every 10 days. As for bathing, it was not clear. People from outside who could stay in Zhuangzi washed their hair every day, including those big shots in Nankou. Now, when he heard Baigu talking about private rooms, he laughed. Old Bai, there are private rooms for couples to bathe. Li gave him a you know what I mean look. I want to find other people to bathe and discuss some things. Baigu stared at him. What are you thinking? I can build a private room for you. This is not a problem. Old Bai, you are here to ask about the noodles, right? Last time you took the map of the mine and ran away. Li Yi asked Baigu with a smile. He still remembered Baigu's anxious look. This old man is doing this for the sake of the imperial court. In a while, tell me how to make the noodles. I'll go back and let them try it. Xiaoyi, someone mentioned that the things you sell in Zhuangzi are expensive. The soy sauce is cheap and the recipe has also been leaked. But there's also toilet water, soap and so on. You said you should pay taxes first, but I said no, how can I? Don't old Bai. Take what you should. I can hand it over, but you have to let me know who said it. He was a great talent. I Zhuangzi have some new products that can make a lot of money. This person has done a great service and must be rewarded by His Majesty. Li Yi interrupted Baigu and said with a smile. Ah, you're not going to take revenge, are you? Baigu sensed that the atmosphere was not right. How is that possible? Am I that kind of person? Look, I've come up with so many good ideas for the imperial court. Have I ever asked for anything? I took out the 250,000 taels that the Tubo people spent on alcohol. I also heard that there was a war in the southwest, so I gave them 100,000 taels. I'm a very kind person. Tell me who it is. If you don't, then it's you, old Bai. Take good care of yourself this year and don't fall sick in the winter. Otherwise, with my abilities, I won't be able to save you. Li Yi was still smiling. He didn't look angry at all. Xiaoyi, don't be like this. I'll go back and teach him a lesson. Tell him about the noodles. Baigu was helpless. He was in a dilemma. If he said it, he would be betraying his subordinates. If he did not, he would offend Li Yi. He did not believe that Li Yi wanted to thank anyone. He could not let Li Yi do it. He would do it himself. Old Bai, I don't lack this money. You said that the Ministry of Revenue is short of 1 million taels. Based on the fact that you helped me fight against the locust plague in Hunan province, I'll get it for you in a month. However, you can't bully someone just because he's easy to talk to. It's easy for me to take a step back, but it's even easier for some people to think that I can take more steps back. Li Yi pointed out. He was not a real 17-year-old youth. He had experienced a lot. You can get 1,000,000 taels in a month? Bai Gu did not care about Li Yi's attitude. I'll shout and say that I need money urgently. Tomorrow at this time 1,000,000 taels will arrive. I believe that the rich and powerful families in Chang and will give me some face. Li Yi was not modest at all. He had been protecting his reputation and running the Li family Zhuangzi brand. With him, the Li family Zhuangzi was worth 1,000,000 taels. The oil had arrived. After refining, paraffin wax could be sold like crazy. It was cheaper than wax made from animal fat, and the smoke was not as heavy. There was no need to use alcohol. They could directly use gasoline, diesel, and kerosene. Kerosene lamps could also follow. The value of an item did not depend on the cost, but on its scarcity and brand. The leather bags were all made of pure leather. Why did some cost more than 100,000 taels and some cost less than 10 taels? Was it because of the handmade products? No, it was because he used a bag that cost more than 100,000 taels. He felt that his identity was different. Xiaoyi, I can't tell you the person's name. Please be considerate. I'll deal with it. Let's talk about noodles. Bai Gu once again positioned Li Yi. He admitted that Li Yi was right. Ba Shui Li Yi was only worth 1,000,000 taels. It was not even enough. 10,000,000 taels was also his. He could throw out a few more high-yielding copper mines, gold mines, iron mines, and even the low-yielding silver mines of the Tang dynasty. Old Bai, I didn't ask you to deal with anyone. For example, you can throw them to Lantian County as a clerk or something. Li Yi waved his hand. Xiaoyi, killing people is not too much. You said that this old man's face is not worth it. This old man will leave now. Bai Gu shook his head and did not agree. How could he throw them there? Wouldn't that be revealing who they were? Don't, Old Bai. I'm just kidding. The main thing is to press the noodles out. There are tools with holes. After pressing, hang it up and stretch it with a falling rod. When it's almost dry, then coil it or cut it into pieces. I'll get someone to do it later. You'll know when you see it. Zhuangzi actually has it. It's just that it's not spread. The villagers are about to rebel. They said that if I continue to give out technology, they will be very sad and will not have the motivation to work. Li Yi did not insist. He was just joking. Who would stare at someone to death? How much hatred did they have? The key was that the minister pleaded for mercy. This face must be given. If he did that, he had to be careful of his life. When a person is forced to a certain extent, the other party may risk his life. When the other party has absolutely no hope in life, why would they care about the law? If they can't kill you, they will take the opportunity to kill your village head. So what if you destroy his family? Li Yi was looking at Bai Gu's attitude. Bai Gu betrayed his subordinates. He would alienate Bai Gu. Today you can betray others. How will I know if you will betray me tomorrow? Xiaoyi, I still have the money I earned from buying the pencils from you. I haven't used it at all. Do you think I should spend it or not? When Li Yi was testing Bai Gu was the one doing the testing. That is the money I gave you. I've given all the benefits to the prime ministers. The 6 ministers. Oh, Yao Chong is the Minister of War. He doesn't count. The other ministers are the Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of Works, and your Ministry of Revenue. 5 of them. I haven't contacted the Ministry of Rights and Ministry of Justice yet. You can help me contact them. I have something to give them. Take it that I'm supporting them with money. Li Yi was calm. He was giving them benefits. He as Zhuangzi was supporting them. He hoped that they would not be trapped by money and would remain honest. What he did not say was that if they took the money and were not honest. Chapter 495. When alcohol is finally buried, thousands of people dance together. The wind is calm with floating clouds, the fire burns the fog. When the mood is happy, the bitterness of the mind is gone. When the pot burns to ashes, I believe in this path. Bai Gu, who took the noodle-making method, left in a hurry. Before he left, he promised to arrange the subordinates of the Li family Zhuangzi to more important positions. It was just that that person was very capable and had many things to consider. It was better to put him in the reference room. In the future, if he had any questions, the other party could answer. Look how important it was. Li Yi helped to say a few good words. which meant that they should not bully him too much. Baigu did not know whether Li Yi said this sincerely or not. After sending Baigu away, Li Yi happily went back to find Songda. When the Ministry of Revenue sells the noodles well, our noodles can be sold at a higher price. Li Yi asked Songda to prepare. He taught Baigu the noodle-making method. He wanted to sell the sandwich hollow noodles, which he did not teach. Everyone accepted the noodle selling at the Ministry of Revenue. Zhuangzi could take out the new noodle to sell and save the trouble of finding a path. Songda smiled slyly. He did not believe that the Ministry of Revenue could make hollow noodles. When Dongzhu asked everyone about the hollow noodles, no one could think of how to make a noodle hollow in the middle, especially such a thin noodle with a hole in the middle. It was simply impossible. When Dongzhu said it, everyone realized that it was so simple. Just a small stick was enough. As for the sandwich noodles, it was even simpler. Just crush the material, mix it with another kind of flour, and knead it into the wheat flour. Actually, we can also make flour, but it's too strenuous. When the wheat grains are ground from the outside to the inside layer by layer. After grinding off a layer, take it out and continue grinding. The deeper you grind, the whiter the flour will be. Let's see how it goes. We can increase the price by a few times and sell it to the rich. Li Yi said what the color of the flour was. If the flour they ate was 90% flour, it would be 90% flour. 100 caddies of shelled wheat would be ground into 90 caddies of flour. This way the flour would have a dark color. 80% of the powder was naturally 80% of the powder production rate, and the rest were all mixed flour. The smaller the number of flour, the better it was and the more effort it took. The worst of the remaining flour was the secondary powder ground from 90% powder, which was the other 10%. Li Yi used it to make animal feed. The bread he was eating now was all powder, so the color was on the dark side. If he added some bran, the bread made would be black bread. The wheat from the Li family Zhuangzi was ground twice, then fried dough twists and made into bread. However, the war between Tubo and the Tang dynasty couldn't be stopped. Princess Jincheng bit her lips, and tears were about to come out. There's not enough fire. Quick, add alcohol. Bring the barrel with the long mouth over. 85 degrees of alcohol. It couldn't be burned after a while. Two people stood out from the side, and each of them held a long mouth flask. The mouth of the flask was facing the jars. They leaned over and tilted it. Boom, the alcohol poured out and the fire was really big. At the same time, the fire rose up along the flask. One of the people holding the flask was burned by the fire, and his hand loosened. The flask fell down and fell to the ground. Wuxia was on fire. The people around hid and the ball on the hot air balloons fell down. A hot air balloon was destroyed just like that, and the people who were happy just now stared. Who told you to let go? It's over. Take another hot air balloon. Bandai and Chisong didn't think it was a problem with the design. He firmly believed that the things he stole were the right things, and the Tang dynasty was using them. It didn't matter if there was a mistake in the operation. Try again. Another jar of alcohol was ignited, and the hot air balloon was changed. In less than half an hour, the hot air balloon was burned. Even Li Yi's surgical hands could not add alcohol directly into a burning open can without causing any accidents. Is it because the tube of the flask is not long enough? Add another section. Ask the blacksmith to bring the iron sheet over. Bandai and Chisong analyzed the reason and felt that he had found the problem. After waiting for half an hour, a new iron sheet was placed in front of the long barrel flask. Try again. Change the hot air balloon and ignite it. The fire was small and the alcohol was added. Boom. Get a big jar and blow the hot air balloon up. There's something wrong with this jar. Bandai and Chisong was anxious. Someone ran to get the big jar and poured the alcohol from the small jar into the hot air balloon and ignited it. This time the flame jumped up and filled the mouth of the hot air balloon. The flame swayed at the mouth of the big jar, and the hot air balloon slowly expanded. After waiting for a long time, the hot air balloon was finally ready. The people around cheered. Princess Jincheng wiped her tears. Add more alcohol. Hurry, let it fly. Bandai and Chisong ordered again. The jar was big, and 4 people took the flask over and poured the alcohol. Boom. This time the hot air balloon was set on fire, and the people around the hot air balloon were screaming. Princess Jincheng, who was wiping her tears, put down her hands and smiled. She felt that she had guessed something. Everyone, please subscribe to support us. Our current subscription is at 2,600, and we still need another 400 to enter the premium product. Chapter 496. At the scene of the explosion of alcohol, a group of people were helping their companions to put out the fire. A group of people were in a daze, for people had burned 4 hot air balloons. None of them succeeded. They watched as the last big jar blew up the hot air balloon, but it still turned into a ball of fire. There was nothing wrong with the hot air balloon. There was nothing wrong with the alcohol. Look at the people. What exactly went wrong? Try again. Stay away. Lengthen the pipe. Dian Qisong did not look at the people who were screaming and moaning. He was unwilling to give up. He knew that in order to buy the alcohol, he also bought 10,000 lighters, which cost 250,000 yuan. Some of them were borrowed from others. If he did not return them, others might play tricks on him during the war. He had to try again. Before the Tang dynasty reacted, he had to conquer a large area. The people who were burned over there were obviously not going to recover. Even if they did not die now, they would not survive the infection later. They were dragged away. The Prime Minister and Zanpu did not care about their lives. Hot air balloons, jars, and lengthened flasks. They tried again and again in Tubo. They were ignited again and again without any accidents. I know. We can't add alcohol directly to the burning jars. Someone looked at the burning hot air balloon and had an idea. Yes, let's try. Dian Qisong was not sure, but he was willing to try. The craftsman thought of a way. They first removed the edge of the basket. The big jar was ignited and the hot air balloon was inflated. When the flame in the jar was not enough, they quickly pulled it away and replaced it with another one. The hot air balloon finally rose slowly. The flame in the jar was still burning. When the hot air balloon was more than 3 meters above the ground, a gust of wind blew. The flame at the mouth of the jar burned to the side. The rope connecting the basket and the hot air balloon was ignited. Whoosh, the flame jumped up along the rope. The hot air balloon was burning and tilted. Bang! The big jar fell down. There was a sea of fire below. Fortunately, everyone avoided it. There's wind. Surround the surrounding area. Someone gave an idea. They got another hot air balloon. At this time, the sky in Tubo was still bright, but it was dark in Chang'an. It was time for dinner. Li Yi, who didn't know that Tubo was going to walk to the end, had a badminton racket in his hand. There was something similar to badminton in the Tang dynasty. It was a shuttlecock made of chicken feathers. Instead of kicking, it was played with the hands. What he made was the shuttlecock of his time. He inserted goose feathers into a cork ball and glued it together. The net was made of twine. When it was taut, its elasticity was not as good as composite material, but it could still be used. He was going to sell the racket and ball to a certain minister. In addition, there was also table tennis, which used gum to make balls. He couldn't possibly use pissed meatballs as balls. This was another item that a minister was in charge of selling. As for how to sell it, he had already written a strategy and organized some people to play with it. He had not decided which minister to give it to. There were a total of 5 ministers, and Yao Chong's Minister of War was not included. Li Yi knew that corruption had always been managed from top to bottom. If one wanted to go from bottom to top, it would be a rebellion and a change of dynasty. If the minister's family had extra money, he would have to think of a way to deal with it if he took money that he shouldn't have. In fact, the imperial court gave a lot of salaries. In the imperial city, officials above the 5th rank were given a meal allowance every day. A plate of pickled vegetables, a plate of fruits, a plate of dried fruits. 4 dishes and a soup were not popular in the Tang dynasty. When the officials ate, a pile of small plates were placed on the table. Li Yi's Handinghu, a peninsular country, learned from China. A pile of small plates. Then there were some fields and the real estate could be rented. If the officials ate staple food and pickled vegetables every day, Yao Chong could work for a few years and buy a small house in Chang'an. The problem was that the officials had family members, servants, and bodyguards. Yao Chang's bodyguards were paid by the imperial court, and the house was also bought by the imperial court. His son had used his name to get benefits outside. Therefore, Li Yi did not give him the money. Li Yi was waiting. Next year he would deal with him together. Song Jing will come back next year and replace Yao Chong as the prime minister. Lu Huaishan should not be sick next year. Li Yi thought of Yao Chong's son Song Jing and then Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan's salary was given to others. His family was not doing well. He did not eat well and his health was not good. He did not live well and his health was not good. It would be too late to treat him when he fell sick. Now, his wife and children were with him. He lived in a 2-story building with 16 rooms. He ate meat and vegetables every day at home. He would be in a good mood. There should be no problem. At worst, he could send more people to check on him next winter. Dongzhu, good news. Guan Xiaotan sent someone to say that he found a warm soup behind Zuixian restaurant. While Li Yi was contemplating the matter, Song De came over with a joyful expression. You found it? Is it hot? Li Yi finally got to soak in the hot spring. Usually a hot spring was built in the imperial palace. It was a big place. It would be a waste to surround it. Looking at the places with the most water, they would draw it out. The first was called the first soup, the second soup, and the third soup. If the water was drawn out, the temperature would be lower. The people of the Tang dynasty did not know how to reheat the water. It was a pity that there was so much mineral water. It could be used to soak many people. Even if they used a big wooden bucket to bring it back, they could still use it after reheating it. It's hot. We can divide the soup. Song De knew what he meant. Ask them to draw a picture and send it here. Think, I'd better go and see it myself. 2 days later, on the 15th of August, make some mooncakes that I taught you and send them to the people in Grief Tian Square. The children who sell newspapers will get 8 mooncakes each. When they advertise, they will say that looking at the moon, eating grapes and mooncakes on the 15th of August symbolizes reunion. Li Yi decided to explore the terrain where there were hot springs and then design a few hot springs. By the way, he thought of the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Mid-Autumn Festival in the Kaiyuan period was not so homesick in reunion atmosphere. Generally, poems were written on the moon on the 15th of August. Li Yi decided to push it. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he found a reason to make everyone happy. Tomorrow's newspaper will write something about the 15th of August. First, it will be popular in Chang'an. Remember to write down the method of making mooncakes. Li Yi thought of homesickness. It would not be on the 9th of September, but once in August. Song De wrote it down one by one and turned to arrange it. The next day, Li Yi did not teach others. He took his ambulance, took the wet nurse, the little fellow, and 8 eunuchs and palace maids, and went to Lantian County. A large group of winged knights followed. Li Yi still carried a gun. Li Longji did not want it, saying that he did not need it and asked Li Yi not to change it again. Li Longji felt that he did not need it. He could not carry a gun at all times and put it somewhere else. If someone else got it, wouldn't it be more dangerous? Li Yi brought back all the binoculars that he exchanged from the front line. Li Longji kept 2, and the other 6 were given to the winged knights. The front line used the glass binoculars made by the Li family Zhuangzi workshop. They even used them for the scouts. When the scouts found that they could not escape, they would destroy them. As for the broken ones that the enemy picked up and saw the structure, it would depend on the enemy's ability whether it could be ground out with a crystal plate. Chapter 497. Dongzhu's here. Guan Xiaotan pointed to a hot spring and said to Li Yi, who had just arrived. Li Yi walked down the slope and stepped on the paved stones. He squatted down and touched it with his hands. It was really hot. It was more than twice the body temperature of the human body. Exactly how hot it was, it had to be measured with a thermometer. Generally, people would only feel hot when it was more than twice the body temperature. It was very hot now, which meant that it was more than a lot. Such a hot spring was not suitable for soaking directly nearby. The hot spring was dug out from the bottom of the slope and was lower than the ground. The water was coming up. It was estimated that at a certain level, the water would be pushed back down. The ambulance had equipment that would be tested in a while to see if it met the human health standards. If one of the indicators exceeded too much, the hot spring would need to be mixed with other things. Could not be thrown away. It was too wasteful. Dongzhu, do you want to connect the pressure well and push it out? Guan Xiaotan felt that the hot spring's terrain was low and should be pulled out. Dig the surrounding ground lower and the hot spring water will flow out by itself. Li Yi's idea was different from Guan Xiaotan's. That requires a lot of digging. Guan Xiaotan did not know how to calculate the amount of earth and stone. He only knew that it would take a long time to dig such a large place. Hire more people and dig together. This winter, we are counting on it to make money. Li Yi did not care about the amount of work. He went back to the car to get a few small bottles and filled them with hot spring water for testing. Not long after he came out. Good place. Drunken Immortal residents built an inn. The people who stay in the inn can use the hot spring water to bathe in the bath. Plus the steam room made of basalt. But we have to advertise it and let others know the benefits. By the way, don't soak for too long or steam for too long or they will die. Li Yi told him how to use the hot spring and sent the water to the bath. As for this hot spring, he could not let others soak in it casually, even if it was flowing water. He wanted to divide 6 pools and only one pool was the main pool. Got it, Dong? Guan Xiaotan understood that ordinary people could not soak in the hot spring. It was not a problem in places far away. The capital government was monopolized by the royal family. If there was warm water in a bath, wouldn't it feel like she was enjoying something that belonged to the royal family? First, dig a small canal to divert the water away. Then, send people down to expand the water hole. Li Yi hadn't soaked in a hot spring for a long time. Running in the bathtub was not comfortable enough. It was stuffy. The hot spring was open air and was waiting to be built. No one was allowed to go near it. Just as he was about to stop anyone from approaching, a man and a woman appeared in front of him. Li Yi sniffed. Why is there a fragrance? It's the smell of the incense. Li Lang is indeed sensitive. The vigorous voice of the old man came from behind. Li Yi turned his head and saw an old Taoist priest and a 24-year-old female Taoist nun standing there. There, Li Yi looked at the winged knights as he asked. He thought to himself, have you been immobilized by magic? Guizi stood there. Li Dongzhu. This is Master Yi of Scenic Dragon Monastery, Duke of Yu. The other is Princess Golden Immortal. Duke of Yu? Duke. Secondary first grade? Princess Golden Immortal? Princesses. Princess. Ah, so it's Taoist brother Primordial Tao. I greet Taoist brother and Supreme Taoist brother. Li Yi bowed with his left hand in front and his right hand behind. His index finger and thumb were interlocked to form the yin and yang. When he bowed, he adjusted his fingers. Usually he didn't bow much. Usually he would raise his 2 thumbs. Now he was bowing with the yin and yang diagram in Taoist Tai Chi fashion, and Princess Jingxian were stunned by Li Yi's words and the set of etiquette that Li Yi used. You're a Taoist brother? Which generation are you from? Who's your master? Li. Ha ha ha. Good Taoist brother Li. You've created many things that benefit the people. There's no one in the world who can't be friends with you. I'll recognize you as a Taoist brother. Yi Fashion wanted to call out to Li Lang, but he suddenly laughed. When others saw him and Princess Golden Immortal, they were very respectful. Only when it came to Li Yi, he addressed him as a Taoist brother as if he was joking. Princess Golden Immortal, who had a cold expression, also pursed her lips. She looked like an expert. Her voice was a little light as she asked, why is your bow different from others? Ah, Taoists don't bow like this? Li Yi said in a daze. His eyes seemed to have lost focus. After a while he smiled. My name is Yi. It's the Yi of the Book of Changes. Yi has Tai Chi, it's the birth of yin and yang. The yin and yang rotate. There's no root and no pole. It's called Tai Chi, therefore what my fingers are showing is the endless cycle of yin and yang. This is the Taoist etiquette. Princess Golden Immortal was stunned again. How did he connect? He can even show the yin and yang diagram with his fingers? Yi Fashion stood there and thought, good. Taoist brother Li has learned a lot. It's all right. Anyway, I can copy anything you ask. No, I know a little about everything. Li Yi had checked a lot of information just now. He checked Yi Fashion and Princess Golden Immortal, then checked when this hand gesture appeared. There was nothing now. Taoist brother Li, are you keeping this warm soup for yourself? Princess Golden Immortal looked at the place where the hot spring water was being sold. Of course not. Taoist brother Dao Yuan, Taoist brother Wushang, why don't we share it together? Li Yi knew that the capital had to tell the higher-ups when they found a hot spring. Then the higher-ups would send a banner or something and the place would belong to the higher-ups. If he pulled the Duke and Princess together, everyone would be fine. No. Princess Golden Immortal realized that Li Yi was different from others. Taoist brother Li, have you seen a hot spring? Some hot springs can hurt people. Yi Fashion talked about serious matters. Yesterday he also heard that a new hot spring had appeared. He was afraid that it would be harmful, so he came to take a look. It's okay. Taoist brother, don't worry. I know you don't like to refine pills. You know that lead and mercury are poisonous, so you've lived for 100 years. Li Yi was more respectful to Yi Fashion. He had lived for 100 years. The key was that he knew that lead and mercury were poisonous, so he never played with them. He also didn't let the royal family of the Tang dynasty eat them. He even personally dealt with a group of Taoists who contributed pills to the royal family. The so-called dealing with them was removing them from their positions, not killing them. The emperors of the Tang dynasty didn't eat those things. Unlike the Song dynasty, they ate until they died. Moreover, according to historical records, this person had experienced many life and death situations. He also said that he could predict. Even the emperors believed him, including Li Longji. Before Li Yi came here, Tubo sent a treasure letter. It was a secret item that was kept in a box. It said that Li Longji should open it personally. It was a secret. Li Longji had just become the emperor, so the others didn't say anything. Only Yi Fashion said that this couldn't be done. If it was opened, he would die. He asked Tubo's envoy to open it. Li Longji asked the Tubo envoy to open it himself. When the envoy opened it, the poison arrow shot out and the envoy died. Whenever there was a matter of fortune or misfortune in the imperial court, they would definitely look for Yi Fashion. Yi Fashion would definitely resolve it for them. He was just that formidable. Li Yi understood that the other party knew that some of the people in the hot springs should not be soaked in as it would cause problems. Yi Fashion didn't know what Li Yi was capable of, so he was astonished. Fellow Taoist also knows about the matter of pill poisons? He stared at Li Yi and asked. Li Yi smiled. Taoist Primordial Tao and Taoist Supreme, follow me back to the car. I'll tell you what's going on with this warm soup. At the same time, he also knew medical skills. Turning his head, Li Yi looked at Princess Golden Immortal. Supreme Taoist, don't eat pills anymore. You really need to eat snacks. I'll make hawthorn pills for you. They're sweet and sour. They're delicious. Princess Golden Immortal glanced at Yi Fashion but did not say anything. If Yi Fashion did not want to eat the elixir, she would. Her sister also ate it. Princess True Jade, who was also a cultivator, would sometimes eat it as well. Fellow Taoist Li, are you willing to meet Princess True Jade? Princess Golden Immortal suddenly asked. Li Yi was stunned and shook his head. My fortune is shallow. I dare not look at Princess True Jade's face. He refused. Princess True Jade and this Princess Golden Immortal were said to be monks, but in reality, they were just casually dating men without restrictions. He did not have any interest in this. He represented positive energy and wanted to spread it. After your drunken immortal residence is completed, will you come here often? Princess Golden Immortal asked again. No, I'm just looking at the pool today. I'll go back and design the blueprint. I won't come here in the future. Li Yi did not want to have too much contact with the other party. Little friend, fellow Taoist, are you going to dig up the ground and build a few pools? Yi Fashion interrupted. He also did not want Li Yi to have too much contact with Princess Golden Immortal. He knew that Li Yi was now an external minister, and had continuously given His Majesty ideas. This person could not get close to His Majesty's other sisters. Princess Taiping was there. Although the retired emperor's daughter was well behaved, she did not have a chance. His Majesty had said more than once that whoever had Li Yi would have the world. The water temperature is high. I see that the amount of water produced is all right. I'm going to build 6 more pools. Then, I'll surround them with wooden walls and plant trees. The side of the drunken immortal residence will be sealed. They will only be allowed to go to the other lake to play. They will not be able to get close. I still have a few sworn brothers and sisters-in-law. If they are willing to come over, I'll have to ensure their safety. Li Yi explained his plan. They could not look at the side of the drunken immortal residence without binoculars. They were also not allowed to go to the roof. 6 more? Can it be the power of the Big Dipper? Yi Fashion thought that Li Yi was going to set up a formation. That won't do. When the Big Dipper is drawn, it will be a series. In the end, it won't be hot anymore. I want to connect them in parallel. There will be 1 in the middle and 6 around it to form the 6 directions. I won't build 8 and I won't draw the yin-yang fish in the middle. When Li Yi heard about the Big Dipper, the first thing that came to his mind was actually a satellite system. Then he understood that it was a spoon. He felt that there was a deeper meaning behind the name of his country, Big Dipper, and not the North Pole. Normally, the location was determined by the North Star. Why was it not called the North Pole? Because Du Fu had a poem. Flowers close to tall buildings hurt the hearts of visitors. How difficult it is to climb from 10,000 directions. Spring in Xinjiang came to heaven and earth. The floating clouds of Jade Fort changed from the past to the present. The North Pole's imperial court did not change. The West Mountain bandits should not invade. The pitiful later lord still in the temple, singing Liang Fu day and night. Therefore, the Big Dipper should correspond to the North Pole. The imperial court did not change. The bandits should not invade. As for the propaganda of the Big Dipper not being used in military matters, no matter how good Yi Fashion's research on Li Yi was, he couldn't see through Li Yi's inner thoughts. Fellow Taoist, are you familiar with the art of alchemy? Yi Fashion wanted to ask about alchemy. Yes, there's no one more familiar than me. I have all 3 acids and 2 bases in Zhuangzi. Fellow Taoist primordial Tao, what do you want to make? Let me see how difficult it is. I'll make something simple for you. Li Yi wasn't modest at all. Wasn't alchemy just chemistry? I know. What I've learned is enough. Do you have the nether flame? Yi Fashion directly asked about the most technical matter. At least that was what he thought. Li Yi stood up and pressed on the cabinet beside him. The cabinet door sprang open and he took out a glass bottle. There was water in the glass bottle. There were some light yellow things in the bottle. There were chunks and powders. He took it. Fellow Taoist, are you talking about this? It burns easily when it's taken out of the water. Yi Fashion looked at the things in the water and nodded. Can I take some? No problem. Li Yi took out a pair of tweezers and a tray. He pinched out some white phosphorus and put the bottle back. This thing had to be stored strictly according to the operation manual. Do you have a lot of this? Yi Fashion looked at the white phosphorus and recognized it. Yes, but it's all collected in Zhuangzi with great difficulty. I'm not selling it or giving it to you. I have a use for it. If you take it, it'll just be a magic trick. Mine can be used as a weapon. It's beneficial to the Tang dynasty. Li Yi was afraid that the other party would want it. It wasn't easy for farmers to collect it. He used animal bones and quartz sand to make glass to react with charcoal, and then cooled it down. It wasn't easy for the people of the Tang dynasty to get a little bit of it. They also extracted it from bones and hair. However, it wasn't as systematic and convenient as the ones he made in Zhuangzi. The quantity was also very small. He could use the white phosphorus to make red phosphorus and then turn it into simple matches. He could also make white phosphorus bombs. As for the other agricultural fertilizers and industrial manufacturing, he didn't even think about it. They were too little. If he took out these things, they would explode in a large area. He would attack until the enemy collapsed at the sight of them. Otherwise, they would die. When they were outside, he used the tweezers to fiddle with the white phosphorus. After a while, he took out an alcohol lighter from his sleeve, lit it up and put it under the plate to roast. Change positions. Let's change positions. The wind is against us. I don't want to get smoked. Li quickly adjusted his position. Yi Fashion was very persistent, as if he wanted to see if this thing was real. Once the lighter was heated, the temperature rose rapidly. Not long after, the white phosphorus on the metal tray flickered with light in the smoke. Fellow Taoist, what do you use alchemy for? Yi Fashion put away the lighter with satisfaction. To make things that benefit the people and to make things that kill. Li didn't correct the other party's words about alchemy. He understood what the 100-year-old Yi Fashion meant. When good things came out, it had to be attributed to Taoism. Forget it, what was the use of arguing about this? Taoism was good. Taoism had many people who liked to do research and many of them ate lead and mercury. In any case, they would die if they ate it and inhaling it wasn't healthy. It was better to ask them to help with advanced chemical research. With more people, they could help produce it later. Soap and soap are the same thing, but they have added spices. You used alcohol from this alcohol lighter and toilet water? Yi Fashion took out the lighter again and lit it up. He looked at the flame and said. Li grinned. He finally knew what it meant to be old but not dead. He was 100 years old. Yi Fashion was now 100 years old. He had seen too much of the ways of the world and other things. He knew that lead and mercury pills weren't good for the body, and didn't let the royal family eat them. He could also guess that there was a mechanism in the box that Tubo gave him. This wasn't something that could be calculated. It was like having an old person in the family was like having a treasure. It is true that you have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice, and you have walked farther on a bridge than you have walked on a road. Yes, Li didn't want to hide it. She only had this ability. What was the use of not admitting it? I know, Li. You used flowers to steam the essential oil, and then mixed it with alcohol to make toilet water. Princess Jin Xian was happy. That's right. Li nodded. That was the operation. Then do you believe that I won't reveal your secret? Princess Jin Xian was no longer as cold as the female Taoist. Instead, she was lively. Do you want me to tell you how to make alcohol? What's the ratio? When you announce it, I will have something new. Li didn't care at all. You can guess as hard as you want. After that, it will be kerosene, gasoline, diesel. If you can guess the entire chemical industry system, I will thank you. I can't even make liquefied petroleum gas myself. Think of a way for me. Fellow Taoist, on the 15th of August, I would like to visit. Is it convenient? Yi Fashion put away the lighter. Welcome. When will you arrive? I will wait for you by the Ba Bridge. Li agreed. Come, I'm counting on you to gather a large group of chemical researchers for me. I'll go too. Can't I go in directly? Princess Jin Xian became lively. No, we have failed in our duties today. We will naturally receive punishment. Guozi stood at the side and said with his head lowered. He saw Duke Yi Fashion and Princess Jin Xian today, so he didn't stop them. If he made a mistake, he wouldn't stop a duke and a princess? What if the princess brought people to assassinate His Majesty tomorrow? Although there were only 2 people today, this was the matter. It didn't make sense. One person couldn't assassinate? What if there was a small crossbow hidden in his sleeve? He was prepared to be beaten and punished by military law. The palace maid and eunuch did well. They carried the baby and ran away. Including the nanny, 9 people formed a circle. How was he going to tell His Majesty when he returned? What was a private army? Why do you have to do this? Princess Jin Xian reacted. If the winged knights didn't stop them today, they would definitely be punished when they returned. Wait for me to explain. Actually sigh. Yi Fashion didn't say what was actually going on. He just sighed. What he wanted to say was that there were already people on the roof of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. They were people from the Li family Zhuangzi. That was why he stopped talking when he was about 10 steps away from Li. If he walked any closer, he would be shot. He could feel the aura. Old Gua, it's fine. Just punish them with a meal. Don't use a stick. Injuring them will affect their training. Li knew that Yi Fashion and Princess Jin Xian were fine. If they kept an eye on this matter, the winged knights would be finished. But they were His Majesty's private army, not his own. There were some things that couldn't be said openly. Guizi and the other winged knights bowed their heads and didn't reply. Princess Jean Xian was angry. Li, even if you, Dao friend, the 15th of August is over. There will be good food. Li interrupted Princess Jean Xian and winked. This princess is waiting for good food. Otherwise you can come to my place. Princess Jean Xian glanced at Li. I promise there will be good food. Li didn't take any hints. He couldn't afford to offend Li Dan's daughter. Chapter 500. At noon the three of them ate at Drunken Immortal restaurant. The main dish was chestnut chicken and fried meat with hazelnut mushrooms. Oh, it was meat fried with hazelnut mushrooms. There was more meat and less mushrooms. In fact, Li preferred to eat mushrooms. What was there to eat with meat? Yi Fashion and Princess Jinxian had never eaten this before. The bowl of cold water that was served first was almost drunk by Princess Jinxian. Fortunately, Li stopped her in time. This kind of thing was not an accident. Not to mention those who had never eaten salted vegetables before, even if they didn't know that there was salted vegetables, they would also want to drink the cold water when they saw it. They could just pour another bowl after drinking it. It was not a big deal. These are local specialties. Drunken Immortal Restaurant accepts them and makes them into dishes. While providing new dishes for everyone, they also tell the locals what can be made into what dishes. Li explained when he stopped Princess Jinxian and the cold water. Princess Jinxian looked down from the window and saw the free soup being served there. There were also free salted vegetables. Li Lang, you are so kind. There are bones and mushrooms in the soup. Princess Jinxian saw the situation. One day when Drunken Immortal Restaurant catches fire, the surrounding people will come to save it. If someone wants to bully Drunken Immortal Restaurant, Xiaotan will shout and the strong person will be defeated. Li said that the situation in the Tang dynasty happened, but the people still knew how to be grateful. They would not hide and watch the show from afar, saying things like, "You deserve it. You are pretending to give others benefits. You are willing to give it but didn't say that we will help you. Don't you know how much money you have earned?" The people of the Tang dynasty were reasonable and moral. Fellow Taoist. Yi Fashion took a bite of the chicken and felt that it tasted good. He found that it was different from before. He was 100 years old, but he was still curious and had a good mentality. Why is this chicken harder and more fragrant than the ones we usually eat? Yi Fashion thought for a moment before he thought of how to say it. There are many people eating, so I was in a hurry. I didn't order it individually. This chicken was first fried with oil and stewed. The oil was ladled in after the chicken fat was cooked. Li didn't need to eat it. He could tell just by looking at the chicken. How should he put it? It didn't bring out the aroma of the meat. Instead it was fried. If it were him back then, when he ordered takeout and saw that it was stewed chicken that had exploded first, he would have given a good review and never ordered it again. When giving a good review, the review would be, first the chicken is fried. It has a strong fried chicken flavor, making people feel an indescribable emotion when eating. Of course, he rarely ate this kind of mobile app. The takeout orders were all ordered by his company. He would find a restaurant, negotiate the price, and deliver it. Today, he had once again eaten chicken that was first fried and then stewed. Thinking about it, he knew that the chefs of the Drunken Immortal residence were playing tricks on him. He first fried a large pile of chicken, then made chicken soup and mushrooms. Once someone has lit it, they can just put it inside and boil it. If the dishes were served quickly, the dishes would be flipped quickly. That would make more money. Yi Fashion listened and understood. At the same time, he discovered that Li wasn't satisfied with this. Then he said something that had nothing to do with the food. "Li Dongzhu, can Taoism cooperate with you, Zhuangzi?" Yi Fashion addressed Li Dongzhu. "Oldie, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be like this. You have so many disciples. They can come and learn. But I'm afraid that they won't listen to you." Li also changed the way he addressed Yi Fashion. Yi Fashion was already 100 years old, but he called him Old Yi so naturally. In the current Tang dynasty, he was only 17 years old. How many generations was the difference between him and a 100-year-old person. In theory, in the Tang dynasty there was a child at the age of 15. If it was Princess Jincheng and ancestor Qida who got married at the age of 12 or 13, it was even more abnormal. Li Yi's age compared to Yi Fashion was normally 6 generations younger. 4 generations under the same roof was nothing. If Yi Fashion wanted, he could have 7 generations under the same roof. So you agree? Yi Fashion didn't know what Li Yi was thinking. He just wanted to fight for Taoism. Li Shimin worshipped Buddha, but now he was suppressing Buddha. If he couldn't see it, he would have lived for 100 years in vain. A 100-year-old person could still run around. His body didn't seem to have any problems. If it weren't for the fact that Li Yi had lived for many years in the past and was born in the era of information explosion, he would have received countless information. At the same time, he could still study and practice. He trembled in front of a 100-year-old person, so he was very calm. At the same time, he also asked the other party to be calm. Everyone was like this. No one should scheme against each other. So he nodded. Come, call them over. I'll teach them. To be honest, your alchemy skills are not as good as our medical skills. In terms of medical skills, I don't think I'm good enough. But when it comes to alchemy, I'll teach you a different kind. Can't we not eat? Take what we need. Yi Fashion asked seriously. I promised to suppress Buddhism. I hate them, really. Li Yi knew what the other party wanted. He did hate Buddhism. When the country needed it, Buddhism retreated and chose to live in seclusion. Then Taoism rushed forward and fought for the country under the rain of bullets. When everything was over and Buddhism stood up, we destroyed Buddhism. Wishful thinking. But Buddhism was shameless. They knew when to yield. And their teachings were the most interesting. If others said you were wrong, you would say it to others. Wrong was naturally wrong. The person who was wrong would bear bad karma. You couldn't say it. If you said it, you would bear it. This was Buddhism. Li Yi knew it too well. When Buddhism people made mistakes, they couldn't say it. Whoever said it was wrong. Why were you so awesome? You spoiled your problems and didn't allow others to say it? Indeed, they couldn't say it. Li Yi admitted. Because there were too many idiots. If you said it, others would refute you and tell you what was wrong. It was like practicing never to be destroyed. It was different now. Li Longji suppressed Buddhism and Taoism. He pushed Taoism up. He only pushed Taoism and didn't push alchemy skills. Yi Fashion smiled. That was what he thought. He didn't have a good impression of Buddhism. Buddhism took up too much land, and Taoism people didn't care about management. Fellow Taoist, can our sect exist? Yi Fashion couldn't see the future, so he asked Li Yi. It can exist in the people's hearts. A part of it. Li Yi smiled. At night, Li Yi finished the blueprint of the hot spring. The project was relatively big for people now. Guozi and the others reported the situation and received punishment. They didn't do it well. A duke and a princess came over. They didn't stop them, although there were only 2 of them. This hot spring makes good soda. Add some other things. We can sell soda. Li Yi didn't leave. He would go back tomorrow. It would be August 15th. He wrote and drew there, designing the layout of a large pool and 6 smaller pools. The next morning, he returned to the Li family Zhuangzi. At this time, the Li family Zhuangzi was promoting mooncakes and homesickness. To put it bluntly, they didn't have anything to do. They just had to stir up emotions. At the end of August 15th, Yi Fashion and Princess Jingxian came. Li Longji, Empress Wang and Li Chengqi also came. Li Longji and Empress Wang were looking after the children. Li Chengqi had something to discuss with Li Yi. It was about the business of their partnership. It's just that Li Yi's method is more detailed. Princess Jingxian thought of the chemical experiment, and Li Yi gave her some simple things. Various combinations and how to operate them. This thing can't be easily spread out to prevent others from learning it. This is a study that can help one fight for the world. Yi Fashion was very impressed by Li Yi's talent in alchemy. Li Yi knew how to refine pills, but he didn't refine them. Li Yi, on the other hand, wrote down what kind of thing would kill people if they ate it. He even didn't need to eat it. If he refined pills frequently, he would be exposed to smoke and his lifespan would be short. Master, his printing on Zhuangzi is good. The paper is good too. Why don't we print some things? No, I'm going to find someone to raise money and make a set of printed things. When the time comes, we can print whatever we want. If he passes down the method of making paper, we can build a paper workshop. Princess Jingxian liked to give books to others. She would do it now. In the future, when Li Longji felt that Buddhism was enough, he wanted to fuse Buddhism and Taoism. Princess Jingxian even gave many books, which made the monks extremely happy. Sure. Yi Fashion had the same idea. He could contact others and pay together. Right, we can make it ourselves. I have to ask Li Yi how to make it. Princess Jingxian realized that she didn't know how to make it. Zhuangzi only sold newspapers and never said how to make movable type printing. Everyone had their guesses, but they couldn't make it. Look for Li Yi, look for Li Yi. I have something important to do. Princess Jingxian found a reason. She looked for the manager in charge of Zhuangzi. Songda wasn't around. Songda was at Grief Tian Square delivering mooncakes. The children who sold newspapers each took 8 large mooncakes. They could eat them for 2 days when they went back. They were quite oily. There was a salted pork filling inside. He told the children that it could last for 3 days at most. After that, it couldn't be eaten anymore. Songda gave Grief Tian Square mooncakes filled with nuts. There was a lot of sugar, and sugar was used to suppress the bacteria. Every mooncake was wrapped in oil paper. This way it could last for 10 days. The meat was given separately. It was stewed chicken. There was a thick layer of oil on it. The chicken was fat. There were always people taking care of Grief Tian Square. The food they usually ate wasn't good, but they could fill their stomachs. They would eat meat every 10 days. The people in Grief Tian Square would make arrangements if they could do something. When they died, they would arrange for a coffin to be buried. The newspaper said that the moon on August 15th should be a reunion for families. The people believed it. It wasn't night yet, and there was no moon. Many people were ready to watch the moon at night. In Zhuangzi, the second manager, Sun Xian, came to Li Yi. He said that Princess Jingxian had something important to discuss with him. Did she say what it was? Li Yi didn't want to go. He didn't feel that the private lives of the princesses were bad. That was their freedom. The Tang dynasty was also open-minded. He simply didn't want to interact with the princesses. He knew that the princesses had a problem. They liked to recommend talents to the imperial court. For example, Princess Trujade had recommended Li Bai and Wang Wei. Both of them were great talents in poetry. Wang Wei's poetry included paintings and poems. It also had a Zen meaning, like the lone smoke in the desert, the setting sun in the long river. When he read it, it was a painting. It wasn't bleak but warm. After the Tang dynasty, a pillar of smoke rose representing peace. He met Princess Trujade and was recommended by her. However, Wang Wei was talented and could take the Jinshi exam. Li Bai couldn't. Li Bai was used to attending from a young age. Because he came from a place that had nothing to do with the imperial examination, he couldn't get a spot. Princess Trujade helped him meet Li Longji. Unfortunately, Li Longji didn't want poetry. Reading poetry was a pleasure. Li Yi pondered. If he got to know those princesses, which man was intimate with the princess and came over to ask him to find a way to recommend him? It would be easy if he didn't want to be a high-ranking official. He was afraid that he would have to enter the imperial court as an official with real power. As Li Yi thought about it, Sun Xian waited by the side. Seeing that Dongzhu was distracted after asking, he didn't dare to disturb him. Li Longji said, "What's the matter?" "It seems that she wants to learn printing and print her own books." Sun Xian replied to Li Longji, "Teach her." "I won't teach her ink, but I can buy it." Li Yi came back to his senses. He still didn't want to go. He had already thought about how to deal with people who might come over to attend in the future. First, he would chat and see their talent. Then, he would determine how to find connections. Famous people like Li Bai and Du Fu could be directly sent to any county in the capital to be a registrar, deputy county magistrate, or county lieutenant. Look, they didn't need to take the exam to be the director of the county's finance bureau or deputy county head, the director of the county's public security bureau, and political and legal high official. This wasn't a small official, right? If it were him, how many years would it take to reach this position? Moreover, it would be in the various districts of the capital. His rank was higher than others. If such a famous person didn't like a small official, there was nothing he could do. Even if he could find a way to give him the position of provincial governor, what would his first step be? As Li Yi was thinking about this, the sky darkened and a bright moon slowly rose from the east. Chapter 502. Uncle will bring Xiaoyao home tomorrow, Empress Wang said to Li Yi while eating hot pot with the baby in her arms. Xiaoyao's name was Li Jianyao. It was time to bring him back. Empress Wang had been sending a lot of labor to Yeting Palace in the past few days. She felt that the harem was stable. If she didn't come out usually, no one would be able to touch the child. Li Yi glanced at the little guy. There was no reluctance on his face. He nodded. Only by bringing him back and keeping him by your side can the baby feel at ease. If there are no other emergencies, you can come for a checkup every 10 days. The little guy was sleepy, but when he smelled the hot pot he sniffed and didn't want to sleep. As his eyesight gradually developed, the baby's sense of smell also gradually improved. Does he want to eat? Li Longji asked with a smile when he saw his son sniffing. He just wants to know what it is. He observes with his eyes. When he's bigger, he'll grab it with his hands and put it in his mouth. If he doesn't like it, he'll spit it out. Li Yi shook his head and explained the child's situation. As he spoke, the baby's eyes closed. His curiosity couldn't beat his sleepiness. Empress Wang waited for a while and put the baby in the stroller beside her. It was actually a rocking bed with wheels under it. Today's winter will definitely be better than previous years, especially for the people in the capital. Li Chengqi rinsed a piece of meat and dipped it in seasoning. The farming tools that Brother Yi gave us are being used in many places. They save time and use them for other things to increase their income. Li Longji had already received information that a whole set of farming tools was being used in further places during this autumn's harvest. Each tool saved a few days of time. In total, they would be less busy for at least 1.5 months. The people would gather wild vegetables, fish, and make them into dried vegetables to eat in winter. In places where there was no coal, they would gather more firewood at home. There would be enough firewood to burn in winter. Many people in the northern region built heatable beds to breed bean sprouts in winter and hatch chickens and ducks now. With the promotion of Qingchu fodder, those who had cows at home didn't have to worry about them losing weight in winter. In his opinion, this was the livelihood of the people. As for Li Yi's new song, Meeting Ao Bao, which was being spread outside, it only made people happy for a moment. The commoners did indeed receive benefits. They worked for the same amount of time, but the benefits were different. In addition, the well drilling team had gone to the east of the Taihang Mountains and was still drilling wells. They were prepared to give up on the dry land. With wells they planted seeds and planted crops. In addition, many businessmen in Chang and were looking for places to learn how to build greenhouses. Due to the lack of sunlight, it took a long time for them to grow, so they had to plant them early and cultivate the path of fire. And all of this had been changed by one person. Li Longji looked at Li Yi with gratitude in his eyes. The things that Li Yi had taken out had greatly reduced the pressure on him. Li Yi had given them 100,000 taels for the war against the Great Southwest barbarians, which boosted their morale. The soldiers who went to war didn't have to worry about not having enough food at home. When they went to war, they didn't have to worry about the rear. There hasn't been any news for a month. I wonder how Zhang Xiaosong is doing. Empress Wang was thinking about the army that fought in the western region. Many small tribes wanted to submit to the Tang dynasty, but they were all scared by the achievements of Zhang Xiaosong's army. Zhang Xiaosong took down not just a few cities but a few hundred. He will be corrupt. He will be after defeating Asoda, Li Yi suddenly said. With Yi Fashion an immortal, there was no problem for him to be an immortal. Is he greedy for the things he seized? Empress Wang thought that was the only thing he could be greedy for. If he couldn't be greedy for military provisions, where could he sell them? If the soldiers didn't have food to eat during the war, they would have to drink the northwest wind and win consecutive battles. It doesn't matter what he is greedy for. He has to be greedy. He has contributed too much. Li Yi smiled. There was only one sentence recorded in history. Someone accused Xiaosong of corruption, so he was sent to prison in Liangzhou and demoted to soldier Chao of Lingzhou. In Li Yi's opinion, Zhang Xiaosong was afraid. He took down hundreds of cities in a row and slaughtered 3 more, forcing the other party to run into the mountains. How good was he at fighting? How great was his contribution? He beat the locals until they were afraid at the mention of his name. The other tribes ran to the Tang dynasty. What should he do after the war? What position should he be given? Should he continue to hold the fort there? He was just greedy for a while. Later in history, when the situation eased, he became a high-ranking official again and continued to lead the army. Li Longji narrowed his eyes and nodded, indicating that he understood. Let him be greedy for a while. It's better to let him continue to hold the fort there. It's better to give him a title. Li Longji didn't care. He wasn't afraid of how powerful Zhang Xiaosong was now. No matter how powerful he was, he could fight his way to Chang'an. What he needed now was stability. Sending Zhang Xiaosong to continue to hold the fort could deter others, and let the Tang dynasty take the opportunity to develop. If he was arrested and imprisoned, there would be a shortage of powerful generals, and others would be ready to make trouble. With Li Yi around, Li Longji could give more freedom and trust to the generals outside. You can send the winged knights with hot air balloons, whirlwind cannons, wooden arrows, and gunpowder to let him familiarize himself with it. It can also be considered as a form of supervision to make him feel at ease. Li Yi followed up with ideas. Zhang Xiaosong was afraid. What was there to be afraid of? It was good to be able to fight. Zhang Xiaosong, who was in the middle of a crazy campaign, didn't know that his fate had changed on the night of August 15th. It was fine no matter how greedy he was. It was such a big contribution. So what if he was greedy? There would be good things for him later. Princess Jingxian was also eating hot pot. Sun Xian was explaining the manufacturing method of copper type printing and how to print it. It's so simple. Cast a mold, then leave a slot on the mold, brush ink on it and print it. It's just that copper type is more expensive. Princess Jingxian heard it and found it easy. She could understand it as soon as she heard it. What about the ink? Yi Fashion thought differently. Buy it on Zhuangzi. I can't teach you. Otherwise, you will know the other colors of ink for printing coupons. Sun Xian said what Li Yi didn't say to him. How could he give them the manufacturing method of ink if they printed money on Zhuangzi? We can still. Can't sell it too expensive? Princess Jingxian was about to say. Can we still print money? On second thought, it was easy to leak the secret. She didn't think that the people she found would keep the manufacturing method of ink a secret. This set of things would be used to print money for the Tang dynasty in the future. Princess Jingxian, don't worry. We won't charge you a single cent more. You can send people to transport it away. If you want to print newspapers, it's fine. In the future, Zhuangzi's newspapers will have more colors. Sun Xian said according to Li Yi's instructions. The other party printed the books as a gift. If they didn't sell it, then there was no need to earn their money. If we don't print newspapers, no one will buy it. We can't find time to advertise it. Princess Jingxian waved her hand and picked up the wine again. Sun Xian took his leave and went to do other things. He didn't have to write a method of printing movable type. It was indeed simple. The reason why others didn't know how to do it was because they didn't think in that direction. Heavenly World Restaurant. This is a mooncake? It's deliberately printed with the words family and hometown. I don't know what he's thinking. Yao Chong was eating a small mooncake. It wasn't very greasy. They were sitting in a different direction. The original direction couldn't see the moon and was facing the road to the north. In another direction, they saw the East Market below. The revolving restaurant above was being used. Maybe it's to have one more food. The method of making mooncakes was written in the newspaper. Lu Huaishan also couldn't guess Li Yi's purpose. Chapter 503. Zui Xianju dug out warm soup and said it's still drinkable. Zhang Shua didn't think about mooncakes, the moon, or homesickness. He talked about the benefits Li Yi received. In the past, warm soup was found in Lantian County for the common people to use. They didn't need firewood to bathe, and it was warm in the winter. Later, it was taken over by the imperial family. The common people couldn't bathe in it, and they weren't allowed to go downstream. Now that Li Yi dug out one, what should they do? Let the imperial family take it. I'll write a letter. Yao Chong gritted his teeth. Haha. Wei Zhigu laughed. He didn't think Yao Chong had the guts. Li Yi's contributions to the Tang dynasty were too great. He was only a third-rank official. What was wrong with taking a warm soup? If you dared to write a letter, Li Yi would immediately know it was you. Someone would spread the news. Li Yi had asked for horses from the Tujue. Recently he had some free time, so he gave the Ministry of Revenue an idea to sell noodles. If he felt that you were too much of a hindrance, he might take some time to think about how to deal with you. Bai Gu, who attended the banquet with them, was thinking about selling noodles when he heard a few people talk about the warm soup in Lantian County. He said Li Yi probably knew that there was warm soup there, so he bought Zui Xianju. In the future, we don't need His Majesty to reward us. We can bathe there. How much soup can he produce from that warm soup? The asking price must be very high, otherwise he won't be able to make money. Do we get benefits for free? Yao Chong was moved. He also wanted to soak in the hot springs. The hot springs in the capital were monopolized by the imperial family. They were usually placed there and not used. They also didn't allow others to use them. Only when someone was rewarded would they be allowed to soak in them. There were some outside, but it was too far. Finally, there was a new hot spring in Lantian County. The imperial family couldn't ask Li Yi for it. Li Yi's asking price was high. If he always went there to bathe, wouldn't the dignified prime minister be criticized if he didn't spend money? Bai Gu looked at Yao Chong. Has Yuanji ever washed the pool at the Li family Zhuangzi? 1. Yao Chong recalled and immediately realized. Would he build a large bathtub in the drunken immortal residence? Get water from the warm soup? Just say it's a hot spring? Everyone nodded in unison. How could Li Yi not think of something that they could think of? There were a lot of spots, and he could fix them as he pleased. One on the left, one on the right, and one on the right. Bai Gu put down the mooncake and did not eat it. He was going to take it home. The celestial world gave him little, but the stuffing was good. It was beef and minced meat stuffing. He ate hot pot. Before the winter starts today, there will be a lot of bathing pools in Bashui. Chang'an is in the middle of the city. I can't say that some people will follow suit. If the Ministry of Revenue wanted to collect taxes, they would first collect taxes on Li Yi's bathing pool. No one else could say anything. If there are people in the imperial court who oppose it, you all have to help them. The Ministry of Revenue is poor, and if they don't think of ways to earn money, they won't be able to survive. Didn't His Majesty take out many things that the Ministry of Revenue didn't use in the right treasury, and sell them to the Ministry of Revenue to subsidize the country's expenses? Zhang Shua did not believe Bai Gu's pitiful words. The Ministry of Revenue's rent this year did not change, and its expenses did not increase. The Southwest barbarians used the money from the Zhechong residence, and His Majesty used his own money to dig the wells. Li Yi did not have a single copper coin for research and inventions. Li Yi was the one who paid for the sorrowful field and the school. Together with King Song's Tang dynasty funds, the Ministry of Revenue had saved money. The right treasury was a tribute sent by the local government for the royal family. His Majesty saw that it was not enough, so he found people to clean it up and gave all the things that could not be stored for a long time to the Ministry of Revenue. Isn't it because we are going to issue currency in the future? We should save up more. Bai Gu muttered. Li Yi, the Ministry of Revenue can't save up much money. If we need to build roads, build roads. If we need to build water conservancy, build water conservancy. Li Yi and His Majesty are saving up. Lu Huaishan advised Bai Gu. When it came to money, in his heart, 10 Ministry of Revenue added together could not compare to one Li family Zhuangzi. Whether Li Yi could come up with a way to earn money depended on his mood. If he needed money and wanted to do something big, he would release a new product. Li family Zhuangzi. When people mentioned that he could get money as he pleased, Li Yi was indeed thinking about how to earn money. To be precise, he was thinking about his business partnership with Li Chengqi. Li Chengqi wanted to ask. This year more oysters, dried clams, dried shrimps, and sea cabbage will be sent over. Will they still be sold in the winter like last year? Are there any businessmen following the trend? Li Yi was half full. He stopped eating and put down his chopsticks. Yes, the prices of things in the coastal areas have increased. I will ask people to go to the sea area of Khitan to fish. It is better than other places. Li Chengqi did not eat much. He had been drinking wine. When he talked about going to Bohai Bay to fish for seafood, he seemed very happy. Collect taxes. All the seafood in Chang, and that is transported by ship or land in large quantities, will be taxed. Tell them that if they don't pay taxes, the price will be lower than their cost line. After paying taxes, we will discuss the price according to different grades. By the way, if they pay taxes, they will get points in the future. If they don't pay taxes, they will not get points. The more taxes they pay, the more points they get. The points they get from direct donations will be half of the points they get from paying taxes. Li Yi thought of a new way to give points. He wanted everyone to have a concept that they could get benefits from paying taxes. If they donate directly, they will get the same amount of points. Others will wait until they need points to donate. Taxes are the foundation of a country. Donations are auxiliary. No taxes for other industries. Li Chengqi wanted to be fair. How can other industries be as profitable as seafood? Jewelry is profitable, but it is not easy to limit it now. Also, I don't know how much the jewelry is worth. Li Yi was not in a hurry to collect taxes. He first collected taxes from the governor's office. Last year, he made a lot of money from selling oysters and sea cabbage. This year he added shrimps. The consumption level in Chang'an was high. Many people bought seafood, so the profits were always high. Okay, let's give the Ministry of Revenue some benefits first. I will talk to other people. If they don't agree, I will try my best to lower the price. My price is lower than theirs. Li Chengqi agreed. He collected seafood in other coastal areas. The price was about the same as other merchants. The transportation cost was low. He only needed to pay some money for the transportation. Other merchants could not squeeze into the transportation ships. In the cold water area of Bohai Bay, the Tang dynasty's navy was mobilized. Only those soldiers could work. Piles of seafood were scooped up. The people by the sea did not eat much, not to mention the places occupied by Khitan. The seafood he scooped up was big and in good condition. He gave a lot of bonuses to the navy. The navy was happy. One was that they received an extra salary that they could not get in a year. The other was that the navy could continue to repair the ships with money, proving their value. The fishermen's ships could not be compared with the navy's ships. The navy's ships were equivalent to dozens or hundreds of fishermen's ships. If he lowered the price, other merchants who also transported seafood would not be able to survive. Brother, how's the negotiation with the Khitan? Li Yi remembered that he asked the Khitan to help him grow cotton. The southern part of Liaoning was suitable for growing cotton. The output was not as good as other places, but they could still grow cotton. They are willing to grow cotton next year. We need to exchange food with them. They also agreed to exchange with iron. Li Chengqi shook his head when he mentioned the Khitan's request. The Tang dynasty lacked iron, so he did not want to exchange. Send them a batch of luxury goods and see if they will change their mind. Li Yi also did not want to give iron. If the other party got iron, they would definitely use it to make weapons. If they had more weapons, they would turn around and attack the Tang dynasty. I have already sent them. They want to exchange with the specialties of other places. The people I sent agreed to exchange with them. They are negotiating the price now. Li Chengqi smiled. Obviously, he had gained a big advantage in the exchange amount offered by the other party. But they had to continue the negotiation. Otherwise, the other party might go back on their words. Chapter 504. I'm rich, I'm rich. I finally earned Li Yi's money. In Lantian County's drunken immortal residence, the moon outside was so round. Zhang Sun Exine shouted and wanted to cry. Today, Guan Xiaotan gave Zhang Sun Exine the money for a batch of chrysanthemums that he urgently sent from Luoyang. Guan Xiaotan also just got the money. If Zhang Sun Exine was not anxious, he would have sent it tomorrow. Zhang Sun Exine made twice the profit. For every qian he spent, he sold it to Li family Zhuangzi for an average of 3 qian. The flowers in Luoyang had always been good. The peonies were the most famous, and there were also many chrysanthemums. Zhang Sun Exine had always been angry in his heart. Why did he suffer losses every time he tried to get money from Li family Zhuangzi? This time, he listened to his aides and sent people to Luoyang to buy chrysanthemums in large quantities and sent them back as quickly as possible. He had invested 170 yuan and received 510 yuan in return. He earned 340 qian and didn't have much money. This money made him rich. The key was that he didn't suffer losses. It was not easy. The 4 aides looked at their boss helplessly. Wasn't it normal to make money? Li Yi didn't have the time to deal with him. The price of chrysanthemums was different according to the quality. The chrysanthemums in Luoyang were good, so of course they would pay more. Wasn't this the way of business? Go buy more chrysanthemums. For 500 qian, I want to earn 1,000 qian. I want to get more benefits from Li Yi. Zhang Sun Exine looked sullen. He thought that selling chrysanthemums to Li Yi was Li Yi's loss and he was taking advantage of him. Boss, are you still going to check the mine's accounts? Luo Aocheng reminded Zhang Sun Exine. No, I don't understand the accounts. Can you understand them? When Zhang Sun Exine heard about checking the accounts, he thought of the jade that the other party gave him last time. He didn't think there was a problem with the mine's accounts. The other party gave him benefits, so he had to do something for the money. If he checked again, would the other party give it to him? If it was him, he would check again and give it to him. If he checked again, how long would it take? Boss, since you don't want to check the accounts, why don't you ask the Li family Zhuangzi if they need anything recently? What if they don't want the chrysanthemum when we buy it? Luo Oxin realized that his boss was short of money and always wanted to have more money, even though he didn't need much money in Lantian County. Will they tell us if we ask them? Zhang Sun Exine expressed her doubts. We can go and ask. We can also ask Guan Xiaotan. Luo Aocheng advised his boss. Xiaotan, come here. Zhang Sun Exine was relieved when he heard that he didn't need to see Li Yi. He shouted for Xiaotan. Inspector Zhang Sun, are you looking for me? Guan Xiaotan brought a few mooncakes over. What kind of business did your Dongzhu do recently? How many times have I made your Dongzhu rich? Let me see. Zhang Sun Exine glanced at the mooncakes and prepared to take them home for his wife. Concubine couldn't manage the family well. She couldn't control people and didn't know how to do it. He did say that there is a kind of banana in Min province that can be eaten in a few days. If they are transported from there and picked when they are green, they can make money when they arrive at Chang and in 20 days. Guan Xiaotan really gave him something that Li Yi had mentioned. If bananas were transported from Guangdong and Guangxi, the green ones would be rotten. However, there were also bananas in Fujian, Min province of the Tang dynasty. As long as the speed was fast enough, the green bananas could be stored for a month. Some green bananas were not sprayed with ripening agent. They were stored at home for a month without ripening. Li Yi had always wanted green banana for a month. When it came to Guan Xiaotan, it was changed to 20 days. According to the current road conditions, it was impossible to transport the bananas from Fujian to Xi'an in 20 days, whether by land or water. From Min province to Chang'an, it was needless to say to take the land route as there were many mountains. The water route was not directly connected to the river, so it couldn't be transported in 2 months. Li Yi was just thinking, is there anything else? Zhang Sun Exine was not stupid. When he heard Min province, he thought of mountains. Also, take advantage of the current situation to make canned grapes and store them in porcelain. They can be stored for a long time. When the weather is cold, take them out. Guan Xiaotan gave Li Yi another thing to do. Li Yi even wanted to go to the Tujua to make canned melons. Yes, I want to make canned fruits. See if there are any fruits now. As long as they are not stored for a long time, I will make them. Zhang Sun Xian thought of a good deal. He didn't think Guan Xiaotan would lie to him. Big brother, third brother, I will give you a few musical instruments made of gloomy wood. The sound is very good. In the Li family, Zhuangzi Li Yi asked people to bring a pipa, a zither, a horizontal flute, a vertical bamboo flute, and a zither made of gloomy wood. The advantage of gloomy wood was that it would have a good sound when making musical instruments. At the same time, it would not be deformed. Otherwise, it would take a long time to find wood to make a zither. If the wood was deformed in the later stage, the zither would be ruined. Gloomy wood was not needed. Could be made immediately. It was just like Li Yi's good violin was soaked in seawater for many years. Then it was taken out to be made. If there was gloomy wood, it would not be used. It had been used for many years. This thing is used to make coffins. It's not good for the child, right? Li Longji looked at his son. It has been processed. There is no problem in it. Li Yi shook his head. You received a lot of gloomy wood from Zhang Sun Xian. How much does this vertical bamboo flute cost? Li Chengqi took the vertical bamboo flute and blew twice. 100 gold. Li Yi stretched out a finger. 100,000 gold. How about this zither? Li Longji put his hand on the strings. 1,200 gold. Li Yi gave another number. Empress Wang muttered. If Zhang Sun Xian knows, she will not be able to sleep. I prepared 1 to 6 musical instruments for each of the 50 people who came here today. You can choose according to the number of materials used. I also stored a lot of gloomy wood. In the future, these gloomy wood will be enough to support the issuance of 1 million gold exchange coupons. Li Yi said his plan. He wanted to promote a kind of wood and raise the price. Don't give it to me yet. Brother Yi, let's not talk about it first. Let's buy more gloomy wood. This is the hardwood gloomy wood, right? Take it. Hearing this, Li Chengqi put down his vertical bamboo flute. He had a bigger plan in mind. Almost. Li Yi did not receive any new gloomy wood in the past few days. Yes, there is still a lot left. You can still buy more. You wait patiently. This time we will get a piece of wood that is worth 10 million gold. Li Chengqi clenched his fists, relaxed them and clenched them again. His palms were sweaty. Li Longji said. The imperial court ordered the imperial family to ask for gloomy wood from all over the country. This will be used as collateral for the issuance of currency in the future. If the imperial family says that it is valuable, then it is valuable. You just need to promote it. When it becomes difficult to get even a single piece of wood, then you can release the musical instruments. He had a new train of thought. He found something that was few in number and wasn't valued by anyone. The imperial family would raise the price and sell it to the rich. Those with less money would not be able to afford it. This way he could collect a lot of money. Why didn't he think of it before? It was simple. The imperial family's identity was money. Li Yi blinked. Then let's wait a little longer? Wait, don't tell anyone. The imperial court is poor. Li Chengqi nodded vigorously. Then let's talk about the next item. Let's see if you want to sell it. Li Yi agreed. Since the imperial family cooperated, things would be easier. Chapter 505. On the morning of August 16th, Li Longji's family of 3 left by car. Li Chengqi was a step late. He had to look after Princess Jingxian and Yi Fashion. He could only leave after the 2 of them had left. When he left, he took a lot of snacks from Zhuangzi with him. He said that he was taking them back for his family. Princess Jingxian had not seen Li Yi since the last time she saw him. She was unhappy when she left. Yi Fashion was very calm. He looked at the scenery of Li family Zhuangzi as he walked. He had seen it once when he came yesterday, but it was not enough. Brother Yi, I'm leaving. Don't worry. I will help you advertise what you gave me. This is good stuff. Li Chengqi said while holding a box in his hand. Inside the box was the black and red shoe polish made by Li Yi. The rich people in the Tang dynasty, regardless of whether they were men or women, liked to wear leather boots, especially in winter. The color of the boots was the normal color. When they were being maintained, they would be wiped with water and then re-dried. Li Yi used white wax and turpentine distilled from pine oil to mix with black ink to make shoe polish. A few days ago it rained. Some of the villagers who were wearing leather shoes touched the water. They did not treat it in time and there was a problem. The main problem was nitration. They just had to wipe it with vinegar and then apply the shoe polish. But without shoe polish, the shoes were not good to use. When making leather, the acid-base balance had to be achieved. First it was nitration. Then it had to be washed with salt. Some people would first soak the leaves of the plants and then put the leather in it. The extent of the kneading was a skill. People nowadays saw it as a secret recipe. In fact, Li Yi knew that it was the interference of the acid base on the leather. After that, it would return to balance. When it came into contact with water, the acid-base balance would be broken and the alkali or salt would come out. It could only be combined again and then applied with shoe polish. Otherwise, it would still be nitration. The villager looked very sad. Obviously, he knew that the leather shoes would be ugly in the future. Li Yi felt that this was a small problem. He should let the villager be happy. So he made the shoe polish. After the servant finished processing the shoes, he was indeed happy. Moreover, he also changed the color of the shoes. The original brownish-yellow color was changed to black. In fact, there was shoe polish that was not mixed with ink. When applied, it would be the original color, but the villagers insisted on making it black. Li Yi was going to sell this thing. Other people's shoes would have the same problem as long as the shoe polish was done well. Seeing that it was raining outside, he first washed it once before running out. When he came back, he hurriedly wiped it clean. There was no problem. After that, he used the cloth to wipe the shoes until they were shiny. When the model villager was nervous, he asked Dongzhu to wipe his shoes. Would he die? Change to the other foot. Sit properly. Everyone look. Low-top leather shoes. In order to not rub the socks, you have to use other cloth to cover it, Li Yi said to the villager and demonstrated again. The children looked seriously. They were going to be assigned to wipe shoes for others in exchange for living expenses. Zhuangzi rented the whole set of things to them. They would return it when they earned money. In the future, they would have to buy their own shoe polish. Zhuangzi did not give them a high price. When they were promoting, they had to say that it was a high price. You don't have to put too much shoe polish. The main thing is to wipe it. After you wipe it, look, isn't it shiny? Don't shake your legs. Li Yi operated and warned the villager again. Dongzhu, I'm afraid that when you are done, they will beat me up. The villager was about to cry. They won't die. If they are injured, look for me. I will treat them for you. Don't worry. Li Yi was very naughty. He played along with the villager. The children laughed and went up one by one. The other villager cooperated with them. Li Yi introduced the business experience. When you meet those people who want to wipe but are hesitating, you can say that they will wipe it for free. Remember to wipe one shoe for free. Li Yi taught the children patiently. What if he doesn't want to wipe it? The children were distressed that they had wasted the shoe polish. Impossible. If one shoe is shiny, the other shoe will be ugly. It's better not to wipe it. Li Yi guaranteed. Let me demonstrate again. Yo, this is Li family Zhuangzi. Do you want to wipe shoes? Try it for free. Li Yi sat down again and said to the next villager. The next villager sat down. Li Yi started to wipe the shoes patiently. When he was done, he looked up and smiled. Okay, let's go. It's free. The villager stood up and looked down. One shoe was shiny while the other looked rustic. He tried to take a step and realized that he could not move his legs. Ha 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 ha. The children laughed again. Indeed, the two shoes were different. It looked very awkward. Don't be anxious. Wait for them to buy the shoe polish and change the color before you go out. Otherwise, changing the color will waste a lot of oil. You can't wipe shoes with fur. Li Yi continued to impart his experience. Furred shoes were not easy to operate. Luckily, no one was wearing them now. He had to design them in the future. Chapter 506. After the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, the weather in the capital started to turn cold. Those who wore straw sandals changed into shoes that were more finely woven. When shoe polish appeared in the upper echelons of the imperial court in Pyongkong Square, the number of people who ran to Baishui Bridge to buy shoe polish increased. Shoe polish was stored in bamboo tubes just like tea tubes. The difference was that the tube of shoe polish was shallow and formed a round flat box. A layer of wax was first applied inside before the shoe polish was put in. At the same time, a shoe polish brush, a box of shoe polish, and a handful of money were added. Those who wore long leather boots colored a pair of boots, and a third of the box was left. It turned out that it was the original color, so there was no need for color modification. It was much more convenient. For a time, people on the streets of Chang and began to wear leather shoes. Those who wore leather boots felt hot at noon, so they turned around to find shoemakers to make them. More people chose to go to clothing stores and directly buy leather shoes that fit the size and shape of their feet. They were all made of pig leather. Cowhide was used to make weapons. As for deerskin, clothing stores didn't have it. Once they put on shoes, they felt superior, especially when they saw those who wore straw sandals and cloth shoes. The children who polished shoes went to the streets one after another. They assigned a few people to each square. If they felt that the business wasn't good, they would adjust it when the time came. Li Yi entered the city again. He wore a straw hat and changed into ordinary clothes without the Li family Zhuangzi logo. King Song also wore a straw hat and the same clothes. It's winter. The palace has decided to reward the officials more. His Majesty's money has already been arranged. He's short of money. Li Chengqi whispered to Li Yi. Li Yi lowered his head as much as possible to not let others see his face. The two of them were going to Xianyang Square, which was south of Pyongkong Square. The two squares were next to each other, and there was a road in between. Li Yi was afraid that the people in Pyongkong Square would see him, so he walked and left his car in earthly paradise. There was an important place in Xianyang Square. The Yamen of Wanyan County was here, but it wasn't next to Pyongkong Square. The door of the Yamen faced south, which was the southernmost part of Xianyang Square. Li Longji bought a piece of land to the north of Xianyang Lane. He wanted to earn money and give benefits to the ministers. In the future, the competition for benefits would be severe. Feed the officials first, and if any of them jumped out to oppose, they would be able to take action. Li Longji's salt well was still being drilled, so it wasn't easy to drill. The few gas wells that came out were helping others to make money by boiling salt. Their own salt wells had to be saved up until there was enough salt for a large ship to transport. The gold mine that Li Yi had given him was a long-term mining operation. He wouldn't be able to save much money after 2 months. Li Longji was extremely worried about the 30,000 winged knights and the 90,000 plus military horses that had already been transferred to him. He had to free up some money and quickly buy a piece of land. He didn't know how to make money, but he could find Li Yi. Today Li Yi was dragged here, but Li Chengqi didn't mention anything about sharing the profits. Even if he did, Li Yi wouldn't dare to touch it. This is the place. It's about the same size as Heavenly Earth. It faces the street and the road. What kind of business is it? Li Chengqi pressed down the brim of his hat. He was worried that someone would see him and shout for King Song. Li Yi sized up the place before glancing at Pyongkong Square. Big brother, Pyongkong Square is actually a pillar industry of the region, so you should collect taxes from them. However, I know that you can't bear to take money from those women. Li Yi's voice turned deep. He was even more afraid now. That's right. We don't collect money from the monasteries, and they sell incense and oil all day long. However, they are quite cooperative when we ask them to fork out money to help others. Look, there are people who are eating porridge now. Their porridge is getting thinner and thinner, and there are always people who don't eat and drink it as water. Li Chengqi agreed with Li Yi's words. It wasn't good to collect taxes from the women of Pyongkong Square. Li Yi nodded his head to express his understanding. Then, he continued, since we have a pillar industry, what we need to do is to use the pillar industry as the center to improve the supporting service industry. What's that for? Li Chengqi could understand now, but he didn't know how to improve it. Open a bathing pool on the 4th floor. Men and women will be separated. and each family will take half. The first floor is used to change shoes and clothes, and there are stairs inside. You can only bathe from the first floor to the second floor. You have to make it waterproof, use oilcloth and glue, and cover it with ceramic tiles. The third floor is for drinking tea and resting. The fourth floor is connected to the women's area, and you can place musical instruments, newspapers, etc. Li Yi explained the layout of the bathing pool as he gestured. The lower 3 floors were separated by men and women, and the upper floor was connected. Will there be people coming? Li Chengqi asked. Don't you need to bathe when you go to Pyongkong Square? Do you expect to bathe there? Also, the ladies of Pyongkong Square, Li Yi explained what the supporting service industry was. The men who wanted to go in to have fun could bathe here and go in clean. They wouldn't feel disgusted if they talked about things that were beneficial to their physical and mental health. Even if they came back from outside wearing clothes that weren't very nice, they could go in to bathe if they wanted to interact with the ladies. They could ask someone to buy them a new set of clothes and tidy up their hair. They could go in and out as if they were a different person. The ladies of Pyongkong Square used to bathe in a wooden bucket in their rooms or courtyards. Wouldn't it be comfortable to have a big place to bathe after crossing a road? After bathing and resting, they could go to the 4th floor to chat with others. Then they could go down separately and go back to Pyongkong Square together. What a good thing! Li Chengqi nodded repeatedly. Yes, good idea. Brother E is indeed Brother E. This supporting service industry around the center is good. This way, I can earn money from the ladies of Pyongkong Square. It's perfectly justifiable. Li Chengqi wanted to earn money from both sides. The ladies of Pyongkong Square will bathe for free. They will also give you soap, shampoo, tea, and snacks. Li Yi waved his hand. Why? Li Chengqi felt that there was finally a way to make money. Why didn't he charge? If you don't charge them for free, why would they let others bathe here first? Some of them had a good talk there. Is it difficult to bathe directly? Li Yi explained to Li Chengqi about the Industrial Alliance. If anyone wanted to bathe in Pyongkong Square in the future, the ladies of Pyongkong Square would cooperate and hint that they should bathe first before coming. Then a group of men would go to the bathhouse to bathe, change their clothes, and go to Pyongkong Square. So what if the price was high? There were no bathhouses elsewhere. If they couldn't even afford this, what right did they have to enter Pyongkong Square to chat with the ladies about poetry? Wasn't there a place that secretly opened the door to welcome guests? Just go and look for them. Yes. Li Chengqi understood immediately. It was not easy for the ladies to join the Industrial Alliance. He couldn't take their money. How much should I charge for bathing this time? Li Chengqi still had a question. He had never done this before. It's cheap. I can even provide the hot water for free. The key is the service. Milk salt massage, a set of massage that is said to make men do it more. Drink tea that is said to make men last longer. Also pick their ears, smoke their ears, use incense, bathe, and pedicure. If any lady says that she likes the smell of autumn chrysanthemums, does the man have to have a separate service to enhance the fragrance of autumn chrysanthemums? Li Yi explained patiently little by little. And then the autumn chrysanthemums you collected happened to be sold at a high price. As Li Chengqi listened, he realized that even if Brother E didn't sell the chrysanthemums he collected, there would still be a market. No, I didn't. It's not me. How can I take advantage of this? But I have the essential oils of various flowers that I collected. Li Yi waved his hands and refused to admit it. Brothers and sisters reading outside the website, if you have the ability, please subscribe to Qidian. Thank you. Bow. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.